Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to Elden Ring Part 10. Also known as the last part I pre-made a thumbnail for. I'm gonna have to make more after this. Oh well. In Elden Ring Part 10, we will return to the Lakes region of a name that I can never properly pronounce. And we're gonna go kick a bunch of mages in the face. It probably won't be too hard, but we'll see. After that, I suppose we'll go to the Atlas Plateau. Assuming, of course, that we mop up everything rather quickly. We'll see. We'll see. We have a major dungeon to do, a major boss to fight. So we'll see how much I do or do not trounce them.
Announce. Hype train.
Also, hype train. Very good. Thank you for the hype train. You guys have fun with. You have fun chewing along with that. While I say that if you want to like the video, do think about giving a like. And if you haven't subscribed yet, think about doing that as well. But if you haven't come over to Twitch, particularly, think about doing that as well. We're trying to reach a partner over here, but we need more viewers to do it. So if you want to come by, whether it's to lurk or to talk, it does make a big difference, and I'd really appreciate it. So consider doing so if you have the time. Also, we have a pretty cool Discord community if you want to see that, and we have a coffee link here if you want to help directly monetize my content. All links are in the description, so check them out at your leisure. With that being said, I'm gonna hop in. Yay, my controller works. So, you know, it suddenly occurs to me that while I'm a little over leveled, I'm back here. Why am I back here? I definitely put myself here for a reason when I ended, didn't I? I don't remember the reason. While I definitely going to Caelid second definitely put me in a position where I over leveled, which definitely made Liurnia, fucking hate that name. I don't know why. I just want to read it differently. Like, I look at those letters. This makes me dyslexic, alright? I look at this and I'm like, L-U-I... Wait, no, it's I-U. Okay. L-I-U, and then R-N-I-A. Like, I can get the last part. But the first part? I don't know, man. I want that U before the I. I want to say Liurnia, but it's Liurnia. Because motherfucker. I don't know. But it occurs to me that even if I didn't go to Caelid first, I might have had an easier time in Liurnia than I think I would have. Because this place is all about mages, right? Like it's not literally every enemy, but a lot of the enemies here are not that physically robust. They squishy. And I'm good at squishing things. So this area probably wouldn't have been that bad for me even if I had come here second. But what we have to do, we cleaned up, we mopped up a lot last session. We did a lot of the lake rather quickly. Now, there's a few things to note. So I can't get to this plateau yet. This whole big old plateau. Can't access it. Don't know why. Can't get there. Another place we can't get over here. We can't go here. We went into the study hall, but we can't get up here to this bridge. It's a bit of a shame. What we can do, we can go to the well. We're going to do that. Oh, yes, the well. I don't know where that's... I have no idea where that's going to send us.
Cherum nom, cherum nom, cherum nom, cherum nom.
Yes, exactly. I did have lunch. I did all my cherum noms already. But the main thing we're gonna do for start out is this whole upper cliff. I haven't been up here, and the reason is because you have to go through the manor. Now I actually ran through the manor and fucking beat up the boss at the end really fast because I was very upset last time because the lady who wants to eat eyeball grapes was just kind of randomly standing in a hostile area, and I kind of gave her a whack, and she got very upset, and I couldn't advance her quest, so I needed to get an item that was in here. It was specifically from this dude to fix that issue. So I kind of just blitzed the hell out of this area. I haven't actually explored it, though. I just ran through it to try to get that item. Let's actually properly explore it. Also, I could demonstrate something very annoying about being in front of this manor. I did not demonstrate this. Actually, perhaps I should show this off from the other waypoint. I'm really trying to wonder if I was at the round table for a reason. Did I have something that I needed to do there? I don't remember. Have I? Let me check my key items. Yeah, looks like everything's been turned in properly. For the moment, at least. You're gonna talk to NPCs. About what, though? I'll talk to the smithing guy. I want to speak for people. Yeah, I did get kind of attacked when I went to the round table at the end of last session. For some fucking reason. Still not entirely sure why. Well, I mean, I mean, I know who was attacking me, but...
Here to put my old bones to work again.
Can you, like... Okay, so he just functions like the Smith in the Round Table, then. Except for he's kind of cool. Well, kind of the Smith in the Round Table is actually cool, too. He's my favorite character there. So I need to get some smithing stones of multiple tiers, but Somber 5 specifically to upgrade the jellyfish shield would be nice. Because I think it's actually I haven't used it too much, admittedly. I need to use it more. I really do. I'm anti-shield when I play Souls-likes. I just never use them. I can't tell you. Anyways, approaching the Manor is actually quite an interesting thing. I'll demonstrate. Also, thank you very much for the hype tree, guys. Even if it's only tier 2, I appreciate it. But yeah, so let's explore through the Manor and get up to the cliffs above it and see what's up there. But the Manor itself has a bit of a trick up its sleeve if you approach it. You want to see if Egypt can switch over your hand. I could not do that. I tried my best. Also, Beers, if you can remember why I was going to talk to NPCs, then I'll go talk to them again. But if you can't remember, then I doubt it matters. Huh, it's not doing it. Is it because I ran... Was me running through the Manor and trouncing the boss, did that stop the issue? I think that stopped it. Was the boss the one doing it, then? Was that jerk... Okay, well, anyways, normally when you approach the Manor and Mortar attacks you with magic out of nowhere, I guess it stopped doing that because I killed the boss. That's nice. That was kind of annoying. Alright, anyways, let's actually properly do the Manor. I may have speed-run the boss fight by rushing through the area. That was me speed-running last time, where I just rushed to the Manor to attack the boss immediately. Oh yeah, hi. Yeah, this place is... Okay, you want to throw hands? Oh god. It does, it turns out. The fuck? Okay. Ow, fucking... Okay, this is kind of annoying, actually. Stop it! I should be using my shield. I'm not used to shields. Alright, cool. Hey, they drop Somber Smithy Stones, though. That's always nice. Ah, for fuck's sake. The Black Knife print. I did that, though. I gave it to... Oh, you have a lot of fingers. Nice rings, though. Jellyfish shield. Ow. God damn it. God damn it. This is why I don't like shields. Usually. There we go. The reason I don't like shields, randomly having a shield break and I never know what's going to happen. Like, I legitimately never know when I'm going to get staggered. I guess just heavy attacks. Granted, that thing is perfect to do that, so. Honestly, the shield's really good against fast attacks, I suppose. I would imagine. So I ran through this place, but I really don't know its layout. Blind success was all I was doing last time. Hi. Alright. Wait, what happened? I've become a little confused, actually. I think something tried to blow up on me, but I didn't understand. I didn't understand it, so it didn't hurt me. Because if you're too confused, then something can't hurt you. Freezing pot, okay. Magic mines. It was slow and not obviously a mine, so I didn't pay any mind whatsoever. Oh, the knives to the ground that explode. Oh, right. Those exist here? Oh, yeah, there's one right there. Okay. Ow. If I recall, the jellyfish shield could still block some magic, too. Yeah, I almost forgot about them. They're kind of neat. The fact they take 3 years to explode, though, kind of makes them a little less... I mean, I could just kind of mosey past them. Watch, I could probably just ignore them. Like... Yeah, that's not dangerous. That's not really dangerous. At least when they shoot up, they should hit you or something. But they don't, so... Nano, you could work with others to try to reduce latency. You should try reducing quality if you haven't. I wonder if enemies can be hurt by them. Maybe. Fingers. Oh, fingers. Oh. Can you climb? He's certainly trying. That's why I have magic. Wonder how magic resistant they are. Oh my, they are not... Oh, they don't like that very much, do they? Okay, apparently hands, weak to fire. Didn't know that. Well, granted, have you ever casually put your hand on a stove when you shouldn't? I guess that's true. Damn, I haven't even upgraded Faith that much. By the way, I think I'm gonna start upgrading Faith because I do think the fire magic is cool. I think it'll benefit me. I mean, that certainly worked out. Hello. They really have a lot of fingers. The question is, where'd they come from? Who made all these hands? I hear a... Oh, there it is. Da, 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 da. Yep, no, come back here. You're going right to a big hand guy, but I don't care. Caria and Piercer. Alright, sorcery magic. Oh, wow, that... a lot of damage. Well, I've uprooted the hands before they were ready for harvest, so they're easy to kill. I guess. I didn't let them grow to full bloom yet. I guess I'm kind of mean that way. Precious item ahead, you don't say. Ah. Ice Crest Shield. Is that precious? Tell me. What makes it precious? Well... It looks kind of nice. I mean, I guess it's good against magic, sort of. I don't know. Not really, though, actually. Not really, honestly. Like, I'm just trying to determine why is it precious. I guess more like unique item ahead rather than precious item ahead. Unique does not mean precious, you know. Did I do a full loop around? Where am I? Actually, where's the entrance? I kind of forgot. Oh. Yeah, this place is a bit of a maze. Hold on. I never really noticed that. Yeah, it's kind of confusing. I'll just run around and pick up items. Hello. Ow. Ow. Stop it. Honestly, they're not that durable. Even the big ones. Oh, hey. Ow. Place is so goddamn foggy, it's hard to see where I'm going. Oh god. 1 second. Fountain save me. Ow. Ow. Oh, okay, this is actually problematic now. Stop it. What the fuck are you even doing? Alright, fine, I'll just have to do this for a while. Okay. Yeah, hop in the fountain did not help me. Alright, there we go. Oh, there's another one? How many of them are there? A lot of hands here. Guess this place wanted a round of applause. Clap, clap. Oh, alright. Secret alleyway. Okay, I think I've looped through here. I actually don't, I'm not entirely sure, but I think I have. Yeah, this is where this precious item was, right? So we have precious items. I totally hear a scarab bug thing. I guess technically a dung beetle. Totally hear one though. It's like up there somewhere. Why is it so foggy? Fog is annoying in video games because, one, sometimes creates performance issues. Fortunately, this fog seems to be chill and not doing that. And two, can't see where the fuck I'm going. Which is also an issue. Have I checked the whole ground level at this point? It's kind of hard to tell. Well, I guess on this side, because there is this cliff here. So I guess to get up the cliff, I'll have to ascend the manor proper. Yeah. That being said... Okay, nothing up here. Oh, yep, there was something up here. It was guarding a single herb for some reason. I like how it popped out of the ground all violently. It didn't actually hurt me at all. Ah, yes, and then there's this path up here, so this must be the way forward. Yes. Honestly, I just kind of ran up the road last time, so I know the road... I know the road leads to the boss fight. That's how I sped run this area. I just kind of ran up the obvious path and ignored everything else. Oh. That's not ideal. Stop that. What's it doing? Oh, magic. Cool. Didn't know I could do that, actually. Also, apparently they can grab you. Good to know. I guess I'll be... So I guess that is like a bear trap of sorts, then. I guess I should mind what direction I approach them. Just in case. These are a lot... I'm getting a lot of somber 2s here. You know, I'm starting to really hate the world map. And what I mean by that is, I'm noticing more and more often the map has inconsistencies. For instance, here's a giant fountain. Look at the map, though. I don't know if I don't know, man. If I was the map designer, I would say giant fountain in a courtyard would be something I would create a circle for. I don't know. Like, it's really weird when there's, like, an obvious landmark and it's not at all on the map. It's just, like, that kind of confuses my brain. Because I expect to see some sort of indication of a landmark and I don't see it. Or, like, a even better example is over here. See this completely intact path that you can just go down to this village? That's not true. Like, there's a huge part of the ground ripped out. A huge chunk, like, ripped out around here. Or was around here. Regardless. There's a huge chunk and you can't actually take the road. If you were just looking at your map, kind of chilling out, walk down the road, look at the map, like, okay, and you just keep going down the road and then you fall off a cliff, I wouldn't blame you. I would not blame you for falling off that cliff. Because it's just kind of there. Unmarked. At least I can kind of understand the map not indicating that, I guess, because, like, maybe the map was scribed, and then the world, you know, then that area crumbled and the map wasn't updated or something. But if that's the case, then that just means we're working off an unreliable map, which I'm not sure is really a good thing. Alright, that was the door I can't open. Alright. I think I'm done in this section. It's so foggy, though, so it's like, if I miss some items, I would not be surprised. Be very easy to do. Inconsistencies are on purpose. We've had this discussion before. We've had this discussion before. I don't know what you're trying to say by saying that, but okay. Actually, I've not had this discussion before. Well, I've had a discussion about the chasm, but I mean, the fountain is a new thing to point out. Yeah, it kind of feels weird, though. Like, it's accurate enough, right? It's accurate enough to feel, like, not super-duper centuries old or whatever. But, like, inaccurate in really weird ways. Like, yes, the chasm I could understand a bit more, because a natural event causing an earthquake, causing ground to crumble, maybe that wouldn't be recorded on a map. But it seems really weird that all the walls of the castle would be properly, like, this manor would be properly, more or less constructed, but then randomly the fountain would not be indicated whatsoever. That's a bit of an odd one. I guess you could argue that the fountain was a later addition to the manor courtyard after the map was made, but I don't know, man. Sometimes I feel like with Elden Ring, the explanations people can come up with feel more like excuses for the game rather than good explanations. It feels more like going like, no, that's not like a mistake or like them being lazy. It's like lore. Here's a lore reason. Here's a lore reason I can come up with. And yeah, you can make a lore reason. I'm not saying you can't make a lore reason, but I don't know, man. Sometimes it feels like we're trying to be apologists doing that. Sausage wiggle. This is very good. Hello. Where the fuck did you come from? Above, I guess. It's far from the first time that From covered a bug or inconsistency with lore. I see. I don't know, man. If I really shift it right, and there's some weird bug that like changes something in the world that it wasn't meant to be that way, I probably, unless it's like really interesting and worth keeping in for some reason, because sometimes a bug is worth keeping. You know, there's such a thing as an ascended glitch, because something becomes so interesting, even if it was unintentional, that it's like kept. For instance, fighting games combo systems, that was originally a bug, combo systems. So sometimes something can be so interesting and worth keeping that a bug can be retained, and that's cool. I'm fine with that. But like, if I had shifted, you know, released someday, and it had some bug that like did some weird thing with one of the characters, like technically changed some lore, made something weird or inconsistent or inaccurate, I wouldn't just hand wave it and say, oh, that's just intentional, because that feels really cheap if I were to do that. I would just say, yeah, that's a bug, and then I fix it. Unless, of course, it's actually adding to the... Unless it's accidentally adding to the atmosphere in some way, I would just say, yeah, I made a mistake. It's like... Actually, I probably would say, even if it did add the atmosphere, I'd be like, this is a mistake, but I'll keep it. Oh, for fuck's sake. I was trying to... Damn your inconsistent hitbox. Damn your perfectly timed punches. Alright, let's see. Speaking of combos, these guys know what's up. Knock me down, then punch me right as I get up. I have no insight into the thought process of From other various programs consultants, neither do I. I realized something. I'm gonna make an effort to stop one particular thing I do, and I realize why I do it now. Sometimes I harp a point, sometimes I harp a negative point, and it has occurred to me. It has suddenly occurred to me that half the time I'm harping a negative point longer than I should, it's actually because some people disagree with me. And that's okay that you disagree with me, but like sometimes I feel like I'm not being allowed to have a point. Like I make a point, right? And then somebody's like, well, no, because blah, blah, and then I have to keep talking about my point because I don't agree with that. And it's like, I would just prefer making my point and having people go like, well, I may not agree, but I accept your point. And then we move on. But I think the reason I harp sometimes is because some people just don't let me have my point. Some people don't want me to have my point, it feels. So I keep talking about it. Not in an angry way, but I feel like I feel motivated to keep explaining since I'm not being allowed to have my point in some people's eyes. So I keep explaining because these people are like, well, no. And I'm like, well, I feel like I have a point here, and this is why. And yeah, I'm just saying, like, if you don't like me harping a point, then just let me have it. That's all I'm saying. Like, you don't have to agree with it. I'm not asking you to agree with it. I'm just saying, definitely, like, you know, letting me have my point is a good way to prevent me from harping, but I'm going to try to prevent myself from harping, too. I don't like harping. It's kind of pointless. Like, I like making my making a negative point is not a negative or a thing to do. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm critiquing a game, and I say something negative, but I'm saying it in a reasonable manner, then that's not me making a negative aura for the chat, but if I continue to harp it after the fact, that can create a negative aura. It's not. There's no negative aura in just talking about a game's faults and strengths at the same time. If you want me to talk about a strength, I actually, the fog makes it hard to navigate this area, but actually I do like the aesthetic of this area. The fog plus the little glinty blue things, which might be fireflies or just no, it's just magic, isn't it? It's just indicating this place is full of magic. That's a cool effect. It actually looks pretty nice. It's nice. It's also they also I have to commend for how they actually do manage their environmental effects. Like, this runs pretty goddamn well. I'm looking at the fog. So actually, if you look at the fog in this game, you'll see an example of how to do fog right. I've complained in a lot of Unreal, like during Halo for an Hour and stuff. Why am I merged into the? Look at my character right now. My character doesn't know how to stand on this. In a lot of games, oh, there we go. I finally stood up properly. In a lot of games, a lot of Unreal Engine games specifically that I played for Halo for an Hour and such, a lot of them try to use fog to create an atmosphere to make their game look better. But you may notice the fog that they use in those are very tangible particle affecty clouds that are placed everywhere. They're often very thick and detailed. This is a perfect example of how to do fog right. Instead of being a complex particle effect that'll just kill computers for no real good reason besides a little extra atmosphere, this is more of a kind of hazy filter that is placed rather naturally. Like, there is fog kind of all around me. The fog really close to me, I could see right through it because I'm really close to it. But if you look at the distance, like that tree in the distance, you can see the further back we go, the thicker the fog gets, the more it obscures things since it's further away from me. The moisture buildup at condensation, it makes sense that the further away the fog is from me, the more it obscures. But all at the same time, while they added this nice effect, you could tell it's an efficient effect. They didn't leg it down with a bunch of fucking particles. It's actually a very smooth effect. Yeah, you could make the fog look more realistic than this, but this is a wonderful way to create a fog atmosphere without melting a fucking computer in the process. Well done on that. So yeah, you know, I might like to bring up. Listen, the main reason I like to bring up negative, I'll explain very simply. The reason I don't hate this game. Some people think I do, and just because I harp on a game negatively, that doesn't mean I don't like it in some way. It's just you want to know why I harp the popular games a lot? It's because I feel like games like this. Listen, there's 1,000,001 people that'll give Elden Ring praise, so I don't really feel like it's very. I don't often feel it's very productive if I praise the game, you know? Like, there's 1,000,000 people already doing that because it's a popular game. And if a popular game doesn't need more praise, in my opinion, it needs more critique. That doesn't mean the game sucks. It just means that I feel like in a case where a game is really popular and really well known, you're going to see way more praise than critique. So I'd like to add to the critique side because that's the side you don't see as much of. I don't know. But I can't overdo it. I know I can. I'm having a good time. I do like to point out nitpicks, though. You have to also keep in mind that I'm more passionate about nitpicking a game company that I know can do better. And that's what I mean. Like, when I've addressed some stuff I feel is lazy in this game, I say it's lazy because I know From can do way less lazy. I've very much seen better in some regards in Dark Souls 1 or 2, for instance. Sometimes I critique because I know the studio can do better than what they're doing. In fact, I guess the worst ever thing is if I play a bad game and I don't bother to critique it. If I'm playing a game where I have a problem with it, but I don't bother to critique it, that is the worst thing. If I'm not bothering to critique a game I clearly have problems with, that just indicates, that's a clear indication that I have no faith in the company that made it, and I don't feel like the critique will be at all useful for anything. Basically, that demonstrates I have zero faith in the company, which is the damnedest thing I can do towards a company. Not have faith in them. Let's see here. Lady Ranni, we have long awaited you. I pray for your house's swift revival. May the full moon shine upon Caria. Oh yeah, by the way, I think there's somebody I'm supposed to find in this manor. I mean, we beat the boss, but I think I read something about there might be a princess here. There might be a princess here. Hiding out or something. I don't know. At least that's what the lore seemed to say at one point. I wasn't entirely sure what I was reading, but... Oh yeah, I've already... But yeah, from what I understand, there should be somebody hanging out here besides the people we've met. So I'll see if I can find them, I guess. I mean, I clearly just ran through the manor, so yeah, if I ran through and didn't see them, that's kind of understandable. Is that painting interactable? Oh wait. Hold that thought. Damn it, this fog makes it so hard to tell depth. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. The hell was that slide? Alright. Also, Inky, you just like talking about maps? Oh, that's fine. Honestly, cartography is really interesting, so I don't blame you. Yeah, I could totally see why there's map inconsistencies from a lore perspective. Like, that totally does make sense. I just wish, from a gameplay perspective, there's been I guess it's something that I've kind of kept in mind, in the back of my mind. There's a lot of situations where the maps don't actually match up to what I'm playing through. A very egregious example, if I could point this out for a second. When I was exploring this area, I got really confused about the upper area. The fact that the upper area is locked off to me, like... Actually, yeah, let me point this out. So this whole upper area here, I can't get to it. I don't know how I get to it. I assume I need to find a warp somewhere else. But, the map was fucking me around a lot with the underground area, because I kept thinking I could access this area. For instance, look at this. There seems to be a path right here that leads right down to this, right? It looks like this is the way up, but this is not a way up. This is just, there's a giant wall here. You can't get up here. So, like, there's a lot of times where the map just kind of fucks with my brain. And I don't like it. I don't like it doing that. Now, where's that painting? Oh, yeah, this painting. Well, it's not glowing, so I assume not. No. No, I can't. The paintings that you can interact with are more glowy. More lit up. I found 3 so far. I don't even know what they're for. But I am finding them. And taking a copy? Because I don't take the one... I just kind of take the light from them and then I get a copy of them. I don't really know why. Alright, now we're on the rampart section. If anybody knows I'm missing something in this place, let me know. Because I feel like we're supposed to find a princess here, but I haven't seen that yet. Oh no, a crossbow. Actually, you guys asked a question. I'll test this. Hold on. Come here. No, you went too far. I was going to test to see if those can indeed hurt the enemies. You guys were curious, and that actually is a good question. If you go to a place in the world of the painting, you get the reward. What? Oh, I didn't think I've tried that. I barely looked at the pictures. I barely looked at the paintings. I was just like, oh, that's a nice picture, and then I just kind of moved on. I didn't think of analyzing them. I guess I could do so. Try to remember which way dead ends. I think there's one way that dead ends and one way that doesn't. I think this way dead ends. Hello. I mean, I'll look at my paintings in a second. Hello. Yeah, these ghosts would be a lot more... I think the idea is that these ghost people just appearing behind you or what appeared out of thin air was supposed to, like, ambush you, but, like... I hear them. They don't spawn in quietly. What was that guy doing? That guy wanted to attack the wall for some reason. Screw you, wall! Ow. Hello. Yeah, honestly, I think they're supposed to sneak up on me, but they really suck at their job. Too bad they make really loud magic-y sounds whenever they spawn. Shame for that. By the way, is there any area I need to drop down for items? That looks like an area I need to drop down for items. How did I get there? I have no idea. Yeah, I guess over here. Yeah, maybe I need to drop down for items. That looks like a pretty easy place, obvious place. Ah, right here then. I'll do that in a second. I bet that'll lead to that one shortcut door. Dead ringer sound effect, yes. Anyways, we'll look at the paintings in a second. Let me just, whoosh. Oh. I guess I was supposed to use that ledge, but fuck that noise. I'm taking shortcuts. Is there anything up there? Did I skip another item? Probably not. Oh, a safe way to platform down? Fuck that shit, jump. Oh, hey, a secret hole. One second. That's a hole most people will miss. Let's see. Secret hole needs a message. Hold on. There. Secret drain pipe, though. It is really secret. Like, why is it so hidden? I don't know. It's like you have to look under the staircase on the secret path. I'm just like, huh. Item ahead. Thank you. I could not see that. Yurumi? What the hell? It looks like a sword that got curled up like a snail. Hold on a minute. Well, that should be easy enough to find the list. Where the hell did that go? I don't know if it's not under swords. Okay, it's a whip. Oh, that would explain it. Ooh, is it a better whip? Yes, look at that! It's so much better! It does 1 more damage! Holy crap. And it weighs 1 more weight! Strike and slash. It is a sword. Theoretically, because it is a slashing weapon, not a striking weapon. What a weird thing. They actually exist? How the fuck do you make that? I was going to say magic, but if it exists in real life, then it must be actually a way. How does this work? You know what? That range is actually pretty goddamn solid. Holy shit. I gotta test this. Especially the heavy attack. Holy crap. Alright, hold on. That is, like, actually really interesting range. Hold on a minute. Oh, wait a minute. No, wait, no, it's the tower. Patches told me to hop into one of these things. I don't think this one, though. I think, if I recall correctly, he said that underneath the academy, below the water wheel, is one of these things, and I should let it eat me. So that's not this guy, though. Let me test the range. Okay, that didn't quite hit. That did, though. Yeah, the range is pretty solid. Now, I shall now disappear before he hits me with that. Also, I think, I want to say that these guys are weak to mace. Oh, God. Yeah, back to sword. Oh, God, not this deck. Yeah, I just realized I don't have a lot of room. I don't have a lot of room in this situation. Chill out. Oh! No, I didn't want to eat me by this one! Don't kill me. I don't know how much damage they do. I kind of forgot. No, not again! You just ate me! Oh, thank God it opened that exact moment. Fortunately, if they open, they take tons of damage because they're open. Holy shit, that actually kind of fucked me up a little bit. Alright, what was that thing guarding? Wall. Also this. Well done. Thanks. I always appreciate the little messages that say well done after you beat something hard. Smithing Stone 3. Not even a 4. Alright, well, whatever. Fort. Morning. I prefer that over Fortnite. I prefer the subversion. Fort Friendship. Fort Friendship! That's the best fort. Alright, well, there we go. We've done a little loop. Look how that wall just, like, kicked me away for some reason. Alright, I can't horse, right? Yeah, this actually does count as a dungeon, so I can't horse. Well, let's go back up. I wonder if there's any other areas I should drop. I mean, well, technically there's the area I've already dropped to. I need to open that still. Up ahead, required ahead, therefore try left. Wait, wasn't there 2 locked doors? I found 2 doors that could be open, right? I don't think it's just that one. I think there's 2 down there that I can't open from one side. So I guess I need to find a way to... Hello? Where were you? Where were you this time? I've walked through this area several times. He was late. Don't mind him. He's got a watch on his wrist, but unfortunately his wrist is like his butt, so he can't check it. It's really hard to turn around, you know? Alright, that's the path that leads up in. Let's go this way. Thinking. Runark. No, fuck you, I'm keeping it. You can't take it back, you were late. First come, first serve. Hello. Off you go. I'll take your item before you go. Woo! Alright, I don't know if I should be doing this, but I probably will just... That looks pointless, but also maybe I should. Try down, so to speak, pressure side of my head. Well, it does look very easy to get to. Is it gonna kill me? I don't think it is. I wish I could actually trust these glowstones, though. Sometimes they just straight up lie because it's just death plane. Yeah. This looks promising. Whee. Huh, there was no point in this, was there? Pointless rampart area. Yay! Okay, this, from an architectural standpoint, this really fucking annoys me that they would build all these ramparts, but they're like, oh, a 5-foot gap? No, don't cover that with a bridge or anything. No, we're not going to connect that. Just leave that open. Like, why? Why? They're right next to each other. You fucking architectural genius, you. Ah, here's the door. Now let's see, was there a second door or was that the only door? Also, I can't quite remember. What's this? Behold, something incredible. It better be incredible. Is it incredible? Sounds kind of neat. Let's take a look. I might actually want to try upgrading this whip just to see what it can do. Sword and Iron Flame, though. Let's see. And what category are you? There it is. Ah, you're an everything. Strength, Dex, and Faith weapon. Okay. Wow, you do magic and fire. What the hell is this shit? Astrologers who preceded the sorcerers established themselves in the mountaintops and nearly touched the sky and considered the fire giants their neighbors. Hold the sword level and prepare to cast a sorcery. Follow up with a normal attack to cast a night combat sorcery or a strong attack to sweep forward a burst of flames. Oh! So you can also prep it and then use either a faith or sorcery attack with the unique skill. That's kind of neat. Used to be one of the best weapons. Why they used to. One of the legendary ornaments. That's neat. Unfortunately, it requires such focused stat trade that I don't think I'm interested in it. Nerfed. Yeah? How so? Just less damage now, or? Also, I gotta ask, because whenever somebody says something like, oh, this used to be one of the best weapons, in general or specifically for PvP? Honestly, I never quite understand is if, like, when nerfs happen because of PvP, does that make them shittier PvE weapons as well? I'm not really sure. Also, that might have been the only door. Okay. Because some nerfs really only affect players. You know, it's almost like... I think nerfing a weapon in a way that affects PvE kind of sucks. Because, I mean, it doesn't really matter if it's a little strong in PvE. I think that's kind of probably fun, if anything. Okay, in all seriousness, I don't think... Is there another door that couldn't be opened from this side? I'm not even sure. There might have been a second door in the ground somewhere that I had to find another way to open. Or maybe that was the only one. That might have been the only one. I'm not entirely sure. This fog messes with my sense of direction. Wrong way. Holy shit, where'd you come from? Once again, I've been through this area. Where did you come from? Alright. That was weird, but alright. Like, when I've already backtracked through an area and then another enemy pops up, I'm always like, interesting. Interesting, you know? Okay, yeah, I think I've explored everywhere. Let's go up here. Oh god, the elevator! I forgot I had a lord! Ah! I didn't have a lord, rather. Right! Remember how I wrote it up last session? I didn't. That would normally be defaultedly down, I believe. I kind of forgot that, though. I was kind of busy reading the chat as I ran up. I forgot there was even an elevator there. Didn't set it back down. I really should do that, shouldn't I? Well, then again, I could die the other way. Honestly, it's probably best to have it down, though. Well, I guess I'm speedrunning again. No, I guess I should. I already did. The fortunate thing is, that was basically the end. So I'll just run back up there. Ignoring literally everyone. Always send them back down. It really does put you at a disadvantage, though, because of the upward incline, so it's just like up the stairs and immediately pit. Like, you can't really see it coming, you know? Not when you're running full tilt and read a chat to the side. Well, that does answer the question of, was there anything under this elevator? No. No, there was not. Good to know. That's a weird attack that they shoot. The giant hands. They shoot a bolt that hits you, and it doesn't hurt. And then it explodes, and then it does hurt. But you can just kind of keep walking. It's a very weird attack. Am I going the right way? Nope. Whoosh. Haha, I perfectly blocked those magicals. There was in fact at least one situation in which there was something under an elevator. It was one of the imp places. But yeah, look at this. To be fair, look at the distance I have before. Look at this. It goes right. It's like up the stairs and immediately that, you know. So in my defense, with the elevator up, there is like no time to notice it's not there. Because look at the amount of space by the time you enter. Like, this room should be bigger. Why is it so small? Where the fuck is the lever? There it is. In my defense, that's a very easy little tumble to make. Unless I had the camera basically pointing like this, I wouldn't see it coming. So not having the elevator go back down is definitely not safe here. You need the elevator down, otherwise that room just doesn't work with its geometry. It works fine if the elevator's down. You won't obviously be in any danger or trouble there. But if it's up, oh boy. I never grabbed this bonfire. There we go. The attack isn't just damage. Try getting hit by it. What's it do? Oh, right, the Woofy Boy area. Right, this whole upper cliffside I haven't technically explored. Okay. Now these are special Woofy Boys. They look different. Also, it's seed. Special pup. Oh yeah, they're durable. Bye. Not durable enough. Also, yes, that cliff is a bit of a drop. Good to know. Cemetery ahead, but circling around required ahead. What? Oh, that one. Okay. Noted. These puppos seem strong, so I better be careful. Oop. Sneak, 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 sneak. Sneak, 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 sneak. Oh, yeah, they're a little strong. Wait, how did I miss? One of those whiffs didn't make a lot of sense. Okay, well. Wonder why these puppos look a little different than other puppos I've encountered. His brain is processing if he saw me or not. He's elected that he did not. Fair dogs rather than wolves? I don't know. They kind of look like wolves, but they look different from the normal wolves. It is a mystery. I will say those wolves would be pretty tough customers if I came here before Caleb, though. Those guys were still kind of durable. All right, let's go up here. This is actually a pretty... I gotta say, this manor is actually a pretty sizable area. It's kind of... It kind of almost feels like a major dungeon, even though it's not. Because it's got a unique look to it. Oop. What the fuck? Once again, why wasn't that connected? Alright. Don't mind me, just gonna fall down this small wedge, because that's what I do in video games. Seriously, I don't know how I managed to always find the small pits and fall in them. At least that one had no effect on me, technically. Hello. No secret drain under the stairs this time. Was checking. Important. Important to know. Hello. Sneak. You like fire? Oh shit, the sorcerer was like knock that shit off. How rude. You can't. Wait, you can totally hit me. No way you can't. Oh, that'll hit me. Ow. All three of them hit me. Shit. Wait, how did I hit him with that? Damn it, I missed the giant somehow. He's very upset with me, but he doesn't also know how to walk around. He has a helmet. That's very smart. These fucking ganker-ass mages. Stop it. What a gank me. Oh, I got a sword. That was probably rare. Let's take a look at it. Oh, I have two of them. Not that rare. Still, though, I'll take it. Not that I can really use it because it's int-based, but if you were int-based and strength-based, that'd be a pretty cool weapon. I hear magic. I hear magic. Let's look. Let's peer through the useless windows. Any magic in here? Nope. Okay. Northern side rampart. Got it. That's where one of those bugs are. What's their official name? Just dung beetle? Technically, they're dung beetles, kind of. But they're also not technically rolling dung, so I don't really know what to call them anymore. Those alcoves, yeah, that's the thing. There's a lot of... Hello. Oh, wow, you got a shot off. I wasn't expecting that. Fast boy. Oh, wait, you guys are those perfumer dudes. Okay, you know what? I'll humor you, because everybody keeps telling me you're very dangerous. So go ahead. Do your whatever you do. I've never actually allowed them to show why they're dangerous. Okay? I mean, that's an explosive crossbow bolt. That's not the bad attack, though, is it? There's a worse one, right? Like, you hang close to them and they do something, they make a cloud. That's a page. Oh. Never mind then. I obviously don't know my enemies. Well, I'll take that. Machine gun? Like the, well, that's not really that creative. I mean, I've already seen the, fucking marionettes do that. Yes. Right in the head, and then try jumping. We do some sort of, oh, over there, okay. I mean, let me just do that, okay. By the way, am I the only one that does this? When you want to do a running jump in a dangerous area, do you do what I do where you, because, like, if you just hold the run button while staying still, you do this. Which is kind of scary to do on a thin ledge. That, like, gets you ready to run. But it's scary. So what I like to do instead is I hit the jump button and immediately hold the B button. And that way I can get the run ready without doing that terrible back step that probably can kill me. I'll just run off this one. Yeah. I know what distances. Jar has been spotted. Yes, there are some jars. Are they friendly or mean jars? Well, they're probably mean now. I didn't mean to land on him. Ow. Alright, fine. Time to die. That's good to know because the backstep. Yeah, that backstep fucking. There should be a way to prep a run. There should be a way to prep a run without needing to. I do feel bad about doing this. They were probably hostile to begin with, though. It's not the. I have seen hostile pots before, so pretty sure they were defaultedly hostile, anyways. Some of them are just mean like that. Wow, that guy was doing a cool combo, though. See that uppercut? Alright, what was I saying? Oh, shit! Picking that drop just reminded me about something. So, apparently, I can throw a crystal dart. So, I learned there's a secret property to crystal darts. There is a secret property to crystal darts. I think it was crystal darts. So here's a cool thing. I've never used one, but I found out there's a secret you can pull off with them. So if you throw crystal darts at the imps, you know, the stone imps, or the watchdogs, the stone imp boss guys, if you throw the darts at them, apparently you can malfunction them, and they start going berserk and hitting other enemies and stuff. Apparently it just malfunctions the dudes. I was not aware of this special property. I'll have to try it out sometime. Might mess up golems. Yeah, it probably messes up anything that's a construct. So I should try it on maybe some golems or something. I wasn't aware of this. There's nothing, like the item description doesn't tell you either. It just says it does magic damage. Which, yeah. I guess there is a little hint there, because it says, long ago it said that a golem crafter employed a similar crystal tool. I guess that's the hint to attack constructs with it. Like golems. But it doesn't really make it clear. It sounds like just set dressing, but actually it might mean something. It's very nebulous what it means, like employed how, you know? Like But yeah, so let's throw it at the next construct we see, I guess. See if it does anything. Oh, okay. Is there anything over here? Death? Alright. Yeah, good. I'm happy to help you there, Levin, because yeah, that backstep is a bitch when you want to get a run going. Just make sure that you make sure you are starting to leave the ground before you hold B. Oh! Small tip, though, Levin, and anybody else who wants to use the tip I just gave. If you press the jump button, watch this. I'm going to press the jump button and press B a little later. Make sure to press it early into your jump, because if you press it too late, this can happen. Okay, I pressed it early enough still, but if you press it too late into your jump, like when you're falling down, ta-da, you'll still backstep, so be careful. You'll backstep when you land if you press the backstep button. If you press and hold B a little bit before landing, you will still backstep. So make sure to press it early in the jump, not late. Now let's see. Try jumping. Haven't I been in that area? No, there's an item down there. Okay. Yeah, they start hostile. That one proved it. Powerful spinning attacks. I can't counter them. I like how I can sunlock them, though. I'll be interested to know what created the pots. Like, they have their own personalities and seem to function autonomously, but I can't imagine they were just born that way. They were probably made by some means. They're not exactly a construct. They're kind of a construct, being that they're made of pot, but they're also made of meat, so I guess they're kind of more like an android? Oh wow, look at their blood. It's like, look how it's smeared on the fucking gravestones. Flesh golem, perhaps. Guess I'm done here. Doop. Well, this is quite the off-the-path route we're taking at this point. Alright, what are we doing over here? Besides hopping on this. Whoosh! So the best strategy is just to run off a ledge. Not jump, just run off a ledge. Yeah. Cool, that's more sorcery. What's up here? Seek death. No, I'd rather not. Okay, I saw items, not death, by climbing up here. I guess it's, yeah, this is safe. Bit of a drop, but safe. Starting to finally fill out the fall distances in this game. It's still kind of tricky sometimes, but zip. That's not sorcery. That's a weapon skill. Yeah, but it would like. Well, okay, that's true. Doesn't it scale with sorcery though? Or does it? Or do weapon skills just scale with whatever the weapon does? Actually, I'm not entirely sure. Okay, now I need to go back to the upper. I'm gonna walk. Actually, I don't really want to refight the doggos. It's fine. Oh, the magic guys disappeared again. That's interesting. So they actually despawn if you outrun them and leave. I wasn't aware of this. I figured they just kind of hang around, but I guess not. Oh wait, no, I respawned them. I'm dumb. I actually did rest that bonfire. I forgot. So actually, I respawned the doggos either way. Well, oh well. They're actually very skippable. I sent it down this time. Alright, so let's see. Puppo, excuse me. Puppo wants to chase. Puppo will... Zigzag maneuvers will avoid Puppo. Just here like fucking snarling. Alright, now we're back here. Now I must fight Puppo, because Puppo is relentless. Alright, there we go. And away with you. And away with you. And away with you. Now for you. Oh, I thought that would usually stun them. That'll stun him. Oh god, he fell on me. I'm fine! He just straight up fell on me, but it's fine. He has a chest cavity, I just stood in it. It's all good. Ooh, red branch shortbow. Do I have one of those already? Is that new? No, that's not new. Unfortunately, it has terrible range. It is pretty good for a shortbow, though. But I mean, it's a shortbow. Thus, you know, it's a shortbow. I prefer longbows. All right, so we took this really long path over this way. What about... I think we're pretty much done with the manor. However, I still haven't found the princess. That supposedly is supposed to be hanging out here according to other NPCs. I like how the light shines through that. I like how the light shines through that, so it's like made really obvious like there's a path over there. I appreciate that. That's interesting. I don't think I've been up that little area up there. Can I get in there? Can I get in that little region? I don't know what they were thinking when they decided most of the mages of the games would be Burger King cosplayers. They were really big fans of the game Sneak King. FromSoft's secretly huge fan of Burger King mascot. It wouldn't even be that unusual. Sometimes Japan just gets really fond of particular American mascots. I mean, for instance, well, it's not mascot based, but you guys know that. You guys know what Japan thinks of KFC, right? I can't remember what they call it exactly, but there's like the day before Christmas or something, it's actually tradition to go get KFC. Not even lying. It's like a Christmas tradition to get KFC. Wait, there's... Okay. I'm not kidding whatsoever. Go look it up. Precious item ahead. Too bad I can't get to it. Sadness. Those walls do look mighty suspicious. They look tacked on. Like you could just break them. Wait, what? Do you want me to... This guy has 9,999 appraisals. Alright, I'll bite. Let's see. That's this one, right? Oh, is that why they're shaped that way? I didn't do anything. Alright, well, that was pointless. Why does this guy have 9,998 appraisals? Wait, has the two fingers gesture? Oh. Alright, let me try that again. Which one is that? Rapture? Rapture. So I just accidentally replaced an emote again. That's fine, I'll just leave it on. Oh no, it is actually in that shape. It's more of a U. Alright, Alright, well, I don't know why that guy got 999 appraisals, but good for him. I'm actually wondering if he hacked something, but well done. Okay, alright, first off, well done. Okay, this is leaving the manor, so I must ask an important question to those in the know. Where the fuck's the princess? Did I miss her? I heard lore about some lady hanging out in the manor. It sounded important, but I didn't see her. Did I miss something? Or did I not miss something? On the property. Then in that case, she might be up on the cliffs. Alright, let's check out the cliffs. I guess I'll start by just going over here. Three Sisters. Also known as Land of Crystals. I've not been up here. I have no idea what's going on up here. Durg. Oh yeah, I think I saw the Durg briefly when I was... Right, I'll deal with that in a second. I wonder if it's a Durg or a boss Durg. I want to start from one side to the next, though, so I'm going to just kind of run the cliff here. Now, I have been down there. I don't think I need to go back down there. It's a crystal Durg, I bet you anything. Away with ye. I guess if she wasn't in the manor, but she was, like, hanging around the manor, then the most logical place would be to check the place past the manor that you have to go through the manor to get to. How many times can I say the word manor? Ooh, it's a castle. Or it's another one of these towers. Okay. So that's what I marked on the map. Okay. Alright, then. I wonder if there's any places here where I have to drop down the cliffs for items. Yeah, here. Burb. Barely need their flight pinions. I guess they aren't useless, but I've kind of upgraded my arrows at this point. Oh, this is not going anywhere, is it? Yeah, I don't think I saw anything of note on these cliff sides. There aren't even any like tombstone things sticking out of the wall, except for right here. There are some right here. I should check right here just to be sure. But yeah. Okay, let's see. So what's going on with this tower? I'm not taking that standing down. Let me up here. Aha. I've done it. One moment. There. Just gotta leave that for everybody who thinks the same way I do. Perfect. Just like, alright, that was a waste of my time. I'm just here to take a fucking nap. I just fuck this. Alright, so we got ourselves... Oh, I know the structure. There's an item over here. Unless there isn't. There was last time. Last time I saw this copy-paste tower layout. Goddamn copy-paste layouts. Anyways, you go up this. You climb this, you get in the tower. Copy-paste is shit. Oh, hey. Whoa, 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 whoa. I am fine. Don't mind me. That was intentional. No, I actually backstepped. At least I think I was a backstep. I'm rushing because I'm just like eye-rolling and being like, yeah, I've done this before. Unless this is not the way in, they actually... What? I already have that. Black Wolf Mask. Wait a minute. Huh. Is that... Wait a minute. In the loading screen, is that the Black Wolf Mask we see in the loading screen, or is it the, That's weird. I could have... Oh, that's how you get his head. I was wondering how you got that one guy's head without killing him. You see the doggo itself. The doggo itself? Assassin assumed the guys of Ranni the Witch's loyal shadow. I don't know who Ranni the Witch is. But I guess Wolf Boy is Ranni the Witch's loyal shadow. That's mildly interesting. Alright, now to examine point of entry. One moment. This tower doesn't have any indicator of how to access it, so... Let me climb back up. Is that roof slippery? It kind of doesn't look terribly slippery. Could fuck around with it. Actually, you know what? The horse can do this. Yeah. The horse can do this. Can the horse stand on this roof? Oh, I don't even know. But regardless, the horse can do this. I'm pretty sure. Let me just test it in a safe place. Yes, yes it can. But this door is also closed. Oh well, I'll figure it out. The horse is always like a... Arranging the horse is always like a bit of a puzzle for me. Jumping. Dragon? Does Dragon need to die? The guy pointed at Dragon. Does Dragon need to die? What's annoying is that half these towers don't actually give you a little hint. Like the first ones did, but then after that it's been like, eh. Locked by plot. That's the worst lock. Right, I'll put a marker on it. See, what's the marker? I've started to use a second marker whenever a plot reason. Actually, I guess I just leave it like that. That one's also locked by something. Locked by plot. I think I had an exact... I think I had a specific icon for... No. No. At one point I was considering using a second icon for anything that was locked by events I can't do. But technically, with how thorough I am, a single icon's fine enough for that. I can get the idea that I've left that for a reason. You know, they may just be items, but sometimes these skulls are spooky. Look at this one from the distance. That's a little spooky, isn't it? Especially when it's in the fog. That makes me think that some skeletons just like... It kind of makes me think like, oh, it's just some skeleton. He has his head popped out of the ground. If I approach, he'll pop the rest of the way out. He's like looking around. That would be so fucking funny if there was just a skeleton that just it was completely buried in the ground except for its head, and it just like swiveled its head around to look around. You had to sneak around it. Well, it just swivels like a periscope. It's probably doesn't lead to anything because I mean all the death. I don't. That would be a mix of silly and spoopy. I want to see a game do that. Oh shit. Another one. I wasn't expecting that one. I was just kind of in the brush. Alright, I guess this dragon needs to stop existing, so I'm gonna make the dragon stop existing. This area seems actually very empty, aside from the dragon. Okay. Well, I guess there are ruins here. Actually, yeah, there are ruins here. Should I be exploring these ruins for a basement? I'm not sure if this is officially a ruin area, though. Or it's just some buildings. Could be. Could be either or. If it's a proper ruins, then there's a basement. If there isn't... Okay, this looks... Yeah, what have we got here? There's gotta be something over here. No? Nothing? I guess it's, I guess they just copy-paste... This is the other problem with the copy-paste elements, right? This is the structures I've seen in actual little ruins mini-dungeons, which of course always have a treasure. But here it's just copy-pasted to be just some general architecture. But being that I can here's the thing, I have a decent geographical memory of like a I have a decent photographic memory. So if I see something copy-pasted and the first time I've seen it, it was used one way, and the second time I see it, it's used a second way, that kind of messes with me a bit. Because I'm like, no. These are the buildings that we're normally constructing actual ruins areas, so there should be a staircase around here. It doesn't seem like it, though. This isn't actually a ruins. There's no name popping up. So I don't think there's actually a staircase to find, but my brain is ingrained to find it because they're fucking copy-pasting. So it's like, I'm used to this environment. This environment should have a thing, but it doesn't have it. That's another problem I have with copy-paste design, which I think is a thing that open world suffers with a lot. Sometimes you can have two areas with completely different purposes, but you don't know that because they look so similar. This is why you struggle in mazes? Absolutely. Similar architecture, similar environments, I get an impression. I get it. I think that it's going to work a certain way, and it's, it does. You're big. You're a boss, aren't you? Oh, yeah, you are. Come on, then. You know what, actually? Magic breath is dangerous to me. Where the fuck are you going? I don't think he knows either. Can you please stop falling down all the ledges? Thanks. Alright, bye. When the boss chooses to leave an area and then despawns himself. For fuck's sake. Another problem of open world design! Get fucked, dude. Get fucked, dude. You dragons should know by now I'm gonna find you. You should fucking run, asshole. Get back here. Oh. I didn't expect them to listen to me. What? First they de-aggro themselves, and then they fucking split. Yeah, they are learning that I'm dangerous. Okay, what now? Did I not kill you fast enough or something? Oh. Hi. What the fuck's wrong with this guy? That's intended and normal. Alright then, I guess I'll have to fight them again. Somehow. Later. Maybe. Wait, actually, which direction do they fly off to? I should probably have kept note of that. Maybe I have to go pursue them or something. They also kind of despawned as they did it, though. They probably did the magic-y teleport thing that a lot of magic creatures can do. Yeah, they cheated. They used no-clip. Sweet. Scripted to fuck off at half health. What if you did so much damage you couldn't? Huh. Another tower. That's not really surprising there's more magic towers in the magic area, though. Puppo. 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 But yeah, seriously, I'm pretty good at fighting dragons at this point. They have, in my opinion, very predictable attack patterns. So even if I fight a variation, it's like, yeah, I know how this works. 3 towers, 3... Oh, that's what the Three Sisters thing is about. So the last tower must be that one. Okay, fair enough. So this area is kind of built around the 3 mage towers. Gotcha. That's weird. Normally they don't have graces inside of them. Alright, I'll take it. I wonder where I have to go beat him up some more. The dragon, that is. I don't assume they come back to this area. I assume they've gone somewhere else. Do I have to backtrack through old areas to go find it, or is this somewhere new? If I gotta backtrack through old areas to find that thing, let me know. And old areas means, well, anywhere except, I guess, this plateau and this tower, and if they went somewhere... Did they leave the region? They could have, I suppose. I don't know. Could be they could be at the beach in Caelid, for all I know. Hi, Gandalf. How you doing? Oh wait, you're.
Again we cross paths.
Oh, you're Lanny.
I believe I said my name was Renna.
Oh wait, you're Renna.
When last we met, it pleases
yeah, I've seen her.
It's
been a while because she hangs out here.
What business hast thou here?
Yeah, you know, stuff.
Of inking thee an invitation.
You're Ranni. Yeah. Behind the Knight of the Black Knives. Wait, I knew this? Okay, cool.
I see.
I did study that shit.
Aren't we? Indeed, I am the witch Ranni. I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death and used it to forge the god-slaying Black Knives through fearsome rite. I did it all. But sadly for thee, the curse mark thou seekest is not to be found here. I have slain the body I was born into and cast it away. And it is upon that flesh the curse mark is carved.
Huh.
And why should I reveal that to thee? I performed the act not to bury the past, nor in shame of the deed. But all the same, thy begging compels me not a jot.
Tell me why you did it.
The curse mark thou seekest is not here. That is all I will say. Now, be gone.
You kind of did a bad thing, but you don't seem like a bad person. I don't really...
The curse mark thou seekest is not here.
She's enigmatic, but she doesn't seem hostile.
That is all I will say. Now.
Alright, well. Nice talking with... Can I still a thing to have more magic from you? No, there's nothing here like that. Okay, well. So she must be one of the 3 sisters as well. Which means there must be 2 other kind of like her. She's not bad. Well, she seemed nice from the beginning, but she also did the ritual, the black knives or whatever the fuck that... I don't really know what that does, actually. I'm not entirely sure. It seems to have done some bad things, but... Secret. Exit point. Secret exit point. My favorite type of exit. Alright, so... I see. They gave me a site of grace there because I'll need to talk to her again, probably. Should I go tell Rajier that I met her, I guess? I suppose I should do that. For that, what the hell are those lights? Yeah, okay. They're only in this direction. That's that way. You know, that part of the map isn't revealed. What's over there? I'm thinking we have to cross the sea. Time to get a boat. Honestly, I don't know why no Dark Souls protagonist ever thought of getting a boat. Actually, that's not true. There is one Dark Souls protagonist who actually thought, hey, I should have a boat. And that was Dark Souls 2 protagonist, because before he entered the world of I forgot the name of the world of Dark Souls 2. Before he entered that world, he was in fact on a boat. So only Dark Souls protagonist that goes, I can't swim. Wait, maybe I should have a boat. You know, a boat doesn't seem all that difficult as a concept, but yet, despite our ability to completely sink in water like we're fucking Metal Mario, none of the protagonists of Souls-likes ever think to get a boat. You sail a boat on a boat in DS. Oh, that's technically true too. You fight a boss on one. But however, that maybe that's why a lot of them don't use boats and why they are heavy like Metal Mario, because technically the boat on DS2, you can die if the boss fight goes too long, right? Because the boat slowly fills up with water, because you're in the ship's hold, and it slowly fills up with water. And you'll die, I believe, right? If you let it go long enough. During the boss fight for the Flexile Sentry. Also, what is this? Is this something? There's all these ruins, but not much around them. That makes me suspicious. Also, all these sad people. Stop crying, it harshes my groove. Let's see. Why are all these sad people here? Why are they sad? They're not even attacking me. These ruins are really fucking my brain, though. Wait. What's also fucking with my brain is the magic... We're in a magic area, so you hear magic sounds. And those... Ah, there is actually one around here. No, wait. Where? Ah. It's hard to tell if there's the bugs are around. Aha, there's one. Chilling mist. Nice. I really don't care about Ashen Wars. I might find the occasional use for them, but I mean, I like the jellyfish shields. But honestly, a lot of times I'm like, but I want to throw fireballs. That also uses FP, so I want to save for that. And then I never use them anyways, because I like to just hoard resources. But, you know. But anyways, these crystals make sparkly sounds, which keeps making me think there's a bug nearby when there isn't. These ruins are really fucking with my brain. There's barely anything in this area. But all these ruins, there's so many walls that could technically hide something, so I want to keep looking around the walls, right? And seeing if I can find anything useful, but then I find nothing useful, and then I do crazy parkour with my horse by accident. Yeah. Actually, that gives me an idea. There could be something on top of that little tower section. I don't know, man. Actually, I should probably just go up this ledge. Then I can look down above and see if there actually are any items I need to grab. Behold, pickle. Ooh. I still don't understand why. I still don't quite understand why pickle is a word that we can use in the message generator. Why is pickle a word we can use in the message generator? I haven't even seen any pickles. Is there a significance to pickles that I'm not aware of yet? There's, you know, this is a large area, but there's just really nothing here. It's perplexing to me. There's like barely the dragon, 3 wolves, and like 3 items. All this area, all these nooks and crannies, but like there's no items. Oh, and a bug, a couple bugs maybe. Oh, there are pickled items. That's true. But there are pickled items. I wonder why the word wouldn't be pickled and why it's pickle instead. There's blue light coming from that wall. Alright, so yet again I have run into a block shut for now. This is another one I have to come back to. Man, the gatekeeping. God, there's so much gatekeeping in this game. I would think it's a fucking Twitter account. Let's see. Can't even climb up high around this one. I wonder though, if one were able to climb up high, did they force fill off those areas too up there? Let's see. They didn't. I think they assumed that nobody could parkour up to it. They're probably right, but I don't know if they're 100% right. Humor me a moment. Behold, something. Torch's like, no, the platform is too thin. That's fine. I'll do it manually then. Gotta do it at an angle. I'll make this a little more tricky, but that's fine. I'm just going to exhibit an experiment for a moment. Okay. Checking the distance. Now let's see. So let me teach you guys about trees. I have glitched a horse on top of a tree before. Or this horse. Specifically this horse on top of a tree before. It only ever worked once, though. If this can be achieved, I actually get another jump. This would be nearly impossible, but it might be possible to platform the trees. Damn it, that was close. The horse is such a obstacle to my attempts at platforming, though. It is both required and an obstacle to certain attempts. Honestly, though, with all the gatekeeping the game does, with like, oh, you can't go here yet. It isn't the point of the story where you can go here. I honestly would absolutely love it if I could just sequence break with a good jump. Because if a game starts making me a little annoyed at the number of areas it locks me off to, the best thing in the world for me is when I'm just like, I'm gonna go there anyways, fuck you. Makes me happy as hell. Anyways, what I'd like to do is land on that little roof section. I don't know if that's standable on, but I feel like it could be. Thing is, though, I don't know if the horse can quite make it. I have learned some really interesting things with the horse, though. It is possible to make the horse float upwards against some walls. If you know what you're doing. I messed around the underground and climbed to an area I wasn't at all supposed to get to. Probably should have left some message there, actually. Developers did, you know, for all the things I do say about how I feel like certain stuff was kind of lazily put together, they did do a very good job trying to keep you from sequence breaking. Credit where credit's due there. Much better than most developers. Like, I have a sense of trying to sequence break. I'm trying to mess with geometry to get somewhere I'm not supposed to go. With the exception of the very first area of the game, where I broke into the boss room without aggroing the boss because I didn't go through the fog wall. Aside from that one major example, I have not been able to find another way to break things yet. I say yet. I'm gonna keep trying. Oh, hey, cool. Cavern stuff. That's kind of an interesting... Huh. Gonna guess that's... Oh, that's why it's called Atlas Plateau, because it's really high up and it looks kind of flat up there. Alright, fair enough. It is a plateau. Turtle. Open the tower by killing you. I don't know. Alright, well... I'm just perplexed why this area is so big and yet has so little going on. Normally, like, this area up here is kind of annoying me because normally searching every nook and cranny as you explore the world map areas, that tends to find you items. But it's not really finding me too much doing that here. It's like, it feels like all these areas are completely pointless. Like going over here, like, at least I got a crystal butt out of it, but it's there's so little out here. It's very odd. Oh, hey, enemies. That's finally something. Hooray. Oh shit. Also a crystal bud. Oh wow, that fucked it up. Not quite killed it though. No, hit it! I don't know what my character was doing there. Ooh! Frost on ornament, you say. Interesting. With a little more faith, it looks like I can kind of assassinate the what were they called again? You guys said they were called? I actually missed that. I like half read it, but I was playing too. You guys called it. It did have an official name of some sort. Ow, 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 ow! Oh god! Hold on a minute, please. Nice stun lock there. Good work. Alright, you know what? Actually, this is actually a perfect example of why I should technically have the shield out now and then. Fuck you. Fast enemies, shield. Anything else? No. Fast melee enemies, specifically. Is waltzing up on a dog with a shield, that is actually a pretty good strategy. There we go. The jellyfish bleeds when it gets hit, I just realized. Poor thing is still alive, and it's causing it to lose blood every time it gets hit by an attack for me. You can tell it's the jellyfish blood because it's white. Let's see. Pickles are a movie snack? Well, I mean, pickles are fine. I have no problem with pickles. I don't really like them on sandwiches and burgers and stuff. Can be okay in like a tuna salad in little bits, I suppose. But actually, just eating a pickle, just straight up just eating a pickle, that's fine. I have no issue with that. I think pickles are way too overly flavorful. They don't work good as a condiment or, as, you know, on a burger or whatever. Because they just, in my opinion, they overpower the taste of everything else. Because they're just so freaking strong in taste. But if you just eat them by themselves, then yeah, it makes sense. Then you can enjoy their taste just as they are. Just eat a pickle. Alright, so now we got this region over here. Ah, yes, and we're actually really close to where I first checked out the Atlas Plateau really briefly by accident. Because of the secret path. Oh, we're leaving the mist behind, I suppose. We're on the other side of the castle. Alright. Yeah, I think I'll just one hand and use the shield for a bit. Alright, what's on this side of things? Here's something moving around inside. One of the hands, probs. Cucumbers are kind of a tasteless food, but they are certainly edible. They're nice and hydrating. What the hell? Look at that message placement. I guess that's theoretically not not too far of a drop. I have to admire that person's bravery. That is not a safe place to land. I also have to admire their bravery placing a message, because I feel like you can fall off doing that. Message placement does actually make you kind of shift and move, so you can fall off while just doing it. That guy's rolling out. I can't get over how adorable that animation is. Oh, Albernac ashes. Hello. No, I saw that. You were pointing... He was pointing. Oh, was he pointing to the academy? Or was he pointing to a secret? Why did he despawn? That was weird. That's why the painting ghost rewards. Oh? Oh, he dropped an item. I was more interested in where he was pointing. Okay. Juvenile Scholar Cap. What the hell? It looks like a Juvenile Scholar robe. Oh, these actually look kind of neat. Oh, a larval tier. Okay, that's literally the first time I've ever seen somebody like that, so I imagine the painting rewards are things I've never done. Hold on a second, that actually looks kind of swank. I want to see this outfit. Well, the robe looks swank, not so much the hat. Oh, hi there. Ow. I look like I just graduated college. Mom and Dad are gonna be so proud. Actually, bite. Hold on a second. Yeah, honestly, wearing the imp head with this outfit doesn't even seem that unusual because, well, the scholars wear unwieldy stone heads anyways. The painting you found near the Church of Vows. Let's look at the paintings I have for a second. Let's figure this out. Let's figure out what I need to go find, okay? Because I didn't realize that I was supposed to be looking for these destinations. Let's see. Paintings. This is the last tab. Paintings. So this painting, big arches, kind of underneath it, little gravesite. This one is the one we just found. I can tell that much. This one, I'm not entirely sure. And this one is obviously in Caelid. You guys want to help me go on a scavenger hunt to find the other three? Let me finish up this plateau first. I kind of like the color scheme of it, but I'm not sure if I like it. Man, this will get so muddy if you just like walked around in this. Look how far down it goes. Actually, on that note, didn't I pick up something? Yeah, I got the figure maiden robe as well. I was meaning to check that out. Quite a few random outfits at this point. I'm gonna go back to Red May Knight for the moment. Probably gonna change it up eventually later. First one in Limgrave makes sense because it was the first one I got, probably. Alright, well, before that, though, let me finish here. We'll don't worry about scavenger hunting just yet. Ah, isn't this around where the... It's over there. Gotta make sure those gravestones, those little... The graves that stick out of the wall. I gotta make sure that they don't lead to... Ah, my god, that's so beautiful. Alright. To something. I bet they do, though. Behold, good fortune. Not quite, mate. The gravestones are over here. What good fortune are they talking about? I don't see any good fortune there. Fucking liars. Alright, but yeah, there's some graves here. Question is there any items? Like, this is obviously a way down to an area I've already been. I just wanted to see if the graves themselves held any items. Because they occasionally do. What is that over there? I'll worry about it in a second. Doesn't look like it. This seems pointless. Let me annoy skeletons. Oh, wait, that's a dog. The fuck? A moment, please. Oh, God. Okay, hold on. I thought it was like a piece of ground. Like a crystal or something. Alright, this is different. I can't get a hidden. There, I got a hidden. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. This is a special magic dog. Okay, 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 hold on. Okay, that's better. At least the other dogs were kind of chill during all that, or that could have been even worse. That dog had good in and out tactics, honestly. I honestly thought that all that was like a big orange crystal. I didn't realize it was a dog for a minute. I've never seen a red wolf before. Now I've seen them before. I will know that I will know their future existence. Oh, are there any night bosses up here, by the way? In this past the Manor area? Do tell if so. Okay. Alright, time to... Oh, there's a Evergel over here. Okay. Are there any skeletons to annoy in the general vicinity? There probably is. There's so many... Oh, there's dogs. Man, there's a lot of graves here. One moment. Gotta explore. One heck of here's some skeletons. Took a while. Skeletons took a while to find. That guy's head was just rolling away. Oh, hi there. Hey, Joey, can you pass over the stamp and ink, Lamau? Imagine doing your work and all your co-workers start freaking out about Portuguese Nano. What the hell is Portuguese Nano? Portuguese Nano? Nano 8-bit, I need to know more about your Portuguese doppelganger. Wait, actually, Nano, are you Portuguese? I don't know where you come from, actually, now I think about it. Ow. Just kind of ate that attack. Poltergeist is the worker that died but can't move on until they paid their department. What? I missed the conversation here. Oh, I guess I should move around while reading the conversation. Actually, okay, there we go. Yeah, I don't think I understand the conversation even after looking at it. Ow. Damn you, fence. Stop it. It's not much here. You're Mexican. Fair enough. Live in Texas. Oh, cool. Did your family, like, move over the border or something? Texas is kind of a mixed bag state. There's actually stuff I like. I've been to Texas. There's stuff I like about Texas. There's also stuff I hate about Texas. I will say, I spent some time in, oh gosh. Let's see, which city was it? It was probably, oh, hold on. Names escape me. Yeah, it was Houston. It was Houston. It was totally Houston. I spent some time in Houston, Texas, one of the larger cities. And I hung out with a friend who was actually, want to say Malaysian. Kind of forgot. Precisely. But I will tell you, the Asian community of Houston, Texas, I got to know them for a bit while I was vacationing there, basically. Nice people. Real nice people. Good dim sum restaurants as well. If you don't know what that is, I've only ever had the experience once, but it's a kind of interesting experience. You sit down at a table, and there's carts going around, and these carts have all sorts of food, and you're just like, I want that food, and you take it. And it's like a small portion. It's kind of like a buffet, sort of, where you're like you're grabbing a variety of different things in small portions. Except for there's just carts, and you just like, hey, I want that from the cart, and you just take it. And then you just get billed for the items you took at the end. It's interesting. It's kind of like a buffet, but you're paid individually for the items still. It is now raining. Okay. I found it to be an interesting dining experience, since I've never had that. I never had anything like that before. It's fun to see a new cultural thing I never heard of before too. Hello. I presume this guy is a wuss. Let's kill him. Who lives here? You might argue they don't live there. That's their jail. Well, yeah, but they're living there. Do they have any other choice? Hi. Onyx Lord. Thanks. Very good. Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh, you got a hit. Good work. Rescan. I fought these guys before. They use gravity. I don't care. I got gravity. Which basically means they're fucking mages and squishy. Hey, this guy teaches badasses. He might not be a badass himself. That's why he was not badass enough. That's why he was like, you teach badasses, I guess, but you're not badasses, and that's against the law. That's a crime. Because somehow you are able to teach badasses, whatever that means, but are not badass yourself, so you must go to jail. Cool. Randomly. Wait, I'm sorry. Did you see that guy and how he tried to save himself? Oh, I'm gonna hop up. Watch this horse. Wait, hold on. This is too far. Let me do a double jump. Oh, that made it farther. He made it farther. He made it farther by turning. Congratulations. Like, literally, he made the drop farther by jumping where he did. Okay, good work. Can't psych yourself out, man. Let's see how this guy does. And he got... Okay, that guy demonstrates why I hate the horse. This horse is so fucking imprecise. Look at this. I think I'll turn around, not fall off the ledge. Never mind. Fuck the horse. It literally gets you killed. I will only use it in situations where it's either pretty flat or I literally need it. I'm in combat. With you? Are you in combat with me? Why am I in combat? Oh wait, no, the music just got really intense for no reason. I'm not actually in combat. Okay, well, that was weird. Oh, Nano, I'm sorry. We did actually drop a few frames. So that might have actually been that. Only a few, though. Well, I think I'm done in this area, unless there's a dungeon or something up here I missed. Okay, treasure hunt time! Where is this? Painter said to capture the landscape scene during the last one of those welcome into death's embrace. Soul the painter of the vestiges of the dead's last moments can be discovered at a visible location depicted even now. Okay, well, those big ol'... that looks like it's... Is that near the big bridge that leads to the tower? Those look like this, maybe the supports to the big bridge. We should put it in the general area of... here-ish. Let me inspect this again. Okay, what is that in the distance? Okay, well there's also a minor Erd tree in the distance. So past the bridge is also a tree. So can I find a point where I'm looking through the big bridge to a minor Erd tree? Looking through this big bridge to a minor Erd tree. What would that mean? What would that entail? It probably would entail this Erd tree. No, well, maybe. So let me try going like, oh, I don't know, here, for starters. South of Agil Lake. Well, there is this giant bridge, but you can't really get underneath it. Agil Lake. Which one's Agil Lake? Ah, this is Agil Lake. South of Agil Lake would put it around... We'll put it around, You think of this bridge? I'm trying to think. But you can't really get underneath this bridge. In the south of Agil Lake. You mean around here then? Like directly south? But there's no bridge over here. I guess there are those supports. But they don't look like they match up. Well, maybe they do. Let me check my map. I guess it could be those. Alright, in that case, let me find the tree. Actually, that's easy. It's right there. That's too close. That's the big one. Wrong tree. So wait, which tree would it be then? I guess it would still be the one to the... One more. That way. That one. I don't know if he's right, though. I just wanted a clear view of this for a second. What are those structures in front of the Erd tree? Are those just other trees, or is that like some sort of ruin? Well, if it is this tree that I'm staring at, then I need to back the fuck up. I'm too close to it. It's not that tree. If it was not that tree, then I guess this would be the next tree it would be. Okay. Which still though, I think my statement of needing to back the fuck up is still accurate. Again, I feel like it's the proper bridge over there, but say it's not. There are these stone pillars. Hold on. That angle doesn't seem right. Nah, this angle's wrong. Okay, fuck off. I'm doing something. You want a fireball? I'll give you a fireball. Alright, better. Okay, now that I can focus again. I think the main problem I have here is... Hold on a second. No, I can't. God, you know, it's really fun how I was trying to see if I could it's really fun how I have to keep looking at it, going back to my inventory each time. I'm gonna take a screenshot, hold on. They make this really inefficient to, like... You know what's next level? If a game wants me to use, like, an item in my inventory that shows me a puzzle, like a visual information... You know what's next level? I barely ever see games do this, but you know what? It's the best thing ever. If I'm supposed to be like looking at a picture to solve a puzzle in the game, and to look at the picture I have to open my inventory and stop playing the game. Next level big brain shit here. Make it so that I can pin the image to the corner of my gameplay screen. So basically I could say I'd like this pinned to the side of my screen, and then all of a sudden like that image is now just in the corner. And I can look at it while trying to figure out where to go. Like, wouldn't that just be wonderful as a feature? Or be able to pin it to the map. Well, that would probably give it away, but... These pillars are the right kind of pillar, though. It's a matter of finding the right ones, I suppose. That tree is super far away in that image, though. I have it on the side now. It'd probably be a little further than this, so... well, I guess it could be. Let me try closer first, because who knows. Yeah, the tree is way too close. Well, no. It might just be the time of day. But I noticed that the picture is actually up on a hill, slightly above the pillars. Well, not above them per se, but still slightly above. Which... I kind of like this, actually. Slightly above like this. But it's the wrong angle again, so it can't be this. I think... Well, it's definitely still on the ground, though. Where there is, indeed, some sort of grave. I can get up higher to kind of... Actually, let me get up just higher in general for a sec. I can remember how to climb this properly. That's weird. Wasn't there a trader here? Okay. What's notable is that there is indeed some sort of grave in the screenshot as well. It's not a very large grave site. It's not like a whole graveyard, but there is a grave or two. Oh wait, that ruin there is on the screenshot too. That's what is here, I'll show you guys again. That's what is that structure onto the right side. Like if you look under the arch of this photo, on the right side there is absolutely the church, that church over there. Okay. So let's see. That means I need to, oh, you know what? There's all these pillars here. I don't know which one it is that lines up perfectly, but I bet one of them lines up with it. Let me just run through these for a minute and look for graves. I don't know if they all line up right, but one of them must have a grave. Yeah, here it is. There's a dude. Fuck off. Oh no, he left before I could talk to him. Oh well. Take his incantation scarab then. The fuck? Is that another scarab I can wear on my head? Yes, it is. The first one was recovery effects of cerulean tears, increased damage. This one reduces FE cost of incantations, but increases damage take. Oh, incantations are what I use, right? The scarab approaches as it abandons the royal treasure and stretches its wings wide or a long journey to its home rest. Nest. Yes. Very good. Noted, if in case I want to get my attack strong. Okay, so that's that one. What's next? That's the one I found. Okay. Prophecy is said to capture the landscape between the last ones of those welcome to Death's Breath. So the player painter the best of the death's last one's going to be served eventually. Okay, that's the same description. They copy pasted these descriptions aside from the name of the painting. Fucking rude. Thought they were going to give me more hits with it. Oh well. Let me... Okay. Well, there's a very grand... Oops. There's a very grand city. And there's clearly a bridge. The grand city is pretty high up. Okay. I think that's a bridge. Actually, it may not be a bridge now that I look at it a little more carefully. I think there's a waterfall there. If that, yeah, that does look like Stormvale. Stormvale was all gaudy, and it seems to be whatever that is up there seems to have gold ramparts, and I believe Stormvale had those. So, okay, so Stormvale is above wherever that is. Let me go to. There. Is that not the location of the painting? Oh, let me look at the castle. Let me get an angle on it. An angle that doesn't have storms going on, of course. Yeah, this will do, whatever. I guess I could have just literally warped the Stormville. Actually, that would be simpler. Plus, I know this warp very well. And yeah, so you see that Stormville has kind of a gold thing going for it. So it kind of does look like that a little bit, except for this seems really high up. Like that looks like it's, well, it looks like it's an Atlas Plateau if I were to make a random guess. But like the screenshot isn't taken from Atlas Plateau, clearly. But I think whatever that is might be Atlas Plateau. Maybe. It's a good high vantage point where I can check something. Church of Ambition? Yeah, that might work. I think it's also got the sea. I thought it was at first there was a bridge stretching to the left in the photo, but looking at it more carefully, I think that's actually the ocean. Like on the left, if you look at the lower left corner, you can kind of see like there seems to be rock, ripples, water. So waterfall, ocean, giant castle. If it's not Atlas and it's not Stormville, then what the fuck is it? That I've run out of grand structures to really consider in that situation. I don't think it could be the Manor. Plus, it's not even on a plateau like that. Yeah, like high walls, though. Like in this area, there's high walls. Obviously, because we're next to the plateau. So. Okay, this weather is terrible. Hold on. Oh yeah, while I'm here. No, but I can also... Can I do this? Hell yeah! Well, I knew I could. Alright, cool. Let's try to fix the weather. That's better, I think. Yeah, I thought so. I thought I saw a castle. So there's a really high up castle. But it doesn't look gold. Does it? It's kind of just there. What is that weird white thing in front of it? Huh. So like, yeah. That's up there, but it doesn't look like the structure. I really do, if Beerus is insistent to say it's neither Stormville Castle nor anything up on the Atlas Plateau, then I'm a bit at a loss. I don't think it's the Academy. It doesn't have the right structure. There's a giant tower in the middle of the Academy, which doesn't appear in the screen in the image. I'm gonna need another hint if you don't want this to take 3 years for me to figure out. Weaving Peninsula? Really? Hold on. Is it Castle Morn? Let me look at Castle Morn, I guess. I mean, maybe. I guess. I don't think I remember it being gold-tipped, though. Oh god, where... Oh, there it is. I was looking for the random waypoint I set to remove it. Yeah, Castle Morn's kind of boring. It's also not exactly in the right position, so it can't be Castle Morn. It's also just not the right shape. Nor is the landscape right around it. So it's not Castle Morn. But that's kind of... I've kind of run out of big structures, then. I guess it could be looking in the distance of sign in Caelid, but it doesn't really look like Caelid. I guess it could be looking towards Redmane. Redmane might have the right terrain for it, but I'm pretty sure Redmane had a lot of, well, infected ground around it as well, so it should technically look like, well, red. Let me look towards the castle and just kind of give it a gaze. I think I should be able to see it from over here. Like, when it comes to Caria, I associate almost all of it with, like, there should be red in this... Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, the castle is... It's way over there. And it's also way too low to be the right structure. The fuck? Hold on a minute. What the hell is that? You guys see that? Look. Bowl. Giant mountain bowl. Bowl. That's where they're making the... Oh, no! Oh, I found the final area of Super Mario Sunshine. Bowser's up there. In the giant bathtub. Good to know. That's how we fight Bowser. We got up there. All right, good to know. All right, so let's see. I am really out of ideas. I'm gonna need a better hint than Weeping Peninsula. Let's see. Castle Morn doesn't qualify. Castle Redmane doesn't qualify. Also too far away to be in the image. What else could look that grand? What else looks this grand, guys? What other structure have we seen that has that level of grandeur as that gold-tipped, or at least seemingly gold-tipped structure there? Well, oh wait, that is Storm... Wait, it is Stormveil then. I thought we ruled out Stormveil. It really did make sense. I thought we ruled out Stormveil. Then again... Okay, well, Stormveil makes the most sense because of the gold tip. Oh. Yeah, Stormveil is properly positioned, especially with the, yeah, and the other part of land. Yeah, this makes sense, actually, because, like, you see how there's, like, also a structure to the left of the big castle? That is not part of the castle, but that is actually where we started the game, that kind of set apart area. You can even see the little bridge. So this is correct. This angle feels pretty... Oh, yeah! And I just realized that statue right there that I'm standing in front of is actually in the screenshot as well. So we're actually pretty close to the location. Because, yeah, look at that statue. You can see it in the upper, on the right side, slightly above the middle. That is that same statue, I believe. So we're actually very close to the right position. I just need to find out... Well, there's the waterfall. Okay. So I have the waterfall, I got the castle, the statue, and the other structure. What am I missing? That is a good question. What am I missing now? Well, I need to be able to see the land. Oh, okay. So I also need... Yeah, so there is water down there. I was right about that being water. Okay, so I've almost emulated the screenshot now. Almost. But I'm missing an element here. Let's see if I put that there. It really is useful to have this on the second monitor screen. I'm matching it up to the monitor screen. Okay, I feel like... Is my height wrong? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Get off the horse. I need to see myself. The horse is in the way. Is the height wrong? If it is, let's go down. It's gotta be there. Alright, let's see. How do you safely go? Oh, he's right here. Never mind. I could have sworn I looked that direction. There was nobody there. Alright. Warhawk ashes. Oh, that's actually kind of useful. Oh, I get it. I gotta look towards Stormveil, and then I get something from Stormveil. That's nice. Well, Warhawk ash, that could be really annoying. That might be a useful summon, actually. Alright, let's figure out the last one. Okay, I think I already know what that is looking at, but let me... No, okay, first off, that's got to be Castle Redmane. The picture is literally titled Redmane. So, it's a matter of positioning. So, okay, let me look at that again. Let me take a screenshot. So, we got a bunch of those weird pillars. You know, those are on the beach. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. I can't get this, can I? Those look like the pillars on the beach. But at this angle, that tells me one thing. At that angle, person taking the picture, the painting must be taken for the beach, right? It looks like it's way too low and too close to the beach, so I feel like it's on the beach. Well, let me try from over here. Let me see if I can get. Let's see what angle Redmane needs to be viewed at first off. I'm not sure which direction you need to view it at, so it's a very convenient. Yeah, right here. Remember the golem you like finding everyone else hit? It's near where that thing was. Oh, really? That would explain it, given the low to the ground thing I pointed out. Alright, hold on. I don't remember where I dropped down to the golem, though. I think it is pretty close to where I'm at right now, but I don't remember exactly. Yeah, so... This is the correct direction. This is definitely the correct direction. I'll show you guys. The sky, like, everything's a different color right now. This is absolutely the correct direction. But I definitely need to be lower. And the things, yeah, those are the structures we're seeing right there. That's in the screenshot too. Those structures down there. Take a look. It's obviously the same ones. So, I need to get down to that ledge there, right? Is that the ledge right down there? I think so. How did I get there? Oh, right, I remember how. Oh, wait, no, I don't. I'm kind of vaguely remembering. Well, whatever. That would maybe put me in the right position. All right, let's figure this out. I know there's a way to parkour down. I just remember where you start. Directly behind whose house? I don't know what you're talking about. Never mind that. Oh, it's behind... Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. If the drop-down's over here, that would not... Then we'd be out of view of everything. That doesn't make any sense. That would not line up with the camera. Look, here's his house, right? If I drop down over here, how in the fuck would I get an angle on Redmane Castle from there? Riddle me that. That doesn't make any sense. There would be an entire landmass blocking any sort of panorama of that area. Let's see. Huh. No, I was right. The golem's down there. I was correct. I know where I'm going. I have this correct. This is a very dangerous drop down all the same. I think part of this requires a horse, actually. Let's see if I can manage to figure this out without making the golem really mad at me again. Oh, that's a bit of a dangerous fall, but that was really the best way to do it. That just occurred to me. Instead of doing this really dangerous jump, I could just do a different dangerous. Oh my god, my health bar. All right. I'm very much pushing the edge of these jumps. All right. And this one, I need to switch the weapon. It's very important, so that I can actually double. Oh, that was a little weird. Okay, it's fine. Behind Gurunk was a... You're right, there is a path behind Gurunk, but it's not the same. At least that there's stuff in the terrain that's completely different. Okay, I need to try to not piss that guy off if I can help. I think that can be avoided by just not messing with him, though. Alright. Oh, it might be on top of him, though. It's hard to say. Yes, this is the... Yeah, well, he's right here, actually. There we go. Rain of arrows. Hey, is that something useful for the bow for once? There's barely anything the bow can use. So that actually might have my interest. Oh, I know what this is. Somebody used it against me before. Ray the bow and fire burst of arrows in the sky to shower the enemies. Yes, I've been attacked by that before. I know this skill. That skill can be demonstrated by going to... where was that guy, actually? I don't remember. Oh, well, never mind. Alright, well, anyways. No reason to piss off the golem again. I've already defeated him. And he is a bit tough, so... let's go... Okay, so that covers the scavenger hunt. That was the 4 paintings I had. I assume we'll find more later. Oh! I guess since I talked to the witch lady, I should go talk to Rogier real fast. But yeah, Rain, what was behind Gronk, guys? There was 2 items. You had to do a bunch of really dangerous drops, and it led to, what did it lead to?
Well then.
Let's talk to people for a minute, see if they have anything new to say to me. You're an asshole! Just to let you know, because you sick the guy on me. Yeah, there's a talisman too, that's right. And that was the other thing. I remember the talisman, but I forgot what the other thing was. You're boring still. I just figured I'd see if she had anything new to say. It's always good to check.
Greetings, are you here for...
Burb. Burb. I honestly think that burb... Oh god, the FP cost, though. I can afford it now, at least. I think that burb would be really fucking annoying for the enemies that have to deal. We'll test it. I'm gonna actually equip it. We shall equip burb and see what people do. See what they do. I actually didn't really try the rotten stray out either. Let me try equipping both. I think that burb... Oh yeah, the imps might also be really annoying. Oh, let's just equip all 3 of them. Let's test them all out. Tired doggo spotted? Oh, because I yawned. Not really tired, just...
Well, I took you no man to lay out your own.
Low energy, I suppose? Yeah, oh, it just requires basic smithing? Okay, yeah, sure. Oh my god, I have so many of these. Well, no reason not to, really. I am honestly upgrading some weapons I may not use, so I may be wasting resources in some regards, but I like to test this stuff. What is this? How does this scale? scales nicely with Dex too, so seems alright. I'm not blown away by it at the moment, but I'm gonna try something.
Back already, no matter.
I also want to see something. Okay. So this might actually be... You may notice that I only had Mighty Shot on it. Mighty Shot is quite useful at times, but Rain of Arrows might be more useful. That doesn't change affinity. Interesting. Also, the Imani, it has... What's basically... It currently just has kick. Okay. I want to see something. Sacred Urumi. Fire Urumi. Oh, wait, what do these do again? Burst of flames and a wide forward arc. That could have. I'm trying to think. Like maybe I actually do want to mix something interesting with it. That lowers physical. Granted, you can also select multiple. What's the difference between flame and flame art? Oh, it actually. Oh, let's see. Degree which this attack scales of arcane elements belong to the same. Oh, wait, what? Oh no, I want the affinities. I want help on the affinities. Apparently, I can't get help on the affinities. All right, well, I can see what they do. One of them does arcane scaling. One of them is just strength based. Thinking. Ugh. Also, I don't know if adding an affinity to any of my weapons would really help me out that much. What do you think? Well, that damage split isn't too bad, actually. Actually, that damage split is pretty reasonable. Like, just kind of observing, like, the difference, you know? I'm thinking. I'm debating right now. Do you think quality Scalia is best for me? I kind of feel like throwing fire at it. Not like... But quality, let's see. Standard... Quality reduces standard from 177 to 143. Ups 121 to... And that is actually pretty good. You're right. That is... How much of an increase is that? 177... minus 143 would be the loss. 187 minus 121 would be the gain. We have to compare that result. God, I wish there was some combined number you could look at. It'd be nice if it wasn't, if you could just see a combined number at the end, so it'd be easier to judge the damage difference. I always wondered why none of the Souls games did that. They always did this plus this, and they never did equals this. I always wish they did, though. Alright, hold on. Damage on standard is 298. 298. Damage on quality would be 143 plus 187, which is 330. So is that like a slight... Yeah, it's like 32. Was that like 32 damage increase? Yeah, about that. Yeah, it does look like quality is best. Well, do you think quality will drop off later? Or do you think quality is just always going to be the best thing for me because I do strength dex? Actually, yeah, with my strength dex focus, will quality always be preferable? I wonder. But yeah, I agree with this. The only thing I lose is a little bit of guard boost for some reason. Why do I lose guard boost? Oh, whatever. Let's do it. Okay. What? In that case, let me see if I can... Let me actually see something. 196, 132, 160, 191. That's a loss of like Oh, that's an easy loss to figure out. That's a loss of... Yeah, it's a loss of 36 and a gain of... 60... Actually, 59? Yeah, once again, quality works out better for this, too. Alright, cool. Let's see what we should throw on the flail, then, in that case. Because actually, yeah, spinning chain sucks. It's really slow. So there's a lot better options. Hold on. What should we put on it? Throwing Toxic Mist, Frigid Mist sounds kind of interesting. Gets Armaments X, Holy Essence of Fire. Grants Armaments... Okay, so, remind me, by the way, if I throw fire on a weapon, but I'm not throwing... If I throw fire on a weapon but keep it standard or quality, that fire does damage equal to the weapon's current stats, right? So in other words, it won't scale off arcade. It'll scale off of dex and strength. The fire attack, right? Not that it matters too much because I am up in my arcade, but just asking. So I'm asking specifically because if I want to use, say, an Ash of War that technically involves intelligence, but if I'm not putting on an intelligent weapon, then it's still going to do good damage, right? For instance, Gravitas here, I believe, is normally focused towards intelligence, but yeah, magic, so. How's Chris Wing? I'm doing okay. I hope you are too. How does this deck work? Also, I like how I can thrust the armament to the ground with a flail? How does that work? I might have to select that just to see how it works. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but at least you got your teeth worked on. They're not working on them, I can say that much. Could somebody answer, by the way, if I'm not trying to be rude here, but could somebody answer my question? I legitimately don't know, I legitimately cannot remember how this works. If I put a clearly magic-based skill on a weapon that isn't magic-based, will I do piddly damage, or will it actually scale the weapon stats? I can't remember. I believe it's okay, like... Yeah, the question is if you put an int skill on a strength weapon, and you have bad int but good strength, will that int skill suck, or will it just do strength damage? That's the question. Like, if you put it on a strength weapon, is what's factored int or strength at that point? Also, I want to run a few tests here. So, we have range like this, and we also now have that. Which actually, yeah, that's a good mix for that. And then for this, I only put the one I did on it because it says this thrust the weapon in the ground, but it's a fucking flail. How does this work? That's not... You can't do that. It's a flail. You can't thrust a flail into the ground. It's not... They're floppy. The weapon art scales off the upgrade level of the weapon 95% of the time. What's the other 5%? You say so rare. So sometimes they do. So sometimes they do care about their original attribute. As for scaling, I mean. That's bizarre. So very, very unusual. This one sounds kind of fitting for it. Hold on a second. Hold on then. Should I make... Oh, I just realized something. Oh yeah, you can only make those standard. I wish I could make a quality bow. Unfortunately, I cannot make a quality bow. I can only make shitty bows. Apparently. I honestly do not care where I go. I just want to go somewhere. It's like, oh wait, oh, I just realized, no, there is an area where I can test out weapon arts and stuff within that area. Kind of forgot. So how does this art work? Oh. That's like enhanced flail spin. That actually looks kind of cool with the flail. I like that. Okay, you know what? I think I'll keep that with the flail. That seems like a good area of denial. It also casts pretty fast. Neat. And then, of course, we have one more skill I wanted to test out, which is, of course... well... what the hell? Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, well. It moved. Hold on, let me try again. There we go. Okay, that's far less impressive than that one guy did, but it's still useful. That's still a very useful little skill. I think I'll keep it. If I'm just trying to hit something, I don't know what the range of it is, though. Equivalent to my bow range, hopefully. Ah. If I don't lock onto a target, it doesn't go anywhere. Got it. Oh! Oh, that's interesting. If I run out of FP, the rain of arrows doesn't work anymore, but I still get to shoot a skyward arrow, despite having no FP. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I wasn't expecting that to still work without FP. I mean, yeah, it's not a rain of arrows. But being able to shoot from a different angle, that's actually incredibly powerful. I'm going to keep that. Some asshole on a ledge that I can lock onto but not quite shoot right. That would be perfect. That is actually utilitarian as hell. I was not expecting that to still work when I ran out of that magic, but I just kept shooting and I noticed, wait, I can still use this. Obviously, kind of a nerfed version, but actually makes me wonder.
Well, I took you no matter it. Lay out your arm.
So, the sky shot, is that just basically the same thing? I need to know. Oh, but there's no target in this room. I guess it doesn't matter. It's weird that there's no train dummy area here, so you can just test out something you just, you know, upgrade to. FP.
Always good to see you, son.
Ranni cast off her curse mark.
I see. When Ranni shed her flesh, she shed the curse mark too.
That's how it works.
You know, not everyone would trust such a tale. But if she in her current form is nothing more than the living doll you profess, then perhaps it's true after all. Forgive the bluntness of the notion, but how would you like to become one of Ranni's vassals?
I mean, sure, why not?
Only in order to get what we want, of course. The location of the body which bore the curse mark, which right now I haven't the faintest. And the best way to find out is for you to enter her service and take a poke around on the sly. I know you've got what it takes. Not only are you a superb fighter, but people want to trust you.
They do.
I've seen it. Can you become Ranni's vassal to advance our agenda? While in her service, you'll be able to take and determine the I realize that I'm asking you to put yourself in grave danger.
Flower points.
But I know you've got what it takes.
Is it an
The
FP
only one. In
for this game? Pretty sure it is. Alright, just want to test out something. Wait, where'd that go? The roof is only so high. How did I shoot it so far? Okay, I need to know something. I need to know something though, and to find this out, I need to drain the fuck out of my MP for a second. Close enough. There, that should be enough. And I'm still using it. Still using it. And now I'm not using it, but I still shoot the upward arrow. Okay, good. Good. Alright, cool. I'm going to keep this skill on. I have learned things. I have learned many things. I have learned that some Ashes of War might actually be useful to me. Just a few. Because most of my weapons that I use don't actually have the ability to equip them. But, you know, a few do. Here and there. Oh, that's weird. When I warped out of that area, I got half of my MP back. Specifically half. Alright, so... I mean, Rogier asked me to do something, so let's see if we can do it now. So we gotta go back here. So, what we have accomplished today, which took longer than I thought it would, is the Manor and the Upper Plateau. What we have to... Oh! No, actually, this isn't even a death drop. I don't know why I'm scared. The elevator's in the... The elevator's in the... in here. They don't kill you or anything. Excuse me. Excuse me. I guess I should be thankful it just shunted me through the ground and didn't, like, kill me, but... It shunted me through the ground, all the same. It was an interesting place to land, though. But yeah, the towers here, these rises, they don't... You can go ahead and fall below the elevator, it's fine. It always just leads you back to the main room. Hi.
The curse mark, those now.
I wish to serve you.
Oh, is that so? Thou wouldst render me aid. Is that thy proposal? Affording thyself opportunity to grope about for the curse mark's location, no doubt.
Shit, she's smart.
Very well.
Okay, I'm okay with
There's
it.
nothing wrong with a well-laid scheme.
She's fond of the...
What's more,
Okay.
if my past and past wounds beckon to thee, I am curious enough to see what thy destiny portends.
So you see through my plans, fight and entertain, are gonna let me do it anyways.
Into my service.
Wow, okay.
And good hunting to thee.
I do like her, though. She's really interesting.
Good. Then I ask we proceed with haste. There is, in my service, a half-woven warrior by the name of Blaidd. I would
That's how you say his name, Blaidd? Where'd the V come from?
Of Nokron, the Eternal City. I have called for Blaidd to greet
Blaidd? Blaidd.
Take from him the particulars.
Blaidd.
And there wilt thou find Eg, my war counselor, and Salavis, preceptor in the sorcerous arts. Also,
Blaidd.
heed not their peculiarities. Feel secure.
Also, she has a lot of people under her
What
entourage.
advantage thou canst. I am sure the others will be doing just the same.
Hold on, let me type this for a second. So, Blaidd, also known as Live. Apparently.
Speak with the three who await thee. Thou needst not indulge them unduly. It hath been a passing long time since...
Okay. Oh, do I go to the other towers now? Is that what I'm being asked to do? I don't really know. Actually, I'm not entirely sure where I'm supposed to go now, thinking about it. Blaidd? Blaidd? Okay, maybe it's Blaidd and not Blaidd, but that's equally as stupid. That's all I'm saying. Either way, B-L-A-I-D-D... Hello. B-L-A-I-D-D... Oh, you. Oh, you're one of her friends. I didn't know that.
Oh, so you were the one. Lady Ranni has explained everything.
My point is that TH and V are equally stupid to mix with DD.
Royal family's dedicated blacksmith and Lady Ranni's war counselor. I'm told that you are searching for Nokron with Blaidd. will give you whatever guidance I can, and pray for your success.
There's a reason Old English is old. Is all I'm going to say.
My apologies for the misleading words of warning. I never imagined that an audience, let alone service to Lady Ranni, was in your fate. I, for one, should have seen it, but I did not. Do forgive me, my fellow. Let us give all that we can of ourselves, together, for Lady Ranni.
Oh, okay.
Let us give all together.
I understand that I'm on a quest, but I don't know where to go. Oh, hey. Oh. I guess I'll just keep walking down.
Long time.
Why are you all astral projecting?
Blaidd, if you've forgotten. Glad to have you in the service of Mistress Ranni. Well, getting right to business. I'm still in Limgrave. The eternal city of Nokron lies somewhere at the bottom of this land.
Oh.
I'm planning to go below through the well in the Mistwood.
Wait, which
See
Mistwood?
if I can't find the road to Nokron from there. I'm going below through the well.
The well
see if
and
I
Miss
can't
is
locate you, eh?
Okay, hold on. Well, oh wait. So it must be he must be talking about the one well that's in a forest that I found. Yeah, this is Mistwood. So he's gonna go down there, so I guess I gotta go down there too now? Alright. Wonder where I need to meet up with him though.
I see. You must be Ranni's.
Okay, I've never met you.
Yes, I've heard all about you.
You sound really like a sniffly.
I am Celovis, preceptor of the
Snivelous?
sorcerous arts. I don't know what it is the mistress sees in a provincial tarnished like you.
Listen, I'm a regional tarnished, mister.
Fortune of serving the
Not
same
provincial.
I ask that you kindly try not to drag us all down with you.
Okay.
I reside in
Okay.
a tower close by.
Am I supposed to meet up with each of them?
Pay me a
Yeah, I
visit.
guess so.
Should you wish to be of actual service to Mistress Ranni.
So I gotta meet up with each of the three? Well, I know where Gollum guy is hanging out, unless he moved.
But who am I to stand against the wishes of my lady?
So I like how you said, this is the guy whose tower you tried to break into and couldn't. And all I have to say in response is, which guy who owns the tower I tried to break into and couldn't. There's 4 of them now. There's 4 of them now.
I reside.
Obviously, it's one of the close by ones, but... Rena's Rise. And... Hits. Okay. Whoops, broke something. Huh. Wait, I gotta talk to her. What, did she forget something? Oh shit, right. I need to add something else to your shopping list. Come back. I forgot to add the milk. Fuck, come back here. So I'm supposed to fight each of them, right? Well, if the golem didn't move, I know where he is. And if Snivelly Mage Guy is just in that other tower, that's easy enough. Which leaves me with wondering where the hell exactly Blaidd is. I know he's underground.
Allow me to
Or should be around there?
I shall soon enter my slumber.
Are you gonna
And
hibernate?
it will be some time before I wake.
Okay.
This doll's body is not without its hindrances.
And he said,
Still, I have high hopes for thee. I look forward to the good news when I arise.
well, you arise, because we're in a rise. Haha, pun!
I shall soon end, and it will be. I have high look.
Why did you just tell me this before I... Why did they force me to go down, talk to people, then go all the way back up, talk to her, and now I can... Why the fuck, man? Why the fuck? What a waste of my fucking time. What the hell is a giant giant deer corpse? Giant deer corpse. Giant deer corpse. What the fuck? Oh, you mean the boss I fought? Oh, right. Okay, that would make sense. I bet that had some sort of significance. Good point. I forgot. I never considered that thing a deer. That's why I got confused. Hooray! I can leave. Hooray! Whipping. Oh wow, this is a good. Oh my god. Okay, this is a good horseback weapon. It has pretty good range. One thing about my big, strong sword is that I always have trouble hitting things with it. It looks like I just kind of go nuts with this one. Alright, where's the last wolf? I can't open my map until I kill it. That's weird. I didn't actually mean to heal. Don't even know why I healed there. Whatever. Moose. Yeah, there's more of a moose. Okay, so moose corpse, back where I met Jai, and this tower. I'm just gonna fucking drop you. I don't give a shit. There we go. The mist does make it hard to judge distance, but I kind of got the idea of it now. Hard to judge distance, easy to lose track of where the fuck I'm going. Hello. Don't mind me as I just crash a horse at all your studies.
Well, you took me at my word.
Is that okay?
Did you realize I was merely being polite? Oh, you provincials never cease to amaze.
Oh yes, the gentleman thing of suggesting something politely but expecting people not to actually do it.
Perhaps I'll give you something to do. I'd like you to find a woman called Nefeli to administer a potion.
Nefeli, I've heard that name.
You can do that much.
Is that the warrior? Sure.
Good. Now I shall hand over the potion in question.
Thank you.
Find Nefeli and ensure she drinks it.
Ensure she drinks it.
I expect glad tidings and soup.
Ensure she drinks it is not something you generally say about a good drink. What is it? What's it look like? Where is it? Is she still back at the afflicted village? That's the last place I saw her. Cloudy tonic of bluish black. I don't know if that's good. But maybe it is. Might just be some fucking cold medicine for all I know. She's back at Round Table? I didn't see her there. Like, I actually didn't see her there, unless she took up a weird location. I'm gonna go steal his stuff. Hold on. You have a chest up here, right? Hooray! I stole his memory stone. He probably would get mad, but he'll probably not remember I did it. Because I stole his memory stone. You get it? Whee! Alright, there we go. I mean... Could I have refused the task? What? Actually, I could have. I didn't think of doing so, though. Can I just tell her that I have a bad feeling about her or something and tell her not to drink it, but also give it to her? Let's try it. I said yes because I didn't really care that much, but so we can give. Would that just? I feel like I have to choose between failing quests here. Do I have to choose between failing a quest and not failing failing another quest, or? Yeah, she's not. This is where. Okay. If Nefeli Lu is here, then where? This is where she stood before. But she's not here. She's not been here. I've never seen her. Did she go somewhere weird? Down from the blacksmith. You mean this path I never had any reason to go down for the longest time? Oh yeah, you're right.
Ah, you, please. It's pathetic, I know, but I need to think.
I never had any reason to come back down here.
Ah, you, please. It's pathetic, I know.
Well, I can't even give her anyways. Okay, FromSoft, you're not designing Oblivion. You don't need to get the NPC schedules and make them move around. Just saying. Just saying. You're not making Oblivion. There, reset. Might have to leave the area, actually. Asshole nerd guy at the desk first? Oh, him? Wrong room. Probably should talk to her again sometime. I always forget which path goes where in this place.
Find the albinoric woman. She hides in a cave to the west. She knows the location.
Yeah, whatever. Tell me about Nephili's Despair.
You've already heard. Indeed. It seemed the whelp harbored suspicions.
What?
So I had no further use for her.
What?
Honestly, what's a man to do? A determined plebeian is more wicked than an omen horn, quite frankly.
What'd you do to Nephili?
I suspect that's just what the Queen wants. A dose of ambition to incite.
Speaking of Queen, I never found the princess. I never did find the... I was supposed to find the princess, wasn't I? You guys said I was supposed to find the princess in the Northern Plateau area I was at, but I never found the princess. Maybe I gotta do all these quests to find her, I don't know.
Is that potion what I think it is? Bloody
oh, she is?
I suppose he's up to something again. Oh, I won't interfere. You go ahead and do what you must.
You seem...
The Round Table has no code to speak of.
What?
But I ask you this. Are you really going to do the bidding of that twisted dolly botherer? Or would you rather hand that potion to me and see if we can't get one over on the bastard?
This is a difficult decision because one bastard is telling me another person's a bastard, and while I agree, this doesn't change the fact you tried to kill me with your own fucking right-hand man. Dude. Also, you seem to just say... If I caught that right, he basically said, "Oh, Nephili Low. Oh yeah, she's depressed because I had no further use for her. So she's like depressed. I don't give a shit." I think he just said that, right? I don't know, man. I guess I'll give it. I don't know. Sure, have the potion.
Good. I'll dispose of the potion myself. You go and see Celevis, but don't give anything away. Just tell him that you tricked your mark into drinking the potion, as planned. Despite knowing next to bloody nothing, he's so far up his own arse he won't suspect a thing. His inevitable display of arrogance will certainly be a sight to behold.
I mean, he's right. Probably about the potion. I could tell he was behind it. That was very clear. But Sevelis was also a bad guy, right? Because it seemed like he was. He was definitely not very friendly. Oh yeah, can I continue Nephili lose? I'm just a little annoyed right now. Well, exactly. Listen, what reason do I have to come back down here and look for her? Seriously.
Ah, you, please. It's pathetic, I know.
It's just. Who else is hiding down here? Is there somebody in the kitchen now? I don't know. FromSoft, you used to do so well about placing NPCs, and nowadays you just do this shit. The problem is, like, if you've explored an area... Listen, guys, I want to ask you guys as a summary thing, right? But I've already done that Stone Sword Key, Beerus. If I did it at the beginning of the game. I did it when Nephili Lou was still standing around upstairs this place. Let me ask you guys this. Do you have is this a pet peeve for you guys as well, when you've thoroughly explored an area and you think there's nothing left there, and so you don't return to it since it's out of the way, but it turns out there is something there and you miss it? Does that feel like your fault? I understand the idea of NPCs moving around, but if there was no indication that Nephili Lou was just in the basement... You guys had to tell me. I think that's bad design. Not a hub area. But the hub area never had a single NPC in it before. Oh, well, specifically the basement area, I mean. Also, if you're wondering, I'm going to go back through and just see if that possibly got an affiliate loot and do something different. Well, here's the thing too. Nephilia, if I actually had the hunch that she might return to the round table hold, but previously she was upstairs, specifically standing, well, clear on the opposite side of this area, actually. And I don't understand why she didn't return to where she was before, like where she was hanging out before. I guess because she's dejected, so she's like, I'm sad, I'm gonna go to the basement. I guess. I don't know.
Ah, please. It's pathetic, I know.
I heard from Gideon? Yeah, I heard from Gideon.
You know already, do you? Right. It's true. My father cast me out for indulging my emotions.
Oh, I guess so, Beerus.
Punishment for
I mean, it says let her be alone. I was not... I did not engage with her, but...
Gideon has offered me guidance all my life.
The problem is that, like, it makes sense from a lore perspective, but doesn't make sense from a gameplay perspective.
Though it was not my intent, I betrayed him.
I don't think you did.
I can no longer trust him, Father. To think he'd order his men to enact such tragedy.
Oh, he did that?
Where is the justice he purports in that?
I guess that's because he wore the medallion.
That if he became Elden Lord, he would never allow the downtrodden to be cheated ever again. Was he simply lying to me? No. How could I say that? Father has always given me his guidance. And now... I've lost it.
There's a lot where I could say that makes sense from a lore perspective, but from a gameplay perspective, it's kind of player hostile. Or at the very least, player misleading.
No, how could I say Father has...
I just personally think that there has to be a... Listen, if you want to make the lore for a video game be perfect, that generally will require you to make concessions to make the experience less fun to play. Unless the lore happens to match up perfectly to the gameplay, but that rarely happens in video games. This kind of feels like the argument where I see, like, people like, oh, well, we made it this way because we wanted the game to be more realistic, and in the process of making it more realistic, they made it more drab, boring, frustrating, tedious. You know what there's a lot of games that meet that definition. This is not making the game realistic. This is, however, focusing more on the lore than the gameplay, which I think is a bad direction to take a video game. If you were doing a movie, that'd be okay, because you don't have to worry about gameplay then. But I don't know, man. When a game sacrifices part of its gameplay or makes its gameplay more obtuse for the sake of lore, I think you fucked something up. That's just my opinion, though. I was going to talk to him again. Actually, let's talk to her.
Would you like me to... now?
Anything new from you? You're always nice. I don't know, there's a ghost! He's creeping on us as we do a hug. He's taking behind the bed.
Very warm.
That was weird timing.
I heard that you lent a hand to dear Roger. He seemed positively elated. He must be possessed of great mental fortitude. It anchors his will and sustains him, despite his grievous wounds. You truly are a champion. To dear Roger, and myself, too.
Oh, thank you.
Then good day to you, my dear.
I was right. Talking to her was a good idea. I am okay with gameplay suffering a little bit for the sake of lore, but also, I think it's an indicator that you told the story wrong. Like, if you have to make a choice between should this lore be consistent or should this gameplay be enjoyable, then I think you wrote the lore wrong for the game. For the sake of a game, you've done the lore wrong, if that is the choice you must make. If you must put yourself in the position of either sacrificing the gameplay or the lore, then I ask you why you put yourself in the position of having to sacrifice one. The problem is... Wait, what's this? Oh, right, this! I kind of forgot about this. We should use this, but not yet. Not yet. But I will be using that. I kind of forgot about that. I don't know what it does, but I'm going to use it. But not yet. There it is. I don't actually want that. I don't actually want the debuff. But I do want to talk to her, so. I wouldn't make a video game in that first place for exactly that reason. Honestly, even though Shifted hasn't reached that far into development, there's been a lot of consideration in my mind about lore and gameplay. And the main thing I will say is that the gameplay and the lore mix really well together, at least as in concept, with the way I plan it. We'll see how it works in execution and make adjustments as needed. But basically, a lot of the lore of the game is optional. You don't have to interact with it. But if you want to, you can collect basically... It's not a crazy original concept or anything, but it's just the way I'm going to implement it. Should be fun. Basically, you can find a lot of text logs. And there's a whole section in your little PDA system that kind of serves as an advanced inventory, where you could just read out logs for different areas. And there's a certain number of logs in each region of the game. It's basically going to be a Metrovania, so it's divided into sections, areas. And each area has a certain amount of logs. You can see the tally, and you can try to find them all. And once you found them all and have the tally full, you'll know that you'll have all the logs, all the lore in that area, basically. So, basically optional lore, but you'll know whether or not you're missing something, because there's literally a tally for it. So it both, ideally, that would be a good mix of lore and gameplay, because gameplay-wise, you know exactly what you're missing with the lore, and lore-wise, you can use the gameplay to find the lore, So it also adds to a tally, which actually works towards an eventual achievement, 100%, basically, completion. So yeah, I feel like that's a good mix of gameplay and lore, because nothing's missable. That's the thing. That's a very important thing. I know the Souls games are totally okay with you missing content. Like, if I miss an interaction or do something wrong, game's gonna let me miss stuff. But when it comes to Shifted, there is going to be a point of no return in the game that's going to be very clearly signposted. But aside from that, I never want there to be missable content. Even if an area gets blocked off or something, I'm going to provide the player another way to acquire what was in that area. So nothing can be missed. Because I hate missable content in video games. But yeah. And that includes missable NPCs because they're in the basement. I didn't think to check. So I guess they eventually are going to be noticed by me, but... Agree to disagree? Yeah, absolutely. I'm just explaining how I would do it. As somebody who is actually making the game.
As war comes?
As war comes, I guess.
I take it you've heard of the eternal city of Noxtella. Well, it has a twin, known as Nokron, the other eternal city. After years of expeditions, we've determined the location of Nokron by going underground through the well in the mistwood of Limgrave. You can see Nokron up above.
Ah, that's the place I couldn't get to.
We've failed to find a path leading to the city.
Ah.
Blaidd's made a good go of it, but I'm afraid this has him quite stumped. To be honest, I'm not sure where to go from here. Blaidd is Lady Ranni's stepbrother.
Oh.
Ranni's mother, Queen Renala, approved of him, and they played like siblings from childhood. They were always happy to have me tag along as well.
Oh.
When Lady Ranni renounced her flesh and chose the dark path of the Empyrean, Blaidd and I swore allegiance as vassals. But none of us will ever forget our earliest days together. Promise to look after Blaidd for me, will you? The man is honest to a fault. But fortunately, now he has you.
Fortunately, he has me, the guy who lies about everything, so I can cover for him. What?
I take it you've heard of the well. After years by going only Blaidd's, to be honest.
Okay, I guess I'm done talking to him for now. That's nice. Let's go back to the... Oh yeah, when am I supposed to... Out of curiosity, I'm gonna try this after I beat the academy, but let me know if that's the wrong time, because this game is so obtuse sometimes. When do I need to go back to, oh, I forgot her name. When do I need to go back to visit and help, yeah, Selin? Because Selin's got some sort of problems, and I don't understand them. Also, wrong tower. You go down. But yeah, my personal opinion about gameplay and stuff is just that some games are more focused on their gameplay. Some games basically don't have stories. Other games really do put a lot of stock in their stories. There's no wrong approach, I can enjoy games that do both approaches. But the one important thing for me is that a game's gameplay is not sacrificed for its story, for its lore. A good example of this is, besides what we were discussing, another good example of this would be how many times I've played a Howler for an Hour game, and I addressed how the game fronted its lore way too heavily. Like, we had to spend like 30 minutes just learning about terms and places that we don't have any context to, and it just wasn't very interesting because the game was too in love with its own lore to give me the chance to actually enjoy its world, its setting, and experience it, so I would also care. There's a lot of cases where lore can get in the way of gameplay.
So you made Nepheli drink the potion?
I sure did.
Well done. You are a touch more useful than I had thought. Very well. Then you shall have your gift. Knowledge of the sorcerous arts under the tutelage of the great preceptor Selvis. I doubt much of it will lay within the grasp of a mere tarnished, but if you put your mind to it, perhaps you won't embarrass our lady.
I like his constellation hat.
You wish to begin right this moment? Well, your impatience, though boorish, is understandable. Let's have at it.
Okay.
So, you had Nepheli drink the potion? Truly? Then perhaps something was amiss with it. It's concocted from the finest ingredients, but perhaps I should review the recipe. I may have expected too much of her to begin with.
You just tried to kill her? If so, why? Like, that's the question as to whether or not that was bad is pretty obvious, but the question as to why he's trying to do something bad to her is not clear. Fuck beef she have with him. Maybe because she worked with her father, quote the guy that was using her, perhaps. Something worse than kill, really.
Begging for another lesson, sir. There remains much to be done. Make it quick.
I learned everything in mere moments. He should be impressed. Goodbye. And by learn, I mean I paid a lot of money. Yeah, the best RPGs let you experience the world before they start, well, giving you a ton of info on the world, I find. Okay, a good intro cutscene could definitely do wonders if it's interesting, but it has to be done well. Okay, so let's see. I guess I'm done with Celivis's thing. Also, since I didn't do it, what would that potion have done to her? Would it turn her into a monster or something? Okay, I need to figure this out. So, okay, so I've done Celivis's bullshit. I've talked to the golem, who was just talking about the place. So, let's go to the well. And try to look for Blaidd. I still cannot stand the pronunciation of his name. Would it turn her into a puppet? Like, kind of like the sorceress is a puppet now? Or like a different kind of puppet? Puppets are spirit ashes. Oh. Oh, really? So now I need to find the wolf guy. I was not expecting this side quest. Oh yeah, when do I need to visit Selin, by the way? Sal's quest life probably begins when you get a thing past Atlas. Okay, so I gotta go to Atlas Plateau before selling. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be obvious I need to go back to selling when I find what I need to do. Like I'm probably gonna get something that some NPC talked about selling or something. I'll just watch out for that, I guess. Surgically alternate turn into control. How do you surgically alter somebody with a potion? Magically alter, sure. But how does it surgically alter a person? Why does he want her to be a doll? That's odd. I never put these elevators back in their default positions, do I? I'm just making death traps for myself because I'm lazy. Alright, well. Yeah, or death traps. Oh my fucking... Okay. And all these people also made death traps for themselves. Holy shit. River ahead. Yes, river of blood. I agree. Wait, what killed him? Very impressive. Maybe they were all like, oh, the elevator's gotta be arriving soon. Let me just drop down on it. Maybe that's what people were doing? Did I pull the lever? I kind of forgot. Let's try it again. No, I totally did. There it is! It's the world's slowest ladder! It's the world... It really is so slow. Holy shit. Holy crap. I honestly thought I messed up something there. Alright, down we go. We have another well to check out too, but I guess I didn't expect that to go back here, but I guess we're going back here. That's fine. This might pair well with a... Oh, shit. The reason I didn't take the bonfire, if you're wondering, is because I don't actually know where Blaidd is, so I'm just going to walk normally and try to see where he shows up. Well, you guys said by the moose, but... Is he literally just by the moose? There's anything actually a warp next to the moose. Walking might just be the best idea right now. I got lazy at the end. Get back to work. Slave driver whip. That range is... Yeah, it's a lot easier to hit things with the... Oh, it actually is here. This is watching that guy raise up is kind of great. It's kind of great, though, that... It's kind of sad, though, that they don't let me put the horse on the elevator. That makes me very sad. Oh, great. Crab chase! Crab chase! Crab chase! Crab chase! It's not really trying that hard. If it wanted to try hard, it could totally chase me. I wonder if these lightning bolts still hurt a lot. I see a guy. It's probably him. Hello. Whip, whip. Whip, 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 whip. Whip, 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 whip. Oh, shit. Shit. Run, stupid horse. Why do you have a longer stagger animation than me? Whip, 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 whip. Whip, 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 whip. Whip. I can't whip from this direction. Damn it, horse. Why can't you attack from the other side of the horse? I will take your dwelling arrows. Those are actually potentially useful. Thank you. Hello, is that you? I think it's you. I like how he's just staying in this bizarre spot. At least I could see him. Hello.
Ah, good to see you.
Shit, that
Apologies,
place up
mate,
there looks interesting.
but I don't have much to report. I can see bloody Nokron right above me, but I'm absolutely stumped. I've tried all the gateways, to no avail. Perhaps it's time to ask Celibus. I recall that spiteful little rat acting like he knew something. Let's give him a squeeze.
Is that Celibus or is that Celibus? Show how sharp your teeth are? Just eat them.
I jest. I wouldn't go that far. Besides, I should check on some things here. Leave this place to me. You just do what you feel is right.
Press the buttons for your left-handed equipment while on the horse. Wait, what?
We tell the other.
Does that switch your weapon side?
Right. Leave this place if either of us learns it.
Hold on. Oh my fucking god, I didn't know that. I just thought I would do something with my, like, left-handed weapons. Okay, oh, that's helpful to know. So that's why the controls changed somewhat with weapons on horse. I was wondering why. Wait, hold on, dear. I want to hit you with this now that I know I can do this. Pow. Eat jellyfish, bitch. Alright, let's see here. We keep forgetting that you don't know these things. Yes! People, for some reason, just assume I know things sometimes. Even though I've literally never demonstrated that I ever knew that by using the action. You know, which would perhaps clue you in that maybe I don't know. I mean, there's been many fights where I'm, like, trying to get somebody on my right side while on horseback so I can actually hit them. And I'm surprised nobody had a epiphany moment where it's like, wait, can you hit left? I just gave up, honestly. I didn't think it was possible. Again, the controls on horseback effectively are different then. On horseback, you attack left and right using the triggers. On foot, left and right do different weapons, so... Yeah, it's quite different on horseback. Like whenever you can charge the spell stick. Yeah, that too. That's another example. Here's the thing that I'm perplexed about. Why do you guys assume I know these things when the game didn't tell me? The game never told me I could do, so why did you think I would just know? Information doesn't come out of thin air, after all. At least that last time I checked it didn't.
Begging for another lesson so soon? There remains much to be done. Make it quick.
Oh, I see. You guys assumed I looked on the internet about it. Well, the thing is, I don't like looking up stuff on the internet. I like to figure stuff out in game because I'm weird that way. Because I'm an old school gamer, and in the NES days, we didn't go, oh shit, I can't defeat bloopers. I need to look up online how to defeat bloopers. No, I fucking figured out how to defeat bloopers, or I worked around it. You know what I mean? I couldn't look it up online. There wasn't an online.
Well,
Caleb could not do that back in the day, and thus I have that ingrained feeling too. You seem really professional, like you know what you're doing. No, that's just the streamer. That's just the trick of being a streamer. You act like you know a lot when you speak a lot. Oh, sell it! There we go.
She owes me for the help I gave her when she was expelled from the...
You know, now that I think about it, are you the one torturing her? That would make sense.
I'll write you a letter of introduction. Go ask her.
Thanks. It all comes back. I'm actually surprised he helped me. He's kind of an asshole. But yeah, it's actually I completely understand what you're mean though. See, a streamer, part of our role is to go ahead and be outspoken because we're the one speaking in the stream. We're the one guiding the narrative of whatever we're doing. So we have to speak. We have to be assertive, and in the process, it can indeed sound like we know what we're doing. No. When it comes to me, that's not generally the case. Maybe some streamers, sure. Some streamers are fucking knock it out of the park, yo, with their knowledge, but no. My assertiveness does not indicate my knowledge. I'm pretty sure the horseback tutorial would have told you. Let me check that, actually. Maybe I did miss that bit. See, that would be in this, right? Use a spectral stream whistle, summon and write your spectral stream. If your spectral stream dies, you can summon again, but it'll cost 1 flax Christmas years to do so. Use this event while using the whistle again by pressing L. Jump high on the horseback way near spirit stream, right current high in the air. You take damage directly in the great height. A is spirit stream, but horseback spirit stream gone. Nope. Doesn't say a shit. They're about horseback riding as here's one thing you can do with it. Man, they even had room to write more. They could have said, also, you can use the left triggers to attack left and right triggers to attack right. But I guess they didn't think that was important. Alright. But yeah, I was right. I did read the tutorial and it didn't tell me. Okay, good.
You are my apprentice.
I feel validated.
Shall we commence the lesson?
Just like how it also doesn't tell me about charging spells. Actually, let me check that. I'll check that statement. About spells. About spells. Skills. Skills are highly range for power attacks and temporary effects. Use skills consumes SP. That's very basic information. About swords and incantations. You can memorize blah side screens. You must have a staff increase or a sacred skill. Cast your sorcery incantation consumes MP. Press up to switch sorcery incantation. About some species. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. No. Okay. It also has nothing. It also tells you nothing about. They could have in this one right here. They could have simply said you can also charge some sorceries and incantations by holding down the attack button. Again, one single sentence, and you would have made this tutorial better. Charge with the description of the spell itself. Still, though, don't you think it should be in this? There are a number of there are a lot of skills to charge, right? So I think that's worthy of adding to this particular tutorial. To mention that some can be charged. Or just saying that some can be charged would have been good enough.
You wish to continue very well.
Alright, let's show this letter of introduction.
Solivus is not a name I ever wanted to hear again. But fine. If it will help you, my apprentice, I offer my knowledge.
Thank you.
The stars alter the fate of the Carian royal family, and the fate of your mistress, Ranni. But long ago, General Radahn challenged the swirling constellations, and in a crushing victory, arrested their cycles.
General Radahn's like, hey you, Big Dipper, fuck you. That was General Radahn.
The stars would resume their movement.
Oh.
And so too would Ranni's death.
Oh. So I need to make the stars do the thing I need. So I need General John dead, so the stars move, and then that's so make the festival happen. General Radahn needs to die, because the festival won't happen until the stars do some shit, and I can't make the stars do some shit until General. Where the hell is General Radahn then? Why do I hate the stars so much? Jeez. Also, that didn't really help me. What now?
You wish to very well.
No. What now? What do I do now? I followed the quest line. Oh, do I go back to Blaidd now? The festival. Wait, what activates the festival then? No. The stars have to align though. The stars are stopped though. How are they going to align if they're stopped? Let's go talk to Blaidd though. Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Blaidd can. Oh wait, Blaidd can make the stars move. That's really cool. How does he do that? Let's see how he does it. I'm curious. I didn't know he had those abilities. I thought he was a wolf boy, not a astral wolf boy. Let's go talk to him and see how he does it. I'm curious. Okay, I guess I can shoot this thing. Now I can attack both directions. I'm stuck on a rock. I'm okay. You know, horse combat isn't my forte. Excuse me. Alright, that's it. Whippy whip time. Oh shit, you blocked it. Okay, you know what? Super big whip time. What are you doing? I don't actually know what he's doing. I'll just stop it. I like the whip. I'm practicing with the whip right now. Give it a shot. See how it works. Kind of liking it. Arrested bonfire at Atlas. So, Atlas bonfires also can make the stars move. Wow, there's so much weird magic in the world. My point is, what makes the stars move? I guess killing General Radahn, but it feels like I'm at... Okay, listen. The way the lore has expressed itself right now, it feels like a chicken and the egg situation, because that one person just said, oh, General Radahn stopped all the stars. They won't move until he dies. And then, but the guy at Redmane Castle said, oh, we'll host a festival for General Radahn, but all he wants the stars move. All he wants the stars align. So it looks like I gotta kill Radahn to cause the stars to move, but to get the stars, I gotta get the stars to move to kill Radahn. This is tricky. How do we solve this issue? By magically talking to Blaidd, who could just make things happen somehow. Let's do it.
Well, mate. What news?
There you go. The stars are always aligned. Then what was up the Redmane Castle guy?
That reminds me of something I heard. There's a festival being held at the castle on the southern...
Because I went to Caelid early, and there wasn't a festival, right?
It's a festival of combat. And I heard that you can fight Radahn himself. He who's once called the strongest of
Here's the issue I have with this.
Maybe it's just a coincidence, but I think it's worth investigating.
If the stars always were aligned properly, then why couldn't I do the festival when I beat Redmane Castle, you know, a few playthroughs ago? If the stars are always aligned, then why did the guy in Redmane Castle, who I assume just owns Redmane Castle, the guy, you know, the guy that was over here, he said, oh, it's not time. But the stars are always aligned, then it's time, right? Then why the hell could I do it? Why the hell was I forced to come back later? I don't fucking understand. But why does it have two states? But why does it have to... No, stop. No. We just had a conversation earlier today, twice actually, about how the lore, how the gameplay should be guided by the lore. Some of you believe that, right? So, alright, I'm addressing the lore right now. How does the lore make sense in this situation? Why was the festival... Again, what reason was there that the festival wasn't happening when I beat Redmane Castle the first time? Why was I told that I had to come back later? What reason was there? The guy specifically said, I remember his line, I don't remember word for word, but the guy here said that the stars had to align, or that the stars, it wasn't the right time. He referenced the stars. He said, as the stars indicate, it's not time yet. And now we just had a lore dump about how the stars are frozen, right? So, if the guy at the castle said the festival couldn't start until the stars were in the right position, or that until the time and the stars aligned in a proper way, and the stars are frozen, then how did we switch states? How can the festival now take place? When the stars align, we celebrate. That's what he said. But we just had a lore dump saying the stars are frozen. So if the stars are not aligned, which one would assume they weren't at first, which is why the festival wasn't happening when I first got there, that would indicate the stars were not aligned. If the festival is now happening, wouldn't that mean the stars are now aligned? But that would mean the stars went from a not aligned position to a aligned position, which is impossible because the lore also told us the stars are frozen. Do you see the problem? Does he need to speak literally? He needs to speak in a way that makes sense. If he was using an analogy involving the stars that had nothing to do with the lore dump that actually exists about the stars, that's poor writing. That's like that. I'm not even talking about the gameplay at that point. That's just poor writing. If you are going to reference something that is actually a plot point in your story, but it's not referencing that plot point, what is that writing? If you're going to say, oh, the star, blah, 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 and there's like some major plot point by the stars, but the guy who talked about the stars had nothing to do with that plot point, what is that story? What is that plot? What the hell? You know what I mean? Because like right now, if I was playing on my own right now, right? And I was not streaming it, and I was completely playing single player, not looking at stuff up online. Right now, you know what I would do? I would just shrug off like, oh, well, now I know about how to fix the stars, but unfortunately the festival's not happening. I already knew that. I already went to Redmane Castle. I know the festival's not happening until the stars move or something. So we got to find some other way to move the stars, I guess, besides killing Radon, because we can't get the festival started. Or maybe we could find Radon in a place that doesn't involve the festival, doesn't involve Redmane Castle. That's how my logic would go at this point, because all the lore kind of pinpoints towards that at that point. Because again, remember, there's an element here where it totally looks like it's part of the lore, but it isn't. It's just a turn of phrase, I suppose. But no, I wouldn't have any reason to look. I could curiously look over. Now that we heard about General Radon and stuff, I could look over there. But again, I already went here, so I wouldn't really have a reason to double check unless I'm just out of ideas. If I'm out of ideas, then I would have a reason to kind of look everywhere. But I mean, I could go to Atlas Plateau, so I wouldn't really think to go back. I'd keep progressing forward at this point, because under the lore and what it said, I wouldn't think that there's some trigger that has been done at this point. I would just go into Atlas Plateau at this point. I'd start progressing north, and eventually I would check back. I eventually would go back here, because I'm just be like, that's bothered me. Can we do this yet? Like, after doing Atlas Plateau, probably I'd be like, can we do this yet? And then I'd check back, and then I would see it. So I would do it then, probably. It's a damn good Linearia before Caelid thing. Yep. But here's the thing. If you want to address that aspect, it's okay if they wanted us to go a certain direction before another direction. I'm not mad about that. What's bothersome about it is if they really wanted me to go here first, and then Caelid, and they didn't provide enough hints. Like, again, I feel like I'm being a little bit misled by the game's storytelling right now. So if the game isn't giving me the proper information to let me know it's time to go over here, then, frankly, maybe there should have been just something that completely prevented me from hitting Caelid until I don't know, defeated the Academy. Like, maybe I should have just been completely blocked out of Caelid if it was so important I came back here later. Because, again, we're not just talking about some random event. Redmane Castle and this festival, it seems to be a major game thing. I think I have to do it. So, naturally, I would eventually check back. But only once I was kind of desperate and out of ideas, to be perfectly honest with you. I'd only check back when I was out of ideas. Which, I would still do it. It's not like it's going anywhere. But that wouldn't really be the most fun way to approach it. You don't have to do it. Oh, well, in that case, I might miss it till the very end of the game and be like, wait, I'm at the end of the game. Hold on. But I still haven't done this area. And I still haven't done this plateau. I don't know how to get this plateau yet. however this works. But yeah, it really does bother... Again, the only reason this bothers me, the only reason that any of this bothers me, is because I don't remember what his name is, but the guy who's sitting on the throne, the guy who seems to be the king of Redmane Castle and who I had a nice chat with, gave the excuse of the stars weren't lined right. It's not festival time yet. The stars aren't in the right position. Which is the worst thing for him to have said with the whole stars are frozen lore point. I don't know why they did that. It's a bad idea. Bad writing. I wonder if that was the response. Who's the guy that helped write this game's lore? This particular game's lore. What was that guy's name? Also, hello, Zuzu. How you doing? There's also one at Caria Manor. What was... Didn't you... Let's see. Didn't you... Yeah, I'm not mad, by the way. I'm not mad. This is actually really interesting. This is actually, like, really engaging for me. I'm not trying to harp this time. I was really interested. I wanted to point that out. Like the lore and how a turn of phrase. I think Beerus is absolutely right when he said that that guy wasn't mean anything literal. I think you're right. I think when the guy said, "Oh, the stars got aligned first," he just meant that some time has to pass. The sad thing is that is such a critically bad turn of phrase when you actually have a plot point about how the stars are frozen. So, oh man, why did they do that? It feels like, you know what it feels like, actually? It feels like the writers that were responsible for writing the lore about the frozen stars, and about how Rodon froze the stars. It feels like the person who wrote that bit of lore is not the same person who wrote the dialogue to the guy in Redmayne. You know? It feels like two different people worked on those different pieces of dialogue, and so they ended up accidentally making a correlation that doesn't make sense. I think that's probably what happened. And I'm going to blame George R.R. Martin for this, because I've never read his shit, and so I'm going to blame him, because he's the unknown element for me. What if the guy who told you about Waiting for the Stars didn't know the stars were stuck? Well, that's fair. That's fair. He wouldn't. It's possible he just didn't know. Granted, if he's paying so much attention to the stars, he would probably at some point go, "It's weird that's not moving." You know, like, he literally has a viewing area. Here, I'll actually go here and show you. There's actually a viewing area right here outside of his room where he can look at the stars. So it's really odd. It's a really odd phrase for him to use. Again, that's the reason I also put significance to his words, because there's actually a star-gazing little area right next to him. So when he mentioned the stars, I paid a lot of attention, because there was that little stargazing area. Impossibly a translation issue. The FromSoft focus on English for the games, I believe. That's true, they do, actually. It almost feels like it wasn't an accident, but it also seems to not flow properly. Like, unless I misread something. Did I misread something? Did I misread, like, any of the things I'm pointing out? Did I misread any of that? I know the guy said what he did, and Blaidd, I just talked to Blaidd, and I just talked to the Snively guy, and they just said what they said, so I'm pretty sure I didn't mess that up. It's not like this happened 2 streams ago. It just happened. Oh, man. It's so weird. Okay, anyways, hold on. I was going to do one more thing. Let's see. Again, it's not a huge issue, because I don't think there's like a time window which I missed the festival, so it's not really the end of the world if I didn't know for a while, but yeah. I checked, he says, but when the stars align, we celebrate. What the weird thing is, let's go and see what happened. Oh, hi.
There you are. Took your sweet time.
Sorry, I was breaking down the game's lore.
All made up. I'm waiting for the curtain.
Okay.
Let's give them a show to remember, eh? Just don't you go dying on me. For Ranni's sake, too.
So yeah, the festival's on, isn't it?
Into the fray together.
Festival's now on, so we got Halo music for some reason. Oh, thank you. Thank you, random NPC, giving me a bow. Appreciate it. Do you want to know how this works? I don't think any of it does anymore. I think the way it works is it doesn't, because the lore just broke itself. Oh, you mean gameplay-wise? Oh, I don't care about that. I'm just going to hit things. My brain is broken. My brain is actually broken right now. Does anybody address this lore inconsistency? Has anybody managed to Vadi, I need your fucking help, man. What does this mean? Please make some sort of explanation that like ties it all together again. No, they haven't. They're not moving. Why do you keep saying that? The stars haven't moved! They can't move! They didn't align unless they were already aligned, in which case you just delayed the festival for no fucking reason! What is wrong with you? What does this mean? Alright, anyways. Seriously though, what I don't get it. Everybody said exactly what I thought they said. And he just repeated himself as if to point out, as if to enunciate the point. He just talked about the stars aligning again. Oh yeah, hi Huxley, how you doing?
Ah, you came. How delightful. Indeed, I thought I might find you here. By the by, do you know for whom this festival is being held?
Why is it writing now?
It is none other than General Radahn himself. To think, I could face a great champion of the Shattering, a demigod in the flesh. Oh, in truth, I quiver at the thought.
Well, this is one of those situations where I feel like I'm missing something, but I'm not. So it's like crazy, man.
Simply assures me the ordeal is worth undertaking. Be sure to get a good vantage, my friend. I, Iron Fist Alexander, hereby vow to unflinchingly brave this ordeal.
Am I ready for this? I don't know if I'm ready for this. I wasn't technically done with the lake region. Well, I guess this isn't going anywhere. Let's see, what was left in the lakes? Really just the academy itself. Let's do that. The academy's got nothing on me, man. Let's go beat... Wait, I heard somebody say something about how I could finally respec after defeating the academy. I think I would prefer to do the academy first, because I want to finally fix my points. Because I got some random hit points I don't want. Let me whip some wizards. Sounds like fun. How do we... Oh, yeah. Is this the way in? I guess this is the way in. In they go. Yeah, but Caelid's harder, and Lake Place isn't. I think underneath this. Oh, also, there's a special teleport here, and I was very curious about it. I am not mentally ready for the lore break that they did with Caelid. I'm sorry. I need a moment. You got it. You nailed it right on the head, Zuzu. I cannot do the festival right now because I still can't fucking process why it exists at this moment. Again, like, what was the decision? Like, oh, the player went to Caelid early. They went through the entire Redmane Castle dungeon. Nah, don't let them do the actual, like festival boss fight thing. Don't let them do that yet. No, they have to come back later. Like, they made it all the way through the dungeon. No, they can't do it yet. Why can't they do it yet? Because they can't. The stars aren't ready. But the stars don't move. Yeah, that doesn't matter. They're not ready. The stars haven't moved, right? But they don't move. That's fine. They're just not ready yet. The fuck? The fuck is going on? I just don't fucking get it. Oh, hi there, Shadow. That's the point. The force law quest lights forward. No. What? Shut. Somebody's whispering. Yes? May I help you? Hello? Somebody whispered. I heard that. Hello? It's kind of nice here, actually. Ooh. Ooh, look at the stars. You know, look at the stars that don't move. Yes? I hear whispers. Who's doing that? Hello? A lot of bird cages here. The fuck is whispering? Sounds like it's always in my right ear. I shall find them. Or is it something making... Oh, is it the bird? Wait, they're birds! Birds in cages make noises, maybe. Maybe? Thank you, Rocky. I'm sure somebody will enjoy that. Yeah, the birds are making noise. There's birdies, and they're making noise. It's fine. They can do that. This is a nice area. A little overgrown, though. They should clean up the place. I'm gonna try out the whip some, because why the hell not? It's mostly so you don't miss the entire of Ranni's early quest line. What would stop that quest line from functioning if I got to it later? After the festival, I mean. If I did the festival to move the stars... I mean, I imagine Ranni cares about the stars moving, but... It's so weird to me, because... Like, in a lot of other ways, Elden Ring is totally okay with you missing stuff, or missing NPC stuff. But in this one case, you're like... No, you got to do... this is entire area you can't even go to for no good reason, because we don't want you to miss something. It's like, that's very weirdly, like, prioritized of you, considering you also totally are okay with me missing other things. I just don't completely understand the logic there, but... Marionette trap! Shit! You know what? That's... oh, wait, that's right. That's it. Wait, healing! Healing! Forgot about healing! I love it. We're fine. The range of the whip is quite nice. Marionettes are actually dangerous enough to be a threat because they just fucking... yeah, they attack so fast. Also, I need to... actually, let's see. I'm curious about something. Ah, more, of course. I'll fight them in a second. I just want to make them nervous first. Oh my god! So the range of that isn't very good, but... yeah, it seems somewhat functional. I didn't expect to stun them doing that. Alright. Fuck. Alright, I'm gonna switch back to other weapons. I'm just testing some stuff out. Oh, I wonder, if a marionette comes charging out with their little circular multi-hit attack and I do the mace thing, will I hit them or will they hit me or will we hit each other? I wonder. Oh, you know what? Shit, hold on. You know how this is like a mage place? I need to throw Marcus Shackle around. There's gotta be illusory walls in here. It's a fucking magic place. Right? I mean, that makes sense, I think. Flame of the Remains does insane posture damage. Alright. Good pick, then. Might be very useful. Actually, I could see myself using that, and then, like... I could see myself using that, and then, like, switching to my sword while somebody's stunned, and then stabbing them. There is one or two of them. I knew it. I'll just have to throw it every now and then. See what we find. I guess I'll just stay on the shackle. Why is it always dead end? Visions of Blighttown. Oh no, secret guys! Oh shit, it's zombies. They're actually kind of annoying. Except for their magic infused ones. I got a lot of board games I can play. Not on this stream, but... Ah, fuck. These Zamble guys are always going to be a little bit annoying. Yeah, there. Wait, that was where I was at a minute ago. That is pointless. Oh, wait, actually, wait. Is that where I was a moment ago? Or is that... No, that's like some special window place. I must go there. Hooray, I've done it. Stop that. Stop. Stop bad. Good night, Blake. Part of the reason I want to do the academy first is that Caelid is actually a harder area, so I was actually getting pretty close to a level in the process of today's stream. Yes, a level, because the experience gate is so bad out here. But I wanted to, if I do the academy, then I'll certainly have a level. So. It's very. You know what? Hold on. That's better. Oh, you know what I should do? Hold on. It has occurred to me as a sort of epiphany. Is that Well, first off, let me set up my... I guess I could summon... Actually, yeah, I may as well summon my Birdo and let him fly around and harass things here. That would be kind of amusing. Let's see. Okay, there we go. What occurred to me is that it would make a lot of sense if I move the... Yeah, let's just remove this and switch it with... There. Now I can easily use the shackle. Which is probably a good idea, because it's never going to not be useful, so... Aha, you missed! Because I kept moving, which caused you to miss, I guess. Oh, there's too many. One's going to grab me. There it is. No! God damn it. Assholes and their force damage. Zombies are slow, but so very annoying. Actually, the shackle can stun a few enemies too, if I recall. Precious item ahead. Yeah? Which way? You didn't even point. Oh, hey, you're right. There's a trap, there's a trap, there's a trap, there's a trap, there's a trap. No? That would have been a good place to like make a guy appear magically. Okay, never mind then. Is the Academy... I'm getting the impression the Academy is fairly linear. Like, it's looping around, but... Oh, what's this? It's looping around a lot, but it feels like it's a kind of linear progression sort of thing. Hello. How are you today? How are you today, Mr. Zombie? That looks safe. I didn't touch it. I was curious. I don't know where I'm going. Is this the right... Is this, like, forward? Am I going a secret path, or... I figured the bridge was the forward path, but... Now I'm not entirely sure. Why did I do that? There's no reason to come down here. Hello. Wonder something. Oh. I'm out of mana, never mind. Wait. Okay, we'll do Castlevanias. What needs to get hit? Hey, wait a minute. Oh, this is the other side of the bridge, isn't it? Fair enough. Oh, hello. Where were you guys a moment ago? Alright. They were late. Though it does take some time to dig yourself out of the fucking dirt. I hear... Oh, right there. Okay. You know what? I'm actually going to try something. Hold on. I want to see something. He's like, where'd the fuck that come from? If they move too fast, though, I will miss. Like, even these slow zombies are moving out of the shot. But if something is stationary, that is such a good attack. It's likely to hit the head, too. That is a good harassment right there. Oh no, he raised his arms up to look more scary. Oh god, he actually got me because I did not judge distance. Someone linear with some offshoots. That's actually my favorite kind of dungeon design. Oh hey. This looks like it's hard to get back up once I go down here. I'll go down in a minute. Door. Oh, door. That was the ode to door. Very nice. Oh, we're gonna... Oh, I see. It drops down there. Oh, hi, dog! I don't know why that scared me, but it kind of did. I was so... oh, no! Damn it, Zamble. How did I hit... I'll take it. Not even sure I hit that dog. The zombies suck your MP. Oh, that's why I ran out so fast. Okay, fair enough. Also, yeah, I see how you're supposed to... I see how you're supposed to climb back up, so I'll just take out the rest of the doodles from this area. Hello. Sir. I like how the digging sounds continue even if I immediately... Oh, never mind. There's another one. Take that statement back. I thought I was noticing a sound glitch, but I was not, in fact, noticing a sound glitch. I like how the game had to stop and load. Like, shit, he got an eye. What tried him? Oh god, we weren't ready for this. What was that about? I didn't even pay attention to what I got. That was the load point was so amusing to me. I didn't even pay attention. So, okay, I see. I'm stuck. Damn bird cages. Okay. I think I understand how this area works, offshoot-wise, I mean. First, though... Yeah, that's the, Okay. Yeah, so if I drop down over here, I think I know how I'm going to get back up afterwards. Praise the sun. Carry a night equipment, you say? So lonely. But yeah, that is so Blighttown. That is so Blighttown. So, under the water wheel is a stone, an Iron Maiden that I want to let eat me. Supposedly. So I'm going to see something. I'm kind of curious. Carry a knight armor. Let's see. I'm curious. I like the scarf. That's a little bit snazzy, gotta say. But the gauntlets have a little gem on them. Let's see how that looks. No, but I don't really care for the shape of them otherwise. Fashion souls. Then again, I don't really care for the shape of the gauntlets I'm currently wearing, I guess, technically. Oh well. I think I'll go with this look now. Change it up a bit. I've been changing it up here and there. Man, the number of bloodstains where somebody just passes by a tree and blunders off a ledge. People really gotta watch their step better. I mean, obviously, we all make our own little... We all make a trip here and there. It happens in a Souls-like, but... Life ahead. Oh, I like life. Yeah, this is the cave, as I thought. I say Souls-like to kind of hit upon that entire genre, whether or not I'm playing a Souls game or not. Technically speaking, this is a Souls-like, since they tried so very hard and yet not hard enough to act like this wasn't Dark Souls. Alright. Okay. I'm gonna ride an elevator now, aren't I? Okay, you know what? I gotta say, man, Stormville Castle had me worried, but then I went through, I went through Morn, and I went through Redmane Castle, and I'm going through the Academy here. I gotta say, Stormville's the worst dungeon in the game so far. Like, layout-wise. It just annoyed the shit out of me. But layout-wise of everything else I've gone through, the Manor as well, like, everything else is reasonable, and I can kind of map it out in my head. It's just Stormville, which I couldn't. But yeah, I see the Academy. It kind of twists around a lot, and we're kind of moving downwards. It twists around a lot, but it's not actually all that complex. And we're kind of just working downwards. To use this wheel, I guess. Which I guess we could use right here. Why is there specifically water right... Oh, I guess stripping out the... Praise the rain. Yes, drink of it. Get hydrated. Good, he did it. So obviously I can use these platforms, but I assume if they go all the way up, it flips, right? Yeah, so eventually I would just die if I stayed on it. Got it. Now, why did mages of all people, why did mages decide, ah yes, we would like to ride an elevator of water, we would like to ride a water wheel elevator. This is what we prefer. With our neat robes and stuff, we would like to have a device where we have to quickly get off or die at the top. And also that just spills water everywhere that could totally soak our robes. Perfect for magicians. Strong foe ahead. Ooh. I hear magic. I see magic. What is that? What is that? It is... Oh, it's you again. Fact for revenge after the Evergel, huh? Yeah. No, you're still dead. Gravity well. Actually, though, every time those guys show up, they're always gravity-based. Could this be a liar? No. There might be a liar around here, though. Somewhere. You can ride it all the way. Wait, you can stay on... Wait, are you saying that if I stay on the platform, when it rotates, it won't kill me? Maybe I'll just rotate with it, like, magically? Then I'll be upside down? Why are they called Onyx Lords? I don't think it... Unless the game makes clear there's some sort of gravity mechanic, I'm not going to believe that for a second. Alright, so I guess I'd like to go down, but I think I have to go up first. The platforms are so far apart that you would die if you try to switch platforms. Okay. Alright, well, alright. I'm going to hold the run button just to make my life a little safer. Ah! Sorry, tilted. Hello. What you looking for? Did you drop your contact lens? Hello. What's this? Stop moving, whatever it is. Time to throw this! Alright. You can crawl over to the other side of the platform. What do you mean crawl? Oh, right here. I gotcha. You can... By crawl, you mean I can use this ledge to go to the other side and write it down. Quite fair. Quite fair. Alabaster? Oh, it is cool. It may get your water flowing, too. In case, you know, clean drinking water. Ah, yes, crystal darts. I gotta remember to use these on some sort of the constructs. I wonder if it works on the marionettes, actually. There's gotta be invisible walls around here somewhere. Illusory walls around here somewhere. I always call them invisible walls. They're the very opposite of invisible walls. Because they're quite visible, that's the problem. Like... Watch out, you're gonna get crushed by the wheel! Wait, hold on. That looks solid enough to stand on. Can I stand on this? Probably. Yep. Oh god, no. I don't see the purpose of doing so, but that's kind of fun. Oh, it's a treadmill. This is where the mages get their exercise. They just have to dodge all the platforms coming along. Makes sense. Exercise. Look at that. So I don't think there's actually a point to this, just besides, hey look, you can ride this part. Which is a good enough reason, honestly. I find it amusing. So I can ride the water wheel back down, or I can go in here. I'm gonna go in here. Oh. Is this the way forward? This looks like the way forward. Either that or dead ends. It's something important. Let's see. Where do we go? Where does this go? So I guess down the water wheel is not progress, it's an offshoot. Oh shit, you saw nothing. You know, I can imagine Magic Shackle being used for something else. You saw nothing? Oh god, I was spotted! Flashbang! Run! Flashbang and run! That's what I picture it being used as now. Actually, got lost. Okay, this way. No, that goes up. I want to go around. Alright, I guess we'll ride the wheel down now. And I assume I want to ride it back up. There might be another ledge lower down on the upside as well, so... Jumping. Careful when you jump, though, or you might just fall too far. Actually, I think better than jumping is just falling. Alright, where am I going? That's a good question. What side am I dropping off of? Okay, there's a ledge there. I'm gonna use that. Ah! There's another wheel here. Okay. Out of curiosity, where's that go? Ah, there's a ledge there too. Okay, noted. Wait a minute. Everybody's dead here. Oh, I've been here, haven't I? I just never noticed I could write it down here for some reason. Alright, well, it makes life easy. So I've been here. I want to write it down more. Okay. Let's grab some items I missed. Well, oh, wait. No, I've not been here. Holy shit. Wait a minute. Okay. It was a trap. I thought it was an area I'd been at, but it wasn't. Also, gargoyles. No. Run. He's throwing gang signs. I'm worried now. Wait, I'm really confused, actually. So I haven't been here or I haven't not been here? I assume I haven't. Sure gonna trick. It managed to trick me though, because there's all these bodies. Yeah, I thought it was too low down to have been here. There were items. But that doesn't necessarily mean to like answer the question though. I didn't actually rest at the bonfire, though. I actually make it a point to not do so in dungeons. Alright. No, I haven't been here. I would not have missed that. Avionet soldiers? Oh, that's what those are called! The flying marionettes are avionets. Okay. So yeah, I haven't been here. It just was confusing, and I didn't understand for a minute. That actually, I wonder if the game intended that. Like, loop the player around, then put them in an area of a bunch of corpses so they think they've killed this area before, but they haven't. And it's whammo, surprise. That's where I started from. I started from that bridge, went up, and then I went down, and this is the ledge below that bridge. Yeah, I know where I am now. Okay. I guess we're gonna write this down some more. Not too far. Ah! The back step messed me up. I managed, though. I'm good. Oops. Have I? Oh shit! I didn't use Margaret's shackle on that platform. Hope there wasn't any secret walls over there. Well done. Thank you. Oh, and then here. Okay. I don't believe it. Am I supposed to jump on that? That could really go one of two ways. Is there something that way, or is that person just, like, trying to tell me not to go that way? Falling Star Beast thing. I do not remember the Falling Star Beast. Can you just ask, can you just let me know if I'm supposed to jump on this? That's all I need to know right now. Okay. I'll figure out the rest myself. Yeah, sometimes I'm just like, is this something that will kill me, or should I be trying to jump on this? Like, that is sometimes a mystery of mine. Alright, Falling Star Beast. The name sounds familiar. The name sounds familiar, but I'm not placing it. The boss you spent 10 hours on. Oh, that one. Right then. I have a strike weapon. Actually, it may not actually be the most effective thing. So what you're saying is time for revenge. No, you're the I'm leaving that thing alone for the moment. Ooh, jumpy. Try talisman, therefore precious item ahead. That's water. You're an idiot. Unless you're not. I think you're an idiot, though. I think that guy is just pointing to people to kill themselves. Cool. Lost Ashes of War. Okay. This dungeon feels pretty straightforward. I like it. It's got a good aesthetic. It's got some interesting directions you're going, but it doesn't... It's not overloading me, you know? I appreciate that. Okay. Is there anything else here? Oh, this is actually good. I'm glad I went up first, because I got that bonfire, right? So if that guy teleports me somewhere, then that's fine, because I got the bonfire. I want to make sure, though, if I'm done down here before I mess with that guy. Because if I do get teleported, I'm probably going to be leaving this area. Alright. So I need this guy to eat me, but not kill me. If there's a long-tail cat... Oh, what's that do? I'm kind of in battle now. I'm not sure I can find out. Okay, hold on. Long-tail cat talisman. I notice you're staying open very often. Eat me. That's not gonna eat. Ah, it's not eating me. Eat me. Could do without the damage. That wasn't eat. You mother. You betrayed me, Patches. Do I have to kill it? You actually need to die. You need to die. Like, what kind of death are we talking? Are we talking I'm gonna lose my rune and runes die? Are we talking kind of a death but not really die? Are we talking actually lose runes die? The faster this is responded to, the better, because I'm being fucking killed right now. I don't know! Good answer. Alright, then hold on a minute, please. I don't know how some people do this so fast. I've watched some people that just like, zip, 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 I've changed my equipment instantly. Like, good work. That died to the grab. Alright. Alright, alright. That's not enough. I need to get lower health. This might be tricky, actually. Nope. Do not. There we go. I don't think I'm low enough. I think I'm gonna be at like a sliver, unfortunately. Yes. Dodge, 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 dodge. Wait, actually, no. Don't dodge. Oh, god, I dodged that. Nope, nope, no. Gotta be careful. No! Ah, I knew that was gonna happen. This is actually dangerous because I have to lower my health, then get grabbed, so... Good thing I have a billion twigs. However, this is annoying. Because now I gotta work my way back down there. Whatever. You gotta die to it. It's like, alright. Now, you wanna come with me? I'm gonna ride the cool elevator. You can come along if you want. Gonna come? Guess not. Alright, so I want to ride down and jump over here, right? This is why I suggest doing bogwarts for... What the hell's... What do you mean by bogwarts? How would that... If I did... anything first. That wouldn't make this easier. Wait, hold on. I had a thought. I should have hurt myself on that guy. But okay. Well, let's try this again. I did. At least he's very grab happy. Take out my armor? Nah. Oh, okay. I mean, if he was watch this. Watch this. The last thing he's gonna do is he's gonna kill me with his wills. Oh. Okay, he got super obliging. He got super obliging that time. Apparently. Why did I fall downwards? This is like, yeah, let's just do the grab over and over again. What the fuck? Alright. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Hey, Lava, how much do you hurt? Do you instantly kill me? Huh. That's really pathetic lava. Okay then. Good to know. I'm suddenly a lot less scared by all this lava. Like, did you see how much time it took between damage ticks? Okay. Well then, I guess I'm here. So is this, I heard the Volcano Manor being talked about. I assume this is like a, what, a set apart section of the Volcano Manor that you can only access via this warp, or... Alright, let's do it then. Granted, I bet the enemies are a little less wussy than lava. Come up here. Come on. I am stuck here, right? Yes, I am. Okay. Hey, hey, hey. Cheap shots are not cool. Yeah, they definitely hurt a bit more. Uh-oh. Wait, why am I fat rolling? I'll figure that out in a minute. Why am I fat? Oh, right, the roots. Fuck. I almost forgot. Well. Alright. And there. Oh, now you move, of course. I don't really care where it takes me. Okay, there's a cave there. And where's this go? This is pretty cool. Hey, does the lava waterfall hurt more than the lava? Or is it just like whatever? Who is actually bothered to touch it and find out? Would horse feed me into lava? I can't summon horse. I'm in Volcano Manor. Which means it's a dungeon area, I think. Lava showers are great ways to clean off. Lava is just ouch water. Fair enough. It's actually less dangerous than rot water. Keep moving. That's fine. You know what, actually? It occurs to me that I can totally assassinate these bats. Or not. Oh god, that was actually kind of dangerous. I didn't expect that one bat to be as attentive as it was, though. Wanted to get a nice, easy headshot. Like that. And then fill it up with that. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. I had a strategy. It just didn't work. Gotta be careful. These bats are actually hurting me a lot. Oh no, lava. I must dangerously... Why did they... Seriously. Why is the lava so wussy? It looks really cool, though. Love the texture. Also, if lava is fallen, it becomes completely harmless. Secret. The fall is more dangerous than anything else here. Okay, lava slugs. Well, I already know those guys are nothing. Oh no, secret lava slug. Okay, they might be slightly more of something if they ambush me, but... That message distracted me. Oh no, I landed in the lava. That's mildly inconvenient. I think I actually do about the same amount of damage to myself just curing poison. This area seems neat. It sounded like you guys were really concerned about me doing this area. I don't know why you guys got so concerned, though. If this area of the volcano, if this section of the volcano manor is set off the main section, which I saw at the beginning, there's like a larger section. If this is set across from another section, then it's not going to be that long. So, whatever. No treasure chest ahead. Are you sure? What is lava's lore to act this way? Exactly. Oh, I bounced off the wall. That could have been mildly dangerous, actually. This actually is a bit of a drop. I guess I have to do this jump. Alright. I've almost made it to the base of the lava. Huh. What's that? What's that thing? What's your deal? What do you do? Why is this? What? Hello. Oh, stop that! Stop! Well, I don't know what you are, but please stop. Anybody who goes blah, 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 while crawling at me is generally not welcome to do so. Okay, so I can drop down. Oh, I can get... No? 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 Yes? No? No? I'm sorry, trying to see, like, if I drop down, is there a way back up? I don't really see a way back up. That looks mildly dangerous. It is mildly dangerous. I'll take that. Excellent. I don't know. Something seems suspicious. I guess I'll drop down now. Try down. Yeah, we can try right here. This is a one-way only path, though. If lava was scary, I would care about walking in it, but I don't, so. I care more about enemy attacks, so if I can rush an enemy to kill it before it does anything to me, that's and I stand on lava to do so, that's very preferable. I swear, the lava slugs look like they're about to blow up. Oh, lava makes you slow roll. I guess it makes sense. It's pretty, like, thick, right? Smithing stone 6, you say? Ooh, we're getting some high dollar smithing stones. Is there something over here? Let's find out. Actually, you know what? Wait. Let's be smart about this. I have one of these. There. Oh, you do walk very slowly. So it does get more of an opportunity to hurt you, I guess. Sup? Precious item. I doubt that? Yeah, there's nothing there. Well, we're just gonna have a casual stroll. It's all good. This is really silly looking. Yeah, a lot of things that games get wrong, not that they have to get it right, but just one thing a lot of games get wrong is simply being in the vicinity of lava is enough to kill you. Definitely. It's not even a matter of touching lava, it's a matter of being around a large enough quantity of it, at least. Ah, this must be the exit quote / direction I need to go. No horse ahead. There's no horse allowed anywhere here. Sheesh. Silly. So why does that one teleport me here anyways? Is it like malfunctioning? Boss ahead. Be wary to feed one by one. Okay, this might actually be hard. Hold on. Oh, the ground's gonna break. The ground is gonna break. Try rushing in. Be wary of hole. Yeah, I see it. How should I do this? I think I'll use the flask and just rush in. I have passive region. Let's use it. What we got? 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 Who we got? Where we got? When we got? Why we got? No? Guess I'll pick up cave moss then. Whatever. I expected to fall right into a boss fight, but I guess not. Well, I guess I'm gonna waste the regen, but that's okay. Knows all the dead people and broken iron versions around? Yeah? I mean, I know there's a lot of iron versions. So exactly what it was designed to do. Why do they want to teleport corpses to the lava? What design purpose does that serve? Alright, let's actually fight the boss. Oh, it's just more of them. Okay. Oh, I can hurt them a lot. I can hurt them a lot. It's not so bad. Half dead. I expected worse. I did not get worse, fortunately. Oh god. Still gotta be careful. Two enemies can totally fuck me up however they want. Okay, now we're safe. Two enemies is always going to be more threatening than one. Damn, it's hard to dodge that attack. Spin. Oh shit, that attack was longer than I thought. Ow. I'm still reaching, bitch! Kind of. Die or grab here, you just die, I suppose. Boop! Oh god, well it worked. Kind of. Inquisitors Gerondol! What is a Gerondol? I've never heard that word before. That wasn't so bad. Honestly, considering it was the volcano manor, I expected a lot worse. You know, like the other time I got teleported trapped into the place where I spent 10 hours on a boss. That was not nearly as hard. Were those bosses were not volcano manor difficulty, were they? Didn't feel like they were. That regen lasted a longer time than I expected. I mean, the bats seemed like they were doing more chunks of damage, honestly. All right, because of the curse of the non-dying, right? Oh, thank you very much, Nano. The whole curse of the people can't die properly in this universe, so I guess that's why they have the things to kill people, then teleport them to somewhere else, like here, just to get rid of them, just to get them out of the way, because they're gonna keep respawning, right? As soon as you get locked in here at an earlier level, they're not full volcano level. Didn't stop the game. Didn't stop the developers from fucking you over with the again the Crystal Cave teleport. Nope, not yet. Mount Gelmir. Oh, I've heard this mountain talked about. Big tree. Oh, there's all those weird white things I saw. I saw one of them before, but they're surrounding that castle. So this supposed to be that castle that I saw. Well, I have access to here now. That's nice. Now to leave. You have to fight him here. Oh, okay, fair enough. I see your logic. Okay, let's go back to... Actually, that's a good question. I think the schoolhouse classroom. Is that where we're at? Alright, that's what we're doing next. Let's continue with the academy. Oh, so this is the... Okay, so this is... Well, it's an academy. We're in the class. So... Oh, I see. So here's... It's a secret sneak mission. We gotta be really stealthy because these are the fucking hall attendants, and if they catch us out of class, we're gonna get detention. Gotta take them out quickly before they notice. I'm not getting detention again. Hate staying after school. There. Gotta be stealthy. Sneaky. Can't let them know we're here. Very good. Take that, books. That's actually an interesting idea. Can you completely... Oh, that would be so interesting. Take a max level build and go through a major dungeon you haven't completed. Stealth the entire dungeon. Stealth the entire dungeon. Kill enemies before they're aware of you. That would actually be really cool. I wonder if you could pull that off of any of the dungeons. That would be slick. I'd watch somebody do that. Conspectus scroll? You don't say. Well, get to learn... Okay, sorceries. Okay, gotcha. We got 5. Okay, and that is for magic bow and arrows. That could be useful. That's weird. I thought I unlocked those earlier. Must have unlocked some of these. Oh, I think I may have unlocked. Oh, I unlocked something else, didn't I? Maybe, I don't know. Shatter Shard. That's what I unlocked. What do these do? No idea. Let's see here, actually. Hold on. So, bow and arrows do 35. And I was using the storm bow and arrows because they do 55. Are there arrows that do more than that? For, like, normal arrows? Let's see. I'm kind of curious now. Sleep bone obviously puts things... Or cold bone obviously is frost-based damage. Magic. Bolt, blood bone causes blood, bleeding, rot bone, rot, poison, poison, fire, fire. I need to know if there's a better arrow I can now craft. I'm kind of curious. Not great arrow, just basic arrow. Stormwing bone arrow. Yeah, that's still the best one, isn't it? I still don't quite understand the point of the rainbow spawn arrows, I'll be honest with you. Shatter Shard. Oh, that makes a noise, so they're distraction arrows. Ooh, the sneaking mission idea. Oh, yes. If somebody could stealth. Yeah. Bow only, Shatter Shard arrows, normal arrows, Stormwing arrows, headshot people unawares, use the Shatter Shard arrows to move them around so they never see you. Yes, I would like to see somebody stealth a dungeon in this game. Shatter Shard arrows would help immensely with that since they make a noise. Somebody needs to fucking, oh god. Somebody needs to Thief the Dark Project one of the dungeons of this game. To put it simply. If you guys know what I mean. If you don't know what I mean, go play good games. Like Thief the Dark Project. But yeah, anyways, yeah, I know I need arrows and not bolts, Beerus, but they all actually are comparable, so damage-wise. So yeah, it looks like the Stormwing arrows remain the best ones I have access to, with 55 damage. Actually, the bolts do different damage, don't they? No. Actually, the Stormwing arrows can only be made into arrows, not bolts. Huh. They don't have an equivalent in bolts. Hey, question, if you use, hold on, can you aggro enemies by doing, like, can that get their attention, like, make them walk over somewhere, like, towards you? Obviously, that make them walk towards you, so it's not as useful, but still, like, go around a corner, make them do that, and then circle around. Jumping required ahead. How so? Oh, I see. What the hell's... Is that actually attached? It looks like it's floating almost. I think there's some beams. Okay. Oh my god, hold on. If I stand up here, what happens? Okay. Sliding, I was wondering. Remember, we're being sneaky. I'm gonna keep throwing these. These make... Actually, the shackle, does it make sound? It obviously makes a bit of an effect. Head ahead. But is it the head that's ahead? Where am I going? Oh. That's why I say jumping. That almost didn't look like anything. I guess it's something? It is something. Okay. Now what? Therefore, look carefully. Oh, yeah. Jumping is required. That's tricky. That almost is not visible. Thank you very much, person. Oh, Vinius Glintstone. Oh, I needed this! Right? Oh, wait. It wasn't just a gesture that I needed for that one rise. But I did need a head, right? As well? Maybe? Anyways, I got their head. That's good. Increases intelligence to the detriment of HP. Okay. Why is it there, then? Any goes for Grand plus the gesture. But I don't have the gesture, do I? I don't even know what it is. Oh, I'm back. Oh, shit. Wait, is he back? Hold on a minute. Sneak, 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 sneak. Oh, wait, that's just the sound. I thought that one guy that was kind of a boss in Gaming National War was back, but no, he's not. Alright, good. Yeah, erudition, which I assume is in here. I also need to make sure I find in here another academy key to give to the one guy who's locked out and feels sad. That's important, too. Ooh. Lapis Lazuli. Which admit, the only reason everybody knows of Lapis Lazuli is because of Minecraft. Let's see here. I assume it's yet another sorcery weapon, but... Ding, ding, ding. Oh, it has Glitstone Pebble, which is a basic spell. It's just part of what it is. Huh. That's cool. Legend of Mana actually has Lapis? Actually, I didn't know that. I gotta be sneaky, but I also gotta throw the shackle every now and then. Alright, let's be quiet. She was like, no, I must reach for my favorite academic book before I die. But she didn't quite manage to pick it up. Shame. Meanwhile, she's like, no, the bookcase wants to eat me. And then she got eaten halfway by the bookcase. Or the floor. What exactly happened here? Hello? You good? Oh, I found her! Okay. I do kind of like sneaking around the bow. It's kind of fun. I do wonder if that will attract their attention. Whoosh. Good. This is actually kind of fun. Oh shit, she's not even looking. She gets distracted. I don't know if it's a he or she, but a lot of the sorceresses seem to be, well, sorceresses. So I'm going to assume a lot of them are female. They seem to have the build of it. But it's hard to tell with those heads. Oh, she's not dead. Quickly! Oh no, the table! It's okay, she didn't alert anyone. Just herself, I think. Let's see. Crouch. Be careful. Careful. I wonder why that headshot didn't quite, well, work. The music got a little more tense, but I think we're still stealthing. Would that be something if a Souls game just had a stealth section? Oh, the enemy aggroed. Oh shit, pot. Pot saw nothing. Okay, I gotta be sneaky. Now, how do you headshot a pot? I'm not sure I can. Let's try... Actually, I'm curious. I'm gonna test something. Okay, let's move him. I know arrows can get their attention. Surprise! I can at least, even if I must melee them, some of them, I can at least redirect them, misdirect them first, because it's more fun that way. I like how the game just is like, you're crouchy, you're not allowed to open this. Like, okay, fine game, sheesh. Shh. Quiet. Quiet. Ha ha ha! What was that noise? She knew nothing. She heard the pot explode, but she didn't know what did it. I actually kind of stealthed this. Alright, what's in here? Oh, okay. Oop, what's that? Oh no, watch out. Wait, I have a trick. That trick is what the fuck? Darn, my trick didn't work. Why, actually, why didn't it work? Oh, I don't have a... Wait, did I remove it by accident? Oops, hold on a second. Oh, I did. Ah, I removed my trick. Hold on. I just realized we definitely need to use a specific trick, though, for this area. It's important. I would have used it right there. I was gonna go like, oh shit, and then just do this. And then I was an astrolabe. Alright, let's just try this now. It's okay. It's okay. This is very stealthy. Which way are they facing? Hard to tell. I think they're facing away. Okay. Sneak. Up the stairs. Nope, it's just me. You're a friendly everyday astrolabe. She's like, all right, I accept this. Nope, just you know how we are. This works surprisingly well. Holy shit! Just gotta stop her every time she looks. I like how there's a moment of just like analyzing the situation before like, all right, carry on. This is in a logical place. I don't have to sneak these guys, by the way. I'm just having fun. There we go. I figured I'd go up here first. Okay, is anybody around here? Okay, looks pretty clear that way. Oh, I found the boss door just like that. Nice. Alright, we'll work for the boss door, because that makes the most sense. Alright, let's reveal ourselves. Ooh, look at me. I'm all sneaky. The moment I reveal myself, I'm crouching. Also, I should probably use Stormbringer arrows to make sure I kill them. Okay, there's one. Now, it might be tricky to take out this person quickly enough, but we'll see. Wait, what illusionary wall? That one? Wait, I haven't used it in this area, though. That is somewhat impressive. God, the range of it. Alright, I gotta be careful of this guy. But before I take out this person, I gotta be careful because there's another person over here. So let me do this carefully. The moment I shoot this guy, he might turn around though. So I gotta hurry. Gotta hurry when I do this. Oh, he didn't. I don't think he noticed. Okay. It actually is interesting to see what the AI's speed of reaction to things is. Okay, I think that's all his friends or her friends. Their friends. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna shoot him once in the head. And then hide. And maybe go. Perfect! Just another painting! Just another paint. You know, they just make so many paintings of this guy. There's every time you look, there's another one. They just love to make paintings of these guys. It worked. Holy shit, Mimic's Veil's useful. I did not expect this to be so useful. I've never really, like, listen, you've always been able to turn to props using certain things in the Souls games, but I've never really focused on, hey, this could be useful. This one is infinite use, it just requires FP, which doesn't require that much. Like, I barely used any. Huge arrow there, head. Oh, the hats are based on this guy? Are these people? That makes sense. Are they like the founders of the academy or something? Done it. What was that sound? Alright, let's see. Honestly, holy shit, Stealthy is fun. This reminds me of my Skyrim days. Stealth Archer was always such a blast with Skyrim. It's a good mix. It works really well. It's just satisfying to sneak around and stealth with a bow. I don't know. I always found that very satisfying in games. Whatever game it is. Oh, who's that person? He looks important. So, I guess that's the... Wait, I've done the entire dungeon except for I haven't found the academy key. Oh, this looks dusty. Where, ooh. Ooh. There's an upper bridge. How do I get up there? Oh, ladder. Okay, that's that question immediately, didn't it? Not touching that. There's probably some ambushes up here. Let's try to. I like how the game just doesn't let me do anything when I'm crouching. Like, no, you can't climb that ladder. You gotta stand up yourself first. I guess it doesn't want me to. I guess it doesn't want to break stealth on me. Oh, shush, quiet. Ah, I'll go there in a second. First, treasure! This is supposed to be the headmaster's room. Huh. Comet. Cool. Now for the secret that's in a secret. This room is very dark. It made sense not to have the lantern on because stealth, but oh, so that lady looks a little bit like the witch from Snow White. Or the queen, I guess, too. Careful. Shh, shh, shh. Pot. Are they friends? Yeah, lanterns. Yeah, the lantern is literally just light for you. I tested this earlier with a room bear. They can't see the light. And I would know with a room bear because room bears are fucking near clairvoyant, but they didn't notice the lantern light. Alright, well, I guess if none of you care if I pick this up. Oh, you care! You care! They care! Jig is up! But is it? Is it really up? What do you think? But birdcage. I don't want to attack pots first. That's mean. Where are they going? Looks like they're doing a little, kind of getting warmed up. They're like gonna get on the dance floor and do a little. That was random. I'm not entirely sure what is going on. Hello. Nice little formation you guys got there. Okay, they've relaxed. It's okay. We're good. Okay, we gotta use good strategies in this situation. You know what a good strategy is? That. Again, the stealthing is completely unnecessary, but I love it. Look at their movement, man. Maximum waddle. He actually seems kind of nervous now. Guys, where's everybody going? What's he doing? He wants to come out, but he can't. He was told to stay in that room. Oh no, one more! Never mind, no more. Did you ever think the approach of a birdcage would be ominous? Could be ominous? Now it is. Graven School Talisman. This reminds me, I didn't check the other talisman. Let's see what both of them do. Graven School. Potency of sorceries. Okay, cool. And the other one was a cat one. Cat. Grants immediate fall damage, but does not prevent death from high fall. Yeah. Okay. That is absolutely useless, because the fall damage conveyance of this is very unclear anyways. If you're wondering, if you see me take any sort of fall damage, then you know I almost died. If you see me take a quarter of my health, I came pretty close to dying. If you see me take half of my health damage in a fall, that means I was a hair away from a full death. So, the damage conveyance in this game is really unclear. I don't like it. Because it's like you take no damage until you start taking damage, and then you die. Like, it's just all of a sudden, it's like you take damage or die. And it's like, what the hell? So you have to get used to it, right? Those heads. Oh, is that each of them? Is that each of the people that worked here? That's cool. Each of the principals. But yeah, so it's really bad because conveyance through damage is something that the Dark Souls games usually did pretty well on. Where basically you took more and more and more damage the more further a fall you took until you finally took a fall that was just death. And it was very clear, like, you were taking tons of damage, maybe you should be more careful. But in this game, it's a lot less clear. So having a ring that just completely removes all fall damage, while that sounds nice on paper, when you start thinking about it, that makes that conveyance even worse. And yeah, that's not good. That's not good at all. Alright, let's go in here. Red Wolf of... Oh god, another dog. Doggo is teaching class! Ah! It's fine. Oh god, he has Sif moves. Well, this is a... I mean, I would appreciate a canine professor, however, he's a bit strict of his teaching. Stop. Memory stone. Okay. Principal Wolf welcomes you to Bogward. I am confused. Alright. You just killed Radigan's dog. Who? I forgot who that was again. Cut boss for Dark Souls 3? Okay. Oh, the head people. No, I seriously don't understand how people just shuffle through their inventory really fast. Like, every time I watch anybody play a Dark Souls game or streaming or whatever, anytime I watch footage, it's like when they're like, oh, I'm going to switch my weapon set, and they're like, and they're done in like 3 seconds. And I'm like, how the hell do you memorize the menus like that? Like, it takes me forever to organize my menus. But most people fly through the menu. Every time I see somebody play a Souls game, and I watch them fly through the menus, I die a little bit more on side knowing I can't do that. It's like, how the fuck? It's like they're not even looking at the menu. It's like, I've memorized the inputs to get exactly what I want out of the inventory. It's like fucking hell. But yeah, this guy looks like, or lady? Looks evil. I don't know. Like a Sith Lord or something. That one. Strolly is fine. She's just Rena's girl. She looked a little bit busy for a painting being made of her. It's just menus. I know. I always get lost in the menus myself. I don't know. Menus are always a slow thing for me in video games. Like, it always takes me forever to actually go through menus. Interesting. Another statue. So I'm allowed to summon people after the doggo boss. That means we're not done here. I did find it a bit odd that it was just randomly a doggo. Okay. Stealth mode return. Oh, did we only now properly enter the grounds? That makes sense, actually. Doggo boss is midpoint. Fair enough. Alright. Oh, secret crab. Secret crab. Why are there crabs here? They must not know. They must not know. Nobody must know. Alright. Yeah, so now there's that big old tower there. I actually have already got up it thanks to the cavern underneath this place. Okay, so I'm guessing the idea is to go up that staircase to that building and then go into that building. My goodness, there's actually a lot of places here, actually. This will take a minute. Oh, I missed a crab. Dog? Nope. Still wrong. What was that up there? I might drop the stealth thing. It was kind of fun for a while, but I'm gonna roll up on things now. This will be up there though. Okay, okay, you guys have some defense. Oh, I'm getting wrecked. Jeez, okay. They definitely have a good vantage point. Alright, I'll take you more seriously then, won't I? Actually, this is the perfect time to try something. Oh, did they drop down? A foolish decision. Locked? Yep. Meanwhile, this guy's still digging. Okay. Night, Beers. I'll keep throwing the shackle. See if it finds us anything. Glintstone wet blade, you say? And that allows for... physical or magic type of Ashes of Lord. Magic Frost can be chosen. Okay, yep, that's what I thought. Oh, hey. Ooh. I wonder if, nah, their head doesn't actually count as a weak point, does it? How did I miss that shot? I'll tell you how, because they're really rolling out. I mean, I'm very upset. Hi. How you doing? I shot the guy in the knee. I shot the guy right in front of his deck. He's having fun, don't mind me. Ah. I'm just confusing that guy. There we go. Alright, I'm running out of arrows. I should probably stop. Well, not really, but... Huh? Oh, hi there. You're still down there, I see. Huzzah! Aw, I almost got the attack off first. Aha! You've been tricked. Alright, so I guess there's a whole bunch of directions we can go here. So we'll have to wander a little bit. So, we came from down here, right? So, let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of directions. However, this doesn't look as bad as Stormveil as far as its layout. So I don't think I'm going to be, like, you know, heavily inconvenienced. Hello, pots. Yeah, there's a lot of pots here. Were the pots created by the sorcerers? I mean, they have their own personalities, but I still think they were created by somebody. Crackpot. Where there's pots, there's more pots. Market Shackles, guys, you gotta use Market Shackle in this game. Like, it's so useful. It is so useful. Just toss one around and never have to worry about illusory walls again. Just remember to just toss one down now and then. If you ever feel like you should check, just toss one down. You will open up stuff so fucking far away from you that it's ridiculous, and I love it. Like, you don't have to be anywhere nearby the illusory wall. Use Market Shackle, it'll find it. Ooh, letter. Leave jars are their own thing. Well, they hang out with sorcerers a lot. We've already found quite a few jars here. I'm not really sure where I'm going, but I like this area, so I'll just explore it for a bit. Oh, look at the stars, man. It's very nice. Window of opportunity. What the hell is the point of this balcony? Fire escape? Fire escape, probably. Oh, this is where I just was fighting the boss. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. Bloodstain, chest, bloodstain, chest, bloodstain, chest. Okay, seems harmless. Radican icon? Alright. And what's that do for me? Shortens spell casting time. Wow, he's fucking ripped, isn't he? There were jars of starve. That's true. I'm just noticing a lot more around here. That's all. Huzzah! Yeah, there's no secret there. The shackle would have revealed it. Ooh, is there something on the astrolabe in the middle? Should I jump on it? You think I should jump on it? Could this be a stone astrolabe? Yeah. Well, actually, maybe. There's nothing on it. It sounds kind of amusing, though. I bet I'd slip off and just that. No, it wouldn't kill me, I don't think, but it'd probably hurt a little bit. Sword people. Ow. Give me your shit. I thought Radigan was just a demigod. Oh wait, no, that's a different R word guy. Wait, who's the guy you're gonna fight? Who's the guy I need to fight in Caelid still? Is that Radagon or is that some other R guy that I forgot the name of? They both have R's in their name if so, and it's not my fault. Jumping ahead. Okay. Seems good. Radon. Okay, that's right. Well, Radagon and Radon, they rhyme, so. Okay, I wonder what the forward progress path is. I want to try to avoid it. Oh, you know, I think that actually did get their attention. That's interesting. I think the shackle does get their attention then. Alright. Man, I like how I punched those boxes and they didn't even break. It'd be great if when I throw the shackle, if I threw it into a box or something, that it would break them. Like, wouldn't this be cool if this animation broke these boxes? Boom! And they're just broken. It should do that. That would be cool. One of Radagon's kids. Oh, okay. Okay, can't enter that yet. Can't enter that way, so I guess I will. Or I could go... I'm gonna go this way. Whoosh! Hello. Pincer attacks. Hooray! Do I want to drop down here? That looks promising. A door. I like how they're... are these just like pets or something? Is that why there's crabs everywhere? Aristocrat boots? Okay. Whatever. So I guess I could just cross this to get over to the bridge, which leads up there, which is probably the way forward. Because it looks important. Ah, there's a big boy. I figured there was one around here somewhere. Stop. Where there's small crabs, there's big crabs. Light. Those crabs spit sleep gas. Oh, I didn't even notice. You know, I've never been put to sleep. Which is fortunate, because I am a dog. I would not like to be put to sleep. That has bad connotations. That is a bad lingo. Shackle! Oh. Okay, never mind. I hear weird noises in that direction. Huh. I missed some crabs. Always another crab. If you're wondering why I'm trying to kill them all, it's because I use lock on to figure out where enemies are, and if I lock onto crabs, it's very annoying. Oh my god, die. Why are there so many of you? Stop existing. Oh my god! How many more are there? Well, there's one there. Why are there so many? Stop it. Alright. Stop living. Oh, another golden seed. Very good. This was a good direction to head. Okay, what? Who's hanging out here to try to attack me? Ah, okay. Literally invisible crab. Like, I couldn't even lock on that one. Stop, stop. Crab eggs. Best type of egg? No. There's better eggs. I think they may endless. You think the crabs are respawning? That would explain it. Nah, no, this is very kind of you, how you're doling these out here and there. It's nice of you. Okay, so... respawn. I am beginning to feel like you might be right. I'm not sure yet. I mean, their corpses are sticking around, so I feel like I could really see. What the hell happened here? Is that a previous area? I saw that message. Something down there. Okay, so let's see. My sense of direction got mildly addled. 1 second. Yeah, been this way. Went up there. Went up there. Can't get in there yet. Jump down there. It's over this way. Oh, that's just a dead end. Okay. I have also been put to sleep, technically. Probably for T stuff in the past, but specifically when I had appendicitis and had to have surgery, I was put under for that. So. Alright, so now to walk on this. Why? Oh. Ooh, what's that down there? I have no idea. Oh, it's a special crab who had another crown. Okay. I saw the glowing. I was interested. Oh, hey. Oh, this is just a little side thing I never... Oh, well. Pff. I guess I never checked that little dead end. Alright. Wait. Yeah. Huh. The more you know. Alright, now to keep crossing. I'm glad I noticed that while looking down. Ooh. It's a dangerous drop. God, that guy just kind of crashed against the wall. Bowl. Can't reach there. At least not from here. Try left. Item ahead. Good. So, you know, I know this is a phrase. I'm surprised nobody's used this before. If there's a left and right path and the right path has nothing down it, somebody should use the message, you don't have the right. No, you don't have the right. Because I know you don't have the right is a phrase that you can do in the messages. I would be amused if somebody used that to indicate you shouldn't go right. Oh, bugger, did I take the main path? I was trying to do side paths before I took the main path. Oh, well, whatever. This kind of seems like I may have fumbled upon the main path now. Oh, hi. Oh, okay, alright. Alright. You show me how this is going to be. That's fine. Not to all their flying shit anymore. Just saying that much right now. Roofs are side paths. Okay. I saw a bowl earlier. I wonder how I get there. Just keep throwing these shackles. They do a good job. So this is all side path I'm taking. Okay. Noted. Very, very noted. Death drop. Safe drop. Try right and then time for jumping. Yes, I see. I see. The camera, the frame rate is not liking this area, by the way. Time for jumping, huh? Well, I could go down this way. Seems safer than going this way. Though. Not right now, sneezes. I gotta do a precise shot. Done. Alright. Sorry, I just didn't want to fight that guy later. It's kind of a tight place. Would rather not. Okay. Now what? I guess just down. Beware of sniper. No worries. Sniper should be wary of me. You okay? Oh, he figured it out. Good for him. I love his reactionariness there. That's just how I sneeze. It's a sneezing fit. It's never a single sneeze. Also, hi there, Kino. I do have a YouTube channel. Have for a while. Thanks for finding it, by the way. As well as my Twitch as well. Ow. Sounded like it hurt. I don't know why. Oh, should I drop down here? This looks like a place I should drop down. But I could also go over here. Oh no, there's options. Shit. I'm gonna go this way. Okay, that looks like it drops into literally nothing. Hey, did they just straight up unload the rest of the map? Aside from the academy in this area? Kind of feels like they did. I always sneeze at least 3 times, but usually it's more like 5 or 6 or 7. Takes more than 1 run to get everything. Well, it doesn't look like I missed anything. Have I missed something? If I missed something, Rain, I wasn't aware I did. So far, it feels like I've done everything correctly. Or do you mean basically there's 2 defined paths and one just has to take both? Let me guess, there's 2 ways forward, and I just took one of the ways forward. The rooftops being one way forward, and the jumping onto the staircase being another way forward. So like that. Ooh, cool! I can use that last warp now. That's good. Easy does it in areas like this. Oh well. If that is the case, then it's going to be a little bit like Stormveil, where unless somebody gives me advice, I might miss this stuff. I did not like the camera angle for that jump. All right. So far, I don't feel like I've missed anything though. So far, I've been dropping down, but I've been able to slurp up everything along the way. Aside from that one area I saw that I couldn't reach, but. All right. Well, if there's a shortcut I can loop back with, that's not so bad. That's an obvious drop I can take. What else we got around here? Hello. Hi there. How you doing? Oh, a rafter. What the hell is this? What building is this? Have I been in here? I don't think I have. Alright, hold on. So, okay. Alright. I was gonna read that message, but then it just like noped out. This looks like it might be a this looks like it might be one of, like you said, a path that splits. It looks like I could drop here. Oh. I forgot the ladder. It's fine. Forgot to take this path. But also, it doesn't matter, because I can just drop down. And then I can take the ladder back up. And then I can drop down again. It's all good. We're good. For now. I'm so confused. Rafters were above the entrance. Fair enough. Fucking crabs. So many of them. What is this room? Okay, yeah, I forgot the little ladder path here, but I did catch that after the fact, so worked out. I didn't drop so much that it was impossible to reach, which is nice. Now I climb back up here. So the rafters were above the entrance, and by entrance I assume you mean the room I found the puppo in. So if that's the case, I don't have any reason to drop... Well, I do have a reason to drop down, actually, because there was an item if I could drop down there, I noticed. Rooftop puzzles are a little complex for me. A lot of verticality to them. Oh, I will acknowledge that rafter. Hold on, though. Hello. Nice wall landing? Oh, shit. Thought I killed him. Apparently I didn't. Man, they have not dropped their helmet for me. Okay, magic grease. Alright, so I can hop into any of these windows. Before I do that, let's have a look-see around here a bit. So I can also drop down there, obviously. So I can drop down inside and I can drop down here. But if I drop down inside, I might end up here anyways. Ah, yes, that's how you're supposed to do it safely. Okay. I understand now. I almost want to say I could drop down here as well, but that might be an area I've already explored. Not entirely sure. Let me check something. Damn it, I didn't... No. Yeah, it's safe. So there's actually 3 points at which I could drop down from here. Noted. Okay. I think I want to drop down in this area, though. For starters, at least. I have no idea where... Oh, wait, the bridge! I know where I'm at. Because I just noticed the bridge. Now I acknowledge... Okay, I see now. Oh, shit. Stop it. There we go. I'm not sure what room this is. Have I been here? I may have been here. I don't really remember. Ooh, I almost didn't see that. Hold on. Ah, there's... Oh my god, that's where the other one was? Holy shit. Mildly confusing. Action bow shot. Didn't mean to do that. Alright. Okay. Snipe from above. No worries. Oh, there's a ladder right here. That's good to know. Okay, I don't know where I'm at, but there's a ladder, so that's useful. No. I thought there was some NPC invader there. They're not very good at their depth perception. They always swing that a little too far away from me. Ah, and here's where that dropped down. Okay, so everything kind of reconnects then. Ah, getting more of these crowns. Okay. I'm picking up a few things here. I've been down there. I totally... Wait, actually, I don't... Who's that? Who's that over there? Who the fuck's that? Hello? Who are you? Just would like to know this. I don't know. What am I shooting? Shoot somebody. Oh, there's zombies. Okay, yeah, that's not an area I've been to. Just trying to make out what the enemy was, so I figured I'd antagonize it repeatedly until I figured it out. I can't drop from here. Well, actually, I probably could. This place is very... I can tell it's gonna loop. It's just a little... twisty. Was this a secret path? I trust this. Oh, I know where this is. Yeah, I'm not gonna walk down this path. I don't like this. Look at this. I guess it's just you, probably, but... Oh! I see. Hi, Paige. Okay. Hi, Paige. Hi, Paige. How are you today? Huh. Oh, that's why those magic balls have masks, too, because they're all representing the... I kind of figured this out now. They're all representing the academy heads. So that was a new staff. Obviously for sorcery, but I'm kind of curious. This one. Reduces cast to have all sorceries, but consumes additional FP. That sounds shit. Maybe in just the right situation it'd be useful, but... Alright, well that answers the question about that bridge that goes to the tower, I suppose. Those balls are a bunch of sorcerers fused together. Are they? Now why would they go and do a silly thing like that? Oh, that's why I was like, I don't remember seeing a ladder in this room. Because it was... Right, I've been in this room then, haven't I? I've totally been here. I just, never had access to this area. Yeah, because you were guarding an item on that altar. I remember now. So I've been down here. I don't need to go down here. Right? I think that's right. Big old door right there that leads out to the... It's not the entrance. It's... Hold on. Oh, hi. Oh, right! I remember this room. Now I properly recall this room. When you say it's the entrance, you don't mean... Oh, shit. Hello. You don't mean it's the entrance to the area after the mid-boss. You mean it's literally the entrance. Holy shit. You're right. I see. It's literally the very start of the dungeon again. I did not expect it to wind down back quite that far, actually. Alright. So, alright. So here's what we can do now. We can... Not that. We can, I can kind of meander, drop down to the zombie area. It's kind of a bit of a drop, but I think it's fine. So I could go down there. And the other option I have... Actually, is that it? I think that might be the only option now. So I guess we'll just do it. I didn't see any other paths. Aside from, of course, doubling back, but... That's boring. Yeah, it's fine. Samples. I heard another one. Where is it? Oh, I've been to Wait, this Zamble area is also old. I know where I'm at now. Never mind. Wait, so... Oh, I see. So this is what you meant, Rain. The whole... What you said when you said I would have to double back. Because... That was all... That was... Oh god, how do I do this? So... Oh no, this puts me into a difficult position. So either I have to warp back to the mid area... Or I gotta walk all the way back there. But if I warp back to the mid area, all the enemies come back, which confuses my exploration. I can't have that happen. So I guess I'm walking through the entire water area again. No! Stop it. I like my MP. See, if I respawn... Here's the thing. If I die or respawn the enemies in any sort of way, that, like, all of my organization of memorizing where I've been, I lose it. I lose every bit of my ability to remember. So that's what happened with Stormville. I kept dying in Stormville, and I just got completely confused where I was. Excuse me! Thank you. Bad dog. Okay, there we go. Oh. Bad other dog. It's bad. Stop. Just gotta trick him. Just gotta trick him for a bit. Gone. Fuck you. Ha, bye. Do you think I'll kill himself? Oh no, get off. Alright, and then we just need to... shit. No, we gotta go in here. Right? Yeah. This is... So when back many streams ago when I asked you about Stormville, this was the area you were indicating when you said that there is some bullshit like Stormville? And the bullshit is this, basically. This isn't nearly as bad. I will say that the areas, at least in this. Oh, I guess they're still dead. I guess, as this indicates. Oh, oh no! The bookcase has been slowly chewing on them. They're about to be fully consumed now. Uh-oh. Oh, they stopped. Do you think they'll disappear entirely? I gotta help them. Come on, you can do it. I believe you, bookcase. You can do it. What is going on? Alright, well, anyways. I like how that physics glitch is still going. Like, we were there like 30 minutes ago. Seeing that physics glitch. We come back, it's continuing. Alright, what we need to do... Okay, so Rain, that entire rooftop path I took, did I miss anything? To your knowledge, I mean? Oh, I never activated this bonfire. I'm kind of glad I didn't. I missed this side of Grace entirely. I didn't see it. I'm glad, because after that boss fight, I would have instinctively sat down, but instead I didn't, so I didn't really respond too much. Nice. Alright, so... I'm pretty sure, like, when I took that rooftop, I felt pretty confident. There was that one area with one of the bowl things. I saw it when I was exploring the rooftops. I saw there was a ledge with a bowl. One of those big bowl things. And I couldn't reach it. And I never saw a way of reaching it. So I just kind of... I don't think that has anything to do with anything, but... I figured I should point it out, I guess. I don't know if it had anything to do with anything, though. I got bowls of one for... So it was actually a bowl I had access from a different direction? That would make sense. So basically, it was the one that I had run into before fighting the boss. Okay, that would explain it. That would actually make sense with the geography. I didn't realize I was working my way back toward it around the building I had first explored. So that bowl probably was part of the building I first explored, which means I've already explored that bowl. In that case, that limits me to one path then, I think. I think there's only one way to go now, right? It seems like the rooftop path, the whole point of the rooftop path was to get the extra academy key to give the one guy. Because that was a quest, right? So that rooftop path was entirely designed around getting that key for the guy. So I think the rest of this actually is... I think the only direction to go now is up the staircase. It looks confusing, but it's actually not quite as bad as I first thought. Visions of Anor Londo. Alright, man, that does not look stable. Alright. Okay. Sorry? Oh, that's... not a big deal, apparently. Alright, there's probably gonna be more. I'm gonna... Right, let's examine something. Watch the spot in front of me. What we need to know is, does this spot right here, in front of me, does the ball ever hit it? Or does it always loop around it? It seems like it's always looping around it. The reason we are investigating this is simple. I want to know if this ball is moving erratically, or if it's moving on a preset path. It appears to be a preset path. I don't know, I was wondering if it just physically bounced wherever it wanted to. But it seems like this is always a safe spot. Alright, that's good. This means that the ball always has the same safe spot. So if I can determine what those safe spots are, they'll never hit me. Okay, so I think this is a safe spot. I just hope I aim correctly. Yeah, it bounces, you know, it bounces back and forth, so. Smithing Stone 5, alright. I can adjust as it comes down. I basically just want to move towards it when it's about to bounce in front of the... If it's about to hit the wall in front of me, I want to move forward. If it's not, I want to move forward faster. So, like... Ow. Oh, it's not instant death. That's nice. That's not such a big deal. It's just a puzzle. Balls. Here, weird noises. Moongrum, Caria Knight. In other words, I should drink a potion. Got it. I'll worry about Mr. Moongrum in a second. Oh, why is there a warp here? Why the hell's there? Where does this go? Visions of church, therefore don't you dare. I'm gonna guess it just warps you out to a church. Dog ahead. Okay. I mean, well, it's not safe if it makes me leave and I have to walk back. Does it? Here's the question I must ask. Here's the $1 million question. Does this send me somewhere new, or does it just kick me out to the overworld somewhere I've been? Can I open? Just remember where it is. Well, okay. That ain't hard. It's just up the staircase. Wait, hold on. Yeah, there's ways we can handle this. He's waiting for me to enter, right? So we'll just be a painting. And look around while I'm painting. See if he has any friends. Do you have any friends? Doesn't look like you have any friends. I'm a painting. I'm a natural grass painting. We make holes in the ground and pop out now and then. Very natural. Oh, no worries. He like tweaked out for a second. And that's how you deal with that. Ta-da! Pacifist run. No. I'll take care of him. But I want to do this the fun way. I hope I can make this work. You really want to delve them before the... Do they have a conversation with me if I don't just immediately attack them, by the way? Or do they just attack me? They look like they are positioned to have a conversation with me, but I wanted to ask first. Are they a talking sort, or are they just a go and stab you sort? If they have dialogue, I will try not to miss it. Yeah, they are immediately hostile, so I have tricked you, sir. Now enjoy the ride! Now, epic battle! Now, come with me! I'm actually surprised he took that right so well. Alright. Ow. Ah, bye-bye! You've been tricked. What do you feel about that? He took massive fall down. Oh, no! He fell off the elevator, then went under the elevator and fell more. I'm not sure what his logic there was. Taking one fall, okay. Taking two falls, that was your fault. I knew he would get confused on the way down. So what did he give me? Caria's Night Shield. Okay, but knights who serve the Caria royal family. Even if they don't serve the Caria royal family very well. It's a consolation prize for just being part of them. It's a good job. You may not be the best, but have this shield. So the item on the ball. I'm gonna go deck down. Actually, I knew I missed at least something down there. And yes, I could have killed him in direct combat, but that was more fun. It's kind of epic to have an elevator going up with enemies on it. So the ball... Was that guy doing the ball thing, by the way? Was that the guy who was just tossing his balls around? Or is there some other guy tossing his balls around? These are important questions. Oh, there's a path here that I didn't even notice. Hello? There's all sorts of paths. So, okay, next question. In that case, try jumping, sure. I've done it. By the way, is the elevator... Oh. Game? That was a very difficult door for the game to load for some reason. I think I know the item you mentioned. I missed an item. I know what you're talking about. Let me deal with the ball guy first. That would make it a little less dangerous. Behold, pointless. So yeah, is the elevator the way forward path, or is the elevator a side path? Sorry. Oh, there's a ladder here. I think I'm gonna get immediately shot by magic bolts when I climb this, but that's all right. Hey, okay, well, all right. Okay, fine. Jeez. Okay, no, fuck you. All right, ladder battle, go. Ladder battle. Gotcha. Let me stand on you too. The greatest magician battle. The can I kick this guy off the ladder below me? Elegant magic battle. Elevator's boss. That makes sense. It's kind of climactic. Oh, hi there. I didn't. Oh my god. All right, hold on. I must use tactics. One moment, please. One moment. It's very important that I use the right tactics. Alright. They're rolling a giant hill, but they can't hear shit, can they? Oh, they can't really see shit either. I bet they just aren't very aware, actually, now I think about it. I decided to switch arrows, because I think that guy's more durable. Oh, there's the ball. There's the ball thing. Is he the... Oh, he's the ball guy! He hits it. I get it. He like whacks it with a hammer or something. Ow. Oh shit, I haven't been using the shack in a while. I should start using that again. I might miss more secrets. Glitstone Scarab. Oh, another one. I have 3 of them. One for well, one for tears, one for FP cost of sorceries, and one for FP cost of incantations, and they all make you take more damage, which sounds wonderful. Oh. Yes, I'm aware of the drop-down point. I just want to investigate a bit more out here. Because there's this whole balcony ledge I can technically walk on, and I want to know if it goes anywhere. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Onward! Nice. Yeah, this is like you know what this is? This is the same concept as Stormveil used, except for executed way better. Stormveil was a crowded mess of an area. Way too fucking condensed together. It made it really hard to tell where you've been. But if you take that same concept and you just spread it out a little bit, it's way more fair. Yeah, this item. I knew I ran past this, but I was more concerned about the balls. Also, I figured there's probably some way I could stop the balls later, so. All that for crystal darts? Alright. Wait till you get to the capital. As long as it's spread out well enough, it's not going to be too problematic. But if the area is really spread out and also huge, that might still be a problem. Kind of depends. Alright, I think I'm done here. Pretty much. Just need to... Okay, elevator. It's the way to the final area, finally. But also there's... Okay, there's one last path to take, which is obviously over here. So, let's see what's going on in these areas. Ah, I know where this is. Yeah, I know where this is. I walked down there anyways. So I'm aware of that location. Let's cross the bridge. This will lead to a door, won't it? I think it will anyways. Yep. I know where I'm at. Hooray! That was really just a shortcut. Okay, cool. I'm just happy anytime I'm able to actually make geometric sense of an area. I love watching a phantom just rise up on an elevator. It's kind of great. Down there is, of course, the NPC enemy guy. What do you call them, actually? He's not an invader because he didn't invade. He's just hanging out. Secret? Nope. Yeah, I'm really glad I watched that one video from somebody who suggested using the Margaret Shackle everywhere, and now I just do that, and it's kind of great. It's a real good peace of mind. I don't feel like I have to whack every wall. I can't tell what the radius of the Margaret Shackle is, but it always seems to be larger than I think it will be. I have like 2 potions. Oh well. I'm sure that's fine. I also have an elixir. What's up in here? Hey, stop biting me. That's rude. Hi. What the fuck? Bad dog, I guess. Huh. Like, we pulled a funny prank, we bit his shoe.
Hush, little Culver. I'll soon birth thee anew, a sweeting, fresh and pure.
Oh, okay. I don't know what's going on here, but you all need to die. No, stop. Bad bite. I guess they're insane. I'm gonna guess they're insane. They're throwing books at me. Academics! Ah! Scary! Okay, just... Oh, okay. It's fine. I'm sure this will be fine because we kill literally every one of them. I think it's very funny for some reason. Why is that glowing? Should I be concerned? Oh no! Prop hut is reversing on me! Ah, run away! The props were so useful, but they've turned on me. Oh god. The trick is to kill all the laughy people because they're very rude. There's quite a few less of them now, but they are coming from holes, so that's problematic. It's really just the ones in the middle now. Hold on, I got this. Okay, that's a lot of books. Thank you. This is functional. Oh, they're also dropped from above. Okay. An interesting situation I have found myself in. I wonder if... Ow. Okay, what is the trick here? There's too many of them. They keep respawning. This isn't helpful. Let's see. You know, there's an awful lot of shit going on to try to figure out a puzzle boss. Look for the unique one. Well, oh, this is just the fucking rat vanguard? Okay, fine. The unique one is... I mean, some of them have blue outfits, some of them have red outfits. That one had... Oh, that actually... Okay. I thought that was just a spell they were doing. Alright, I'm just gonna keep on the move. Weave in, weave out, stay out of the way. And look for the glowy boys. Ah. Got it. Got it. You're off tune, lady! Stop singing! The music's not even going along with you. Oh. Hello. I see your... Ow. I understand. You're not too big a deal, actually. Ah! Fire. Books! 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 Go away, you're annoying. Stop singing! You have no chorus. Go to fucking choir school. She's like, that wasn't very nice. I was just trying to see it float around.
My beloved, have no fear. I will hold thee. Patience. Ye will be countless born, forever and ever.
She seems barely aware of me, actually.
Upon my name as Ranni the Witch.
Huh?
Mother's rich lumber shall not be disturbed by thee.
Roddy, why are we fighting now?
Foul trespasser.
I'm your... No, I'm working for you, remember?
Send word.
Wasn't her name Roddy?
And why?
I'm mixing up names again. Oh, okay.
Of the last queen of Caria.
Oh, her mom.
Mala of the full moon.
This is her... Oh, shit. I see.
And the majesty of the night she conjureth.
She's nicer than her mom. Then, I guess. Oh. Counterattacks. Okay, got it. Ooh, consolations. Okay. Oh shit, slow but hard to dodge. Okay. Oh. A dragon now? Okay, fine. If you insist, ow. Oh, it's gone. Oh, it's temporary. Gotcha. So, everything's temporary. What? Oh, they don't even take damage. Okay. Oh, alright. Damn it! That giant saved her! The giant whacked me so I couldn't hit her. Rude. I'm out of potions, by the way. Great Rune of the Unborn? Okay, wonder what that one does. Remember, it's the Full Moon Queen. Sure. Oh, hi. You're not dead, I guess. Interesting. I guess she didn't die completely from me whacking her with a sword. Alright. Read this. Well, I'm going to try. Use the perfect rebirth. Perfect rebirth? Perfects those... What does perfects mean when you use it a verb? Those who burn new... What's that mean, though? What does that do? Use the perfect rebirth. Oh, okay. Yeah, they didn't explain anything to me. Means you can respect... Wait, is that the only thing the rune does? Because normally you equip the Great Runes, right? So Godric's Great Rune gives me a retribute raise. It's really, really useful. This just lets you respec. So in other words, it's completely useless to run around with unless you're trying to respec. Meaning you enable it for a second so you could respec, and then you turn it off because it's otherwise fucking useless. Is that correct? Wow. After Godric's, I expected a bit more for the other Great Runes. This could be an item. This could be an item. A key item that just lets you respec. No, it has to be a Great Rune, I guess. Alright. What else did I get? I got something else from them. What was it? What was the other thing I got? I don't remember now. What was it? Can't actually equip it, so it really is just an item. That's weird. Okay. Her soul item. Oh, right. That's the other thing she gave me. Which is... I guess we can see what the finger reader can do of it. Youth Ranella was a prominent champion and charmed the Academy of her lunar magic, becoming its master. She also led the Glintstone Knights and established House of Caria as royalty. Unfortunately, she went crazy. Where... Alright. Well... I can't even... Whoa! I can't... Oh, I can't attack here. No, I beat her up enough. Now this area is a pacifist area, so I can't hurt her more. Kind of makes sense, though, because I bet she's... Let's talk to her.
Where did he flee, my sweetings?
So what did we have to fight?
From whence he hide. There are books and light aplenty. Dither not. Come out, say I.
Look, you just care about your egg. Why did we even have to fight?
To be better born anew.
Uh-huh. It's very, very good.
Thou.
You finally acknowledge me.
Thy wish to be born anew.
She seems like crazy.
Become a sweeting, reborn of my beloved egg.
Eggs can't give birth. That's not how this works. What? Cosmetics. Oh. But I can also use a mirror. Okay. That's weird. I can also use a mirror in the hub area, but... Alright, hold on. Oh, shit. No, not yet. This is gonna reset all my attributes, isn't it?
Birth thee as a sweeting, fair and fine.
Okay. If it's gonna reset all my stats to basic, I need to keep track of what actually I've set. The only thing I'm changing is I want to remove my intelligence points. That's really all. So let me write down my numbers so I don't lose track of those. Everything else feels fine. I don't really want to change anything else. Also, I'm sorry, somebody asked me on my weapon level. I don't remember. Here's my stats though. My weapon level for my sword is +6. Okay. Thank you. You're right, a strength belt? I mean, it's strength dex equally. Because my weapons that I've been using all benefit from it, so. Yeah, two-handed jump attacks mostly, yeah.
Down.
Alright, let's do this.
Now, bear this sweeting into life anew.
I really just want to take the endpoints out. Oh, that's going to be it, actually. Okay. Clear levels assigned for square one. That's first in all levels until you reach your present level. Cannot make contributes to other. Yeah. So here's the thing. I just wanted to throw away my sorcery points. Did I want to throw it away completely? Did I need any sorcery points? Hold on.
Be not alarmed. I would burn.
Just going to double check one thing to see if I actually care about any incantations that require sorcery or intelligence levels. Let me check. A few of them do, but I need to remember. Because I use a few faith. Faith and arcane are my stats that I focus on. Yeah, I don't really use those. And, okay, and these don't require ants. These don't. These don't. These don't. These don't. Yeah, okay. Yeah, just double checking. Yeah, ants is a completely unrequired stat for any of that. And it's not required for any of the stuff I use too. So, yeah, I'm just double checking. Yes, I am correct. I do not need int whatsoever.
Down.
You expect more strength to change your ass of war. Ass of war. An ass of war. My butt has defeated many an army. To a heavy set, your jump attack get even beefier than you. Wait, heavy? Heavy really tanks a lot of the damage though. That's interesting to know. I guess if heavy buffs jump attacks, that's good to know. But I feel like it's not worth the amount of because heavy's only good if you want to focus entirely in strength. But I actually want strength and dex to be equal, so that's not as helpful for me. If heavy is good if you focus nothing but strength, I suppose.
Into life.
I think, right? I think that's how it works. Okay, so... Oh yeah, it's not showing my Great Rune level, so it's just showing 40. That's the one that... This is the one that gets changed. It goes... Instead of 21, we're leaving it 11. That gives it an additional 10 points to do whatever we want with, which is good, actually. Oh, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Oh, 35. Oh, yeah, it says right there. Wait, that's weird. Hold on. That's weird. Okay, so the Great Rune should raise all my attributes by 5, but I just noticed something. At least with what I just wrote down. For some reason, my endurance... Oh, my endurance is boosted in war because of my helmet. That's right. It gives me more endurance. That's why that's higher. Okay. Let's see here, then. How do I want to do this? Alright, I'm not mind. I'm not trying to lower mind. I'm trying to lower int. Wait, can I not... Yeah, I can't lower int? Apparently I can't lower int. Huh. Did I already have the lowest int possible? I could have sworn I buffed it at some point. How odd. So let me check for me. What does the thief start out with int? Maybe it does start at 9 for the thief. I thought I had more for some reason. Yeah, I guess that's my starting value then. I didn't realize that. I guess I never actually raised it. See, the thing is, I didn't think my int was at base. I thought it was actually lower originally. And I put some points into it. But apparently not. It was all a lie. I never needed to respect it in the first place. Well, unless I want to change something here. I could change a little bit, but... Honestly, I don't really feel like it's too worth messing around with this too much. Maybe... No, I don't. Yeah, Faith and Arcane are equally important. I guess I could do that, but nah, it's not really... Yeah, this doesn't matter too much then. I'll come back later if I change my mind, I guess.
Be not, I would burn.
I'm aware about the Rune Arc thing. Alright, that was fun. Let's look around this place a bit. Where'd all the laughing people go? They're crawling out of like holes in the wall. I found that odd. Yeah, like this. Could this be a right? But you don't have the right. Hold on, I'm turning my lantern on. Ah, yes, just a room. I guess they drop down from the side and climb out. Why is it always plump start? Oh, stop it. That's silly. Champion, but God. Alright, well, I guess that's that then. Well, aside from the chest I just noticed exists. What do we got? How? How do I open it? How do I open it? I can't even attack here. Locked with what power? Okay, so I'll just ask straight out. Can I solve that right now, or do I have to come back later? Let's put a little marker there. And remove these markers because I don't need them anymore. Okay, cool. You need her key. Alright, time to die! Can I kill her? I don't even know. I bet the game doesn't want me to, but I have an idea. Aha. It's right there? Yeah, that's far enough. Oh, I could totally just... I mean, just to demonstrate. Let me shoot over here. I shoot way past her. So, the game doesn't want me to attack her, but I don't see why I couldn't. Just saying. They only lived for a few minutes and she stopped making more, so they all died. Oh, they're like constructs or something? If I kill her, do I get her key? Don't make me do it, man. Don't make me do it, man. There are people that were born without the perfect birth they have access to. Oh. That's why they were kind of biting me, I guess. I don't... I'm surprised nobody cares that I'm about to shoot an arrow at her. Alright, well. Can't bring myself. Can't bring myself to actually attack her right now. Keywords right now. Well, I guess we're done here. Let's see. Oh, now that I did the academy, is it possible to... Is it still locked? It's still locked. It's absolutely still locked. There's no reason that... Wait! Celia Hideaway! It took me a second. The Celia Hideaway, where I can't get behind a force field, is named after fucking... No, wait. It's not named after Selin. Though it could be related to her. Celia? Selin? Did Selin come from the city of Celia? Which thus, you know, Celia Hideaway... It all matches up. I gotta get Selin to give me access. Or something, I don't know. Dying. Ow. Okay, let's see. What's next? Oh, yes. That is next. And then... That's also... Yeah, there's also that. Shit. Tonight had a lot going on. Alright, I'm gonna do a bit more. Let's, before I actually do that, though, I'm curious... Crossing my fingers here, but I am not hopeful. Okay. Just confirm something. You know the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon video? It failed to process. It failed to upload. And I tried again 3 times, and it also failed to upload. Okay, that means I should end the stream. All right, we're gonna end it here. It has gotten a bit late, anyways. I gotta stop partially just so I can go download the video myself, personally re-encode it, and try uploading it myself to YouTube to see what it does. Hopefully it works. Okay, we're gonna up some faith, because faith could be higher. There we go. All 4 attempts now have done that. So, I guess there's something wrong with the encoding of the Twitch highlight. I'm gonna record. I'm gonna actually recut the Twitch highlight, make a new Twitch highlight, download that new Twitch highlight, re-encode it myself manually as well, and then upload to YouTube to see if that works. Kind of shame. Kind of a shame. I gotta do all that work though, so I better stop here. It was fun though. Part 11 obviously will be next week. We'll finish up the lakes area. I went back to the 3 belfries or 4 belfries because there's one more warp I didn't do because I didn't have an imbued stone sword key, but now I do. A 3rd one, that is. So now I have the 3rd one, so I can see where that goes. After that, we'll check out the stupid festival that makes no sense why it spawned. And then after that, we'll check out the well at the lakes area. That's probably what I'll do in that order. So, yeah, that'll be part 11 next week. So, check it out then.